to figure out what the fuck was going on with my PC for a second. It was acting up, but I got it all figured out. All right. Yesterday, Mike Johnson was elected as the Speaker of the House, which is good. That was a win for us. A bunch of people were doubting it, but we got a way better speaker in the House now, so fucking stoked on that. Honestly, I really didn't hear about him until just as of recently. I had to look him up and see what he was about, and he seems like he's pretty good. But yeah, we'll watch some videos. Probably watch a video of talking about who he is, and then just watch some more videos that I had queued up.
Well, good news, folks. The Republicans stopped kicking themselves in the balls long enough to name a Speaker of the House. So finally, some good news for Republicans. Apparently, Republicans, last night, they decided to stop kicking themselves directly in the nads, and instead, they decided to actually vote in favor of Mike Johnson. So Mike Johnson, somebody that I would say most of America had not heard of, like ever.
Yeah, no.
He was only elected to Congress fairly recently. He hasn't been in Congress all that long. He is a congressman from Louisiana. According to Politico, his anonymity in Washington was the driving force in his election as Speaker because he hadn't made any enemies yet. He became the unlikely leader of an unruly group of House Republicans who will now rely on him to run their side of the Capitol. He was next to no one's first pick. But, again, everybody else had a high profile, and that meant that he was the guy who kind of sneak in under the radar. Now Johnson must figure out how to achieve what McCarthy couldn't compromise that doesn't prompt a mutiny. Now, he's going to have an easier time with that. The reason he's going to have an easier time with that than McCarthy did is because he's not named Kevin McCarthy. Seriously, it's that simple. Matt Gaetz.
He's also seems pretty MAGA, so.
And a few of his crew decided they hated McCarthy. And so what that meant is that any compromise that McCarthy cut was going to be seen as treason by Gaetz and company and used as an excuse to get rid of McCarthy. Well, now Johnson is going to come in. He's going to do kind of exactly what McCarthy did because the incentive structure is precisely the same. So to take an example, McCarthy just cut a continuing resolution. He cut it with some Democrats. The reason he had to do that is because he had a better continuing resolution deal that was scuttled by Gaetz and company. Then, after McCarthy actually did the continuing resolution to fund the government, that's when he was ousted by Gaetz and company. Well, now, Mike Johnson's going to come in, and you know what he's proposing? Continuing resolutions. The same sort of stuff. Now, he can pass a bunch of single-issue bills, supposedly. He can pass the appropriations bills, do the process and all of that. But Democrats are going to reject it, and he's going to come back to doing continuing resolutions. Now, the thing is that because Gaetz ousted McCarthy and because Johnson is the new speaker, he has an incentive, Gaetz does, in making Johnson appear to be better than McCarthy, which means that he's not going to yell and scream about any deal that Johnson cuts. So inherently, Johnson has more leeway to cut deals and make deals than McCarthy did, mainly because all the people who would be incentivized to get rid of somebody for the publicity already did that. And so they can't do it again. They have to play this as though they achieved some sort of massive win by substituting Johnson for McCarthy. And again, the policy is going to come out almost exactly the same. It's going to be very, very, very similar. Now, the fact is that Johnson has a lot less experience than McCarthy in this space. Again, this is not a rip on Johnson. Johnson's great. I'm going to go through his opening speech in a second when he won the speakership, and it's excellent. It's really, really, really good. I happen to resonate to an enormous amount of what Johnson says. As a speaker, I think he's way more appealing than Kevin McCarthy was. However, the Speaker of the House's job is not just to be a person who speaks well and a person who communicates well. The Speaker of the House essentially has several jobs. One is to, speak well and maintain policy positions. But the kind of bigger aspects are vote counting, vote whipping, rewarding allies and punishing enemies, getting together your coalition to actually do things. And that requires a lot of back scratching. It requires a lot of maneuvering. It requires the kind of Machiavellian stuff that McCarthy was actually pretty good at. I don't know if Johnson has a lot of experience at it. Maybe he's great at it. We don't know. He's never done it before. The speaker also is supposed to fundraise for pretty much all the Republicans across the board. So McCarthy, over the course of his time in House leadership, raised almost $500 million for various House Republican candidates, including many of the same people who then ousted him. Mike Johnson in the last election cycle, you wouldn't expect him to raise tens of millions of dollars. He's one guy running in a near uncontested district in Louisiana. Mike Johnson in his last election cycle raised $1.3 million. So can he translate that over into raising hundreds of millions of dollars for fellow candidates? McCarthy, when recruited a bunch of candidates in purple districts, Johnson hasn't really done that yet. So, again, he's going to have to prove that he can do all of the hard-nosed things that McCarthy could do. And there's a lot of parliamentary procedure to being Speaker of the House. It's not like anybody can just walk in the front door and suddenly transform the place. If you don't file a bill at the proper time, Democrats could sneak in. They could flip the bill. Like, there really are a lot of procedural complexities. Now, Johnson may very well be able to handle it. We just don't know. Okay, so the notion that things are going to radically change in the House now that it's Johnson as opposed to McCarthy is really silly. Now, again, none of that's a rip on Johnson. It is a rip on Gates and team. The idea that the Gates and team achieved some sort of massive material victory by throwing the House into full-on chaos for 3 weeks and demonstrating the fractiousness and idiocy of part of the Republican caucus, I don't buy it. I don't see it. And that is without reference to what happens going forward with Johnson. And so here are a few things about Mike Johnson that are kind of awesome. So Mike Johnson, very, very socially conservative. He has a 90% lifetime rating from Heritage Action, 92% from the American Conservative Union. He is very much in favor of cutting spending, which is something, by the way, a lot of the MAGA type are not really big in favor of. They kind of like the spending, depending on who they are. He's very strong on abortion, extremely pro-life. He has an A+ rating from the Susan B. Anthony Pro-Life America group. He used to work as a senior legal counsel for the Alliance Defense Fund. And he is anti-same-sex marriage, for example. He has been historically, which, by the way, is the historically correct position of the Republican Party, that a man and a woman are marriage, and that any other form of human relationship is not the same morally or sociologically. He was involved in the attempts to stall certification of the election post-2020. And this is being used as a club by Democrats already. He devised an argument that was actually the only good argument that was made in the aftermath of November 7th, which is essentially that a lot of states like Pennsylvania had unilaterally shifted their voting laws so as to benefit Democrats in ways that were illegal. That was like the only good legal argument that was made during that entire spectacle. Johnson was the one making those.
That is like really the only argument that we have. I mean,
there
is other arguments,
and he said some stuff
but they're
during
way
that
harder
time
to prove.
That, frankly,
but that
is
one
ridiculous.
is like
Right? He
definitely
called into question the voting systems and cited Venezuela, and it was Sidney Powell kind of stuff. But he is now moving away from that. I assume that he's going to ignore all of that. Pure Talk recently announced they would alleviate $10 million in veteran debt by Veterans Day. Thanks to your support, they are 53% of that goal with 2 weeks to go. Think about this. The U.S. military is made up of 100% volunteers. These are men and women who are willingly sacrificing everything they have for this country. When they're done serving, they return home to a tight job market, outrageous living expenses. This is why I'm so happy a private company like Pure Talk has jumped in to help. When you switch to Pure Talk's lightning-fast 5G network, they'll donate a portion of every. Johnson gave a really quite beautiful speech last night on becoming Speaker of the House. He opened by thanking Kevin McCarthy.
Run away.
I want to express my great thanks for our Speaker Emeritus, Kevin McCarthy. Kevin has dedicated over 2 decades of his life to selfless public service, 16 of those years in this House. And you would be hard-pressed to find anybody who loves this institution more or has contributed more to it. He is the reason we're in this majority today.
So he started off with that. He then moved on to the fact that it's time to get back to work, which of course is true. This has not been a good moment for the Republican Party. They look like clowns. So restoring some sort of semblance of dignity to the Republican caucus would certainly be a plus.
I want to say to the American people, on behalf of all of us here, we hear you. We know the challenges you're facing. We know that there's a lot going on in our country, domestically and abroad, and we are ready to get to work again to solve those problems, and we will. Our mission here is to serve you well, to restore the people's faith in this House, in this great and essential institution.
He continued along these lines. He said that the pride in the institution is in jeopardy, and it's time to restore that pride. That, of course, is true as well.
And I think all of our parents are proud of what we're called to do here. I think all the American people at one time had great pride in this institution, but right now, that's in jeopardy. And we have a challenge before us right now to rebuild and restore that trust.
Okay. He's, of course, right about that as well. Now, on principle, he's a very strong traditional conservative. He's pretty hawkish on foreign policy.
I hate these
he voted
guys
against
because
some of
they
the
just
Ukraine
chase
appropriation
my
bills. That would probably be the
dudes.
biggest distinction between him and McCarthy, is that McCarthy was pro-funding for Ukraine. And in the initial response, Mike Johnson was
Get him.
pro-funding of Ukraine. And then after we gave them like $100 billion, then he started to get skittish about it, and he suggested he is not in favor of that. But that's also where the Republican caucus is. The possibility of passing large-scale Ukraine funding on a standalone basis was a non-starter inside the caucus. Anyway, that's obviously the direction that the Republican Party has moved. So, Mike Johnson, again, his speech last night was excellent. When he got to his principles, this is particularly good. So Mike Johnson ticked off a lot of the left last night when, before he assumed his speakership position, he actually knelt in prayer with a bunch of other members of the Republican caucus. And this, of course, is very bad. You're not supposed to do this. It's super offensive to, pay tribute to God after you achieve something of the magnitude of becoming Speaker of the House in the United States of America. That, of
Who
course,
says
is
that's bad? A bunch
deeply
of
offensive,
Democrats?
deeply problematic, clearly. I mean, being Rashida Tlaib and being an actual terror supporter, okay, according to Democrats. Kneeling for prayer on the floor of the House, that, of course, is a huge problem. You're allowed to kneel in kente cloth for George Floyd. You're just not allowed to do it for God without the kente cloth. In any case, Mike Johnson, he said last night that it's time to reject atheism and Marxism.
In 1962, that our national motto, "In God We Trust," was adorned above this rostrum. And if you look at the little guide that they give tourists and constituents who come and visit the House, if you turn in there to about page 14 in the middle of that guide, it tells you the history of this. And it says very simply, these words were placed here above us. This motto was placed here as a rebuke of the Cold War era philosophy of the Soviet Union. That philosophy was Marxism and communism.
So obviously, he is slapping at some members of the left. Then he listed what he called the 7 core principles of conservatism. These are pretty traditional.
I think it's really quintessentially the core principles of our nation. I boil them down to individual freedom, limited government, the rule of law, peace through strength, fiscal responsibility, free markets, and human dignity. Those are the foundations that made us the extraordinary nation that we are.
This is the foundation.
And you and I today are the stewards of those principles.
This is really what the foundation is.
Okay, that sounds pretty traditionally conservative to me.
Everything super.
In there, I heard, peace through strength, which is something that a lot of people are not big fans of these days. I heard fiscal responsibility, something a lot of people on the right are not big fans of these days. So again, the idea that he's some sort of like wild departure from traditional conservatism is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. He's a traditional conservative, which is good. A traditionally conservative Speaker of the House would be a very good thing. I hope that he pulls the levers in a more conservative direction than House leadership has been able to do. I also understand, as I've said, the incentive structure. And the incentive structure means he has a Democrat Senate, he has a Democrat President of the United States, and he has an extremely thin majority in the House. And all it takes is a few grandstanders to make it so that he has to cut a deal with Democrats again. In the initial run, I expect that he's going to get the support of many of the people who ousted McCarthy, so those aren't going to be the people who buck him. But as time progresses, he'll have the exact same incentive structure as everyone else. So was this like a big, giant win for the Republican Party? Again, really like Mike Johnson, like in a ton of ways.
I think it was a giant win.
Love him on foreign policy. Love him on, again, across the board, excellent, excellent choice for Speaker of the House. Can he pull the levers in a sophisticated way? We have yet to see that. Was this like overall an amazing move for Republicans, like a much needed?
Yes, in my opinion, yes.
Let's hold our fire on that one. Was Matt Gaetz a strategic genius for throwing the House into complete chaos for a month to do this?
He was a strategic.
No, he was not.
Genius.
And any attempts to retcon that are pretty ridiculous. Well, regardless of what the Democrats are saying, Johnson's first move was a good move. He announced last night that the very first move that he was going to make as Speaker of the House was to push a resolution to support Israel and then a bill to support Israel in its war against Hamas.
Not a fan of that.
Here's what he had to say.
The first bill that I'm going to bring to this floor in just a little while will be in support of our dear friend Israel, and we're overdue in getting that done. We're going to show not only Israel, but the entire world that the barbarism of Hamas that we have all seen play out on our television screens is wretched and wrong, and we are going to stand for the good in that conflict.
Okay, good for Johnson. He's very strong on that particular issue. That resolution did pass last night, 412 to 10. The nay votes were, except for Thomas Massie, who basically just doesn't like government spending on anything, which, okay. The other 9 nay votes were exactly who you would think they were. Jamal Bowman, Cori Bush, Andre Carson, Al Green, Summer Lee, AOC, Ilhan Omar, Delia Ramirez, Rashida Tlaib. And there were 6 present votes as well. Again, more radicals: Ayanna Pressley, Greg Casar of Texas, Joaquin Castro, Chuy Garcia, Pramila Jayapal, Nydia Velasquez. Exactly who you would assume it to be. So, again, I think that it's good to get the House back in working order. Good for Mike.
Oh man, this is a long ass
Listen,
video.
there's a
We're gonna have
good
to
chance
listen
somebody's
this
trying to hack your
double
website
speed.
right now. You gotta make sure you're covered. I'm talking.
Ben
In a
Shapiro's
secret
just
ballot
hard to
Tuesday
listen
night,
to
House
fast.
Republicans chose their latest speaker nominee.
The question here is Mike Johnson the right guy at the right time? And I think he is.
Louisiana Congressman Mike Johnson securing
I like to
128
listen to
votes
it
from the
fast
conference.
for a little bit.
Johnson was first elected to Congress in 2016 and voted against certifying the 2020 presidential election.
You're going to see a new form of government, and we're going to move this quickly.
He becomes the 4th Republican speaker nominee in 3 weeks and the 2nd nominee of the day after Minnesota Congressman Tom Emmer dropped out of the race.
In Indiana, I think there were maybe 28 or so that stated they're going to choose someone else other than Tom Emmer.
Emmer's bid was doomed after former President Donald Trump slammed him on social media, calling him a rhino, Republican in name only.
I think we need a Speaker of the House that reflects the views of Republican voters, and Republican voters largely support President Trump.
The infighting leading to growing frustrations within the GOP
It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing, first and foremost, to our party.
as the House remains at a standstill
Just pick someone.
with a government shutdown still looming. Chanel Call, CBS News, New York.
I'm honored to have the support of my colleagues, and what they understand about this is servant leadership. We're going to serve the people of this country. We're going to restore their faith in this Congress, this institution of government. America is the last best hope of man on the earth. Abraham Lincoln said it. Ronald Reagan used to remind us all the time, and we're here to remind you of that again. We're going to restore your trust.
Damn it, I don't got
We're
money.
going to see a new form of government, and we're going to move this quickly. This group here is ready to govern. We're going to govern well. We're going to do what's right by the people. And I believe that people are going to reward that next year. But we have a lot of big priorities ahead of us right now. The world is on fire. We stand with our ally, Israel. We have a very busy agenda. We have appropriations bills to get through the process, but you're going to see this group working like a well-oiled machine. We owe that to the American people. The people up here have been sent here by the people of this country to do this job. We're going to do it well. We commit that to you. Thank you for allowing us to go through the process and get to this. It was worth it, and we're going to serve you well. The intention is to go to the House floor tomorrow and make this official, and so we will be doing that. And if there are any questions, we'll take a couple, but we're all pretty weird. Is that? The intention is to go at noon tomorrow. Yeah, we have some folks absent, and I'll be working with them tonight. So. I don't know what the vote was. We're united. We're united. There were no votes against.
Here we go again. The House is expected soon to hold a 4th vote now to elect its next speaker.
Now, this comes more than 3 weeks after Congressman Kevin McCarthy was ousted from the role. Lawmakers are congregating on the House floor now. Nominating speeches are expected to begin at any moment. Louisiana Congressman Mike Johnson won the Republican nomination for House Speaker last night. He is the 4th Speaker designate selected by the GOP conference, and he won the nomination just hours after House Majority Whip Tom Emmer dropped out of the race. Now, just minutes ago, Congressman Johnson expressed his confidence that he will, in fact, be elected Speaker.
I think we'll be unified today. I'm excited about it.
217?
I do. On the first vote? On the first vote.
There you go. He's going to get it on the first vote, so says he. CBS News congressional correspondent Nicole Killian joins us now from Capitol Hill. Nicole, we've all been here before, and I empathize with you answering this next question, but how can we expect this 4th vote for the House Speaker to unfold?
Well, I'm not going to begin to predict just because this has been such a tumultuous process. But as you heard from Speaker-designate Mike Johnson, he is hopeful that he can get the votes he needs on this first ballot. Last night, of course, he won 128 votes in a secret ballot, but there were a number of lawmakers who were absent. There were also about 30 lawmakers who voted for other candidates. But that being said, last night he said he was confident. He feels confident going into this round. One reason why is that he really hasn't been facing as much pushback as we have seen other candidates receive, whether that was Jim Jordan, where there was just a firm block in opposition to him, similar with Steve Scalise. So from that standpoint, of course, Tom Emmer didn't even make it to a floor vote yesterday, being only the speaker designate for about 4 hours. So that being said, those potential holdouts seem to be a bit quieter, but because there were a number of lawmakers who weren't present at yesterday's meeting, it's still an unknown whether or not he will be able to lock this all down.
This position will now be beneath him, and they will have to offer their support, their guidance, their floor capabilities, their legislative capabilities to this newly minted speaker. So he will be reliant, that is to say Mike Johnson, on people he has just bested for this coveted position.
We will see if they can keep a united front, because you now have a new speaker who believes, certainly based on my conversations with his colleagues over the past 24 hours, that he does have power now, and he wants to use it. Speaker Johnson's already issuing his own letters about his agenda in terms of how he wants to handle appropriations. It's not necessarily the agenda of Majority Leader Scalise, though Scalise, being from Louisiana as well, and a mentor, is certainly going to be a right hand to this new speaker. So will Tom Emmer, the Majority Whip. But what's going to be intriguing to watch and important for the country is how does he handle spending on all of these crucial fronts. This is someone who comes out of the House of Representatives flank that's anti-spending, that wants to restrict abortion rights, that wants to restrict the size of government. And this is someone who is not just kind of a conservative. He's a deep conservative on social issues, cultural issues, economic issues. So you have right now in the United States someone with an ideology from the right wing of the Republican Party assuming the speakership of the House.
Republicans have described this 3-week period as chaotic, a bad look, and now they have a speaker, which means they are a legislatively re-energized body, which means they can now engage with the White House. So I want to go to our senior White House correspondent, Weijia Jiang, who joins us. Weijia, what's the perspective on this development from the White House?
Well, Major, the White House and President Biden have been very careful not to talk about any potential candidates who may become the Speaker of the House, because that wouldn't be in the president's best interest, because he has to work with whoever it is. And in this case, it will be a bit awkward because, as you've been talking about, Congressman Johnson led the charge in the efforts to try to overturn the election that Joe Biden won back in 2020. But they have talked about the urgent need to fill this void because right now, President Biden is at the center of the world when it comes to the U.S. foreign policy. And he has been trying to convey that America is back, that allies can count on America, and that America is a leader for all democracies. But at the same time, you have this split screen of the dysfunction of Congress. And it's really fitting and really pretty remarkable timing, Major, that he's actually starting a press conference at this moment with the Prime Minister of Australia, who is here to talk about the security challenges in the Indo-Pacific. And so that Prime Minister has goals too, namely to get a submarine transfer that requires congressional approval. So all of this, Major, to say that, yes, this is a requirement for the president to move his legislative agenda forward. So there will be relief here at the White House that the Republicans were able to elect someone, even if it is not whoever the president was hoping it would be, although he never publicly said one way or another. Major.
In their tallies, that the total number of votes cast is 429, of which the Honorable Mike Johnson of the state of Louisiana has received 220 votes.
I want to kill their leader.
And the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 209 votes. Therefore, the Honorable Mike Johnson of the state of Louisiana, having received
I didn't lose any guys.
is duly elected
Nice.
Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 118th Congress.
Lucidchart makes intelligent diagramming easy and helps your best ideas become real. Start from scratch or get started with templates. Shape your ideas with hundreds of shape libraries.
We're going to jump back now
over
to
to
the
the
House,
Capitol.
where our new House Speaker Mike Johnson is speaking.
You are going to get Mike Johnson here. It looks like you're. Take me through your thinking at this moment. This obviously is this vindication for you?
Mike Johnson is a godly man. He's a thoughtful man. He understands the complexities of policy decisions. I serve with Mike Johnson not on just one committee, but on two committees, Judiciary and House Armed Services, so he understands foreign policy and military policy. And he's been my seatmate in the Judiciary Committee for 7 years, where I've seen how his tactical proficiency can really help us uproot some of the most weaponized and really unfortunate features of the Biden government.
I mean, there's going to be key issues that he's going to have to confront that McCarthy had to confront of funding the government. Would you be okay if he has to pass a short-term spending bill in mid-November?
But Mike Johnson just put out a plan to get rid of the French work week here in Washington and to go to Bayou work hours, where we're here even on weekends, even late at night, passing our appropriations bills. Mike Johnson just moments ago put out his plan on government funding, and you didn't even see the word continuing resolution in that plan. We're going to fund this government. We're going to fund Israel. We're going to fund our troops and our border patrol, but we're not going to do it by mashing all of those issues together in one up or down vote. We're going to address them in single subject legislation.
But if he's going to have to move on a short-term spending bill, if he does, will that be enough to oust him the way you ousted McCarthy?
Well, these aren't short-term spending
Yeah,
bills.
but he's going to have to. He's not going to by November 17th. If he's forced to move on a short-term spending bill to keep the government open, would you push to oust him?
No, and I don't expect that that's where we're going. And he's put out a plan that's in direct contravention to that. What we're looking at with Mike Johnson is a strategy to put pressure on the Senate to take up our bills. For example, we have over $3 billion in Iron Dome money in our state and foreign ops appropriations bill that we passed, that the Senate could take up, could amend, could conference with us at any time. And that's a better way to do this than having continuing resolutions govern our country.
You don't think he's going to do a continuing resolution at all?
He doesn't think he's going to do a continuing resolution based on the substance of the plan he put out. I wouldn't fault Speaker Johnson if we have to have some sort of bridge to those single subject bills, but that was never in the cards with Speaker McCarthy.
But that's what McCarthy exactly did. He had a bridge to try to do a big, longer bill.
There's a fundamental difference. Kevin McCarthy took 6 weeks off in August, which was the tell that he was never serious about single subject bills. When you're behind schedule, you don't take a 6-week vacation unless your goal is to ultimately truncate the process and get to a continuing resolution. Mike Johnson's goal is to get to single subject spending bills. Kevin McCarthy never had that goal. He might have said so, but like many things with Kevin McCarthy, it lacked truthfulness and sincerity.
But what if he's forced to agree to spending levels higher than, say, the fiscal responsibility Act spending levels? Would you accept that under Speaker Johnson?
Look, I understand in divided government, we have to negotiate these things hearings with Biden and with the Senate. I've always said that. The question is what platform to use for that negotiation. I don't think we should be governing by omnibus or continuing resolution. Some of my colleagues just wanted to negotiate the features of that. So I'm sure I won't get a spending level as low as I would probably like it in divided government, but I think
I bet he
more
would.
efficacy
He
out of
won't,
our
but
spending if we have programmatic analysis and review, and you only get that with an amendatory process on single subject bills, not one big up or down vote on funding the government.
It just sounds like you're giving him a lot more leeway than you didn't give McCarthy.
I trust Mike Johnson, and I know Mike Johnson wants to achieve the goals I wanted to achieve. I didn't trust Kevin McCarthy because he wanted to achieve the goals that K Street wanted to achieve. There's a lot of hand-wringing and bedwetting among the lobbyists and the PAC bundlers because they do not have a Speaker of the House anymore that they own and control and can manipulate. Mike Johnson answers to God and the Constitution, and it's not a question of how much leeway to give him. It's accepting the realities of divided government, but we have to change the rules of the game. That's what Mike Johnson's going to do. He's going to really prioritize our single-subject bills over whatever ornament one can hang on.
It's going to be sweet.
Okay, if he brings Ukraine aid to the floor, what would you do?
Well, I was heartened that last night when Mike Johnson gave his acceptance remarks, he talked about Israel, and we didn't hear so much about excessive involvement for the United States in figuring out who's going to run Crimea.
Speechify Studio is for the content creators, the e-learning educators, the marketing pros, and everything in between. With a simple...
We want to, right now, Sandra, go to the House floor for Mike Johnson and his speech.
Yeah, let's listen.
Where is this?
Thank you. Thank you all. First, a few words of gratitude. I want to thank Leader Jeffries. I do look forward to working with you on behalf of the American people. I know we see things from very different points of view, but I know that in your heart you love and care about this country and you want to do what's right. And so we're going to find common ground there, all right?
That's good. That was nice of him to... I don't really like obviously I don't like Jeffries.
I want to express my great thanks for our Speaker Emeritus, Kevin McCarthy. Kevin has dedicated over 2 decades of his life to selfless public
how
service,
old is
16
he?
of those years in this House. And you would be hard-pressed to find anybody who loves this institution more or has contributed more to it. He is the reason we're in this majority today. His impact can never be overstated. And I want to thank him for his leadership, his friendship, and the selfless sacrifice that you and Judy have made for so many years. You helped build it.
It's kind of crazy that 51 is...
I want to thank the dedicated and overworked staff of this beleaguered House. They accept praise so stoically. But Miss Susan Cole, our House reading clerk, and yes. Listen, all the clerks and all the staff, you know, they're terribly overworked. This has been a grueling process, but they have served an integral role in keeping our republic, and we thank them for that service. I know we all do.
Maybe we'll go.
I want to thank my dedicated wife of almost 25 years, Kelly. She's not here. We couldn't get a flight in time. This happened sort of suddenly. But we're going to celebrate soon. She spent the last couple of weeks on her knees in prayer to the Lord, and she's a little worn out. We all are. I want to thank our children, Michael and Hannah and Abby and Jack and Will. All of our children sacrifice. All of them do, and we know that. And there's not a lot of perks to being a member of Congress's kid, right? And so I want to thank all your families as well for what they endure and what they've had to endure for the last few weeks. We've been here a while. I want to thank my faithful mother, Jeannie Johnson, who bore me at the age of 17. And my brothers Chris and Josh and my sister Laura and all their families and all of our extended family. In Louisiana, family's a big deal, and we got a bunch of them. I especially want to thank all the extraordinary people of the great state of Louisiana. We have never had a Speaker of the House hail from our state, and so they've been lifting us up. I thank the people of Louisiana for the opportunity to serve you in Congress, and I'm humbled by your continuous support. We will make you proud. To my colleagues, I want to thank you all for the trust that you have instilled in me to lead us in this historic and unprecedented moment that we're in. The challenge before us is great, but the time for action is now, and I will not let you down. I want to say to the American people, on behalf of all of us here, we hear you. We know the challenges you're facing. We know that there's a lot going on in our country, domestically and abroad, and we are ready to get to work again to solve those problems, and we will. Our mission here is to serve you well, to restore the people's faith in this House, in this great and essential institution. My dad, it was mentioned, my dad was a firefighter. He was an assistant chief in the fire department in my hometown of Shreveport, Louisiana, a little town in northwest Louisiana. On September 17, 1984, when I was 12 years old, he was critically burned and permanently disabled in the line of duty. All I ever wanted to be when I grew up was the chief of the fire department in Shreveport. But after the explosion on that fateful day, he nearly died, and it was a long road back, and it changed all of our life trajectories. I'm the oldest of 4 kids, And my dad, he lived with pain all the rest of his life for decades more. And I lost my dad to cancer 3 days before I got elected to Congress, 3 days. And he wanted to be there at my election night so badly. I'm the first college graduate in my family. This was a big deal to him. And so several weeks after that, it was early 2017. It was my freshman term, and it fell to me to be in the rostrum one night to serve here as Speaker Pro Tem. I thought that was a big deal until I figured out that's what you do for freshmen late at night. And I think if my memory serves, Miss Jackson Lee was winding down one of her long, eloquent speeches. And not that I was not enraptured by her speech, but I looked up at the top of the chamber there, and I saw the face of Moses staring down. And I just felt in that moment the weight of this place, right? The history that is revered here and the future that we are called to forge. And I really was just kind of almost overwhelmed with emotion. It occurred to me in that moment, it had been several weeks, and I had not had an opportunity yet to grieve my dad's passing, and I just had this sense that somehow he knew. And I had tears come to my eyes, and I was standing here, and I'm wiping them away, and then it suddenly occurs to me, the late night C-SPAN viewers are going to think something's very wrong with the new young congressman from Louisiana. It wasn't Sheila's speech. I'm sorry. I just knew in that moment that my dad, my father, would be proud of me, and I felt that he was. And I think all of our parents are proud of what we're called to do here. I think all the American people at one time had great pride in this institution, but right now, that's in jeopardy. And we have a challenge before us right now to rebuild and restore that trust. This is a beautiful country. It's the beauty of America that allows a firefighter's kid like me to come here and serve in this sacred chamber where great men and women have served before all of us and strive together to build and then preserve what Lincoln did refer to as the last best hope of man on earth. We stand at a very dangerous time. I'm stating the obvious. We all know that. The world is in turmoil. But a strong America is good for the entire world.
I get that saying, but I don't really believe in the implications that saying has. That America should be like the fucking police or the daddy of the world, you know?
We are the beacon of freedom, and we must preserve this grand experiment in self-governance. It still is. We're only 247 years into this grand experiment, and we don't know how long it will last. But we do know that the founders told us to take good care of it. I want to tell all my colleagues here what I told the Republicans in that room last night. I don't believe there are any coincidences in a matter like this. I believe that Scripture, the Bible, is very clear, that God is the one that raises up those in authority. He raised up each of you, all of us. And I believe that God has ordained and allowed each one of us to be brought here for this specific moment in this time. This is my belief. I believe that each one of us has a huge responsibility today to use the gifts that God has given us to serve the extraordinary people of this great country, and they deserve it. And to ensure that our republic remains standing as the great beacon of light and hope and freedom in a world that desperately needs it. It was in 1962 that our national motto, "In God We Trust," was adorned above this rostrum. And if you look at the little guide that they give tourists and constituents who come and visit the house, if you turn in there to about page 14 in the middle of that guide, it tells you the history of this. And it says very simply, these words were placed here above us. This motto was placed here as a rebuke of the Cold War era philosophy of the Soviet Union.
Oh.
That philosophy was Marxism and communism, which begins with the premise that there is no God. This is a critical distinction that is also articulated in our nation's birth certificate. We know the language well. The famous second paragraph that we used to have children memorize in school, and they don't do that so often anymore, but they should. G.K. Chesterton was the famous British philosopher and statesman, and he said one time, America is the only nation in the world that is founded upon a creed. And he said it's listed with almost theological lucidity in the Declaration of Independence. What is our creed? We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, not born equal, created equal. And they are endowed by the same inalienable rights, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. That is the creed that has animated our nation since its founding, that has made us the great nation that we are. And we're in a time of extraordinary crisis right now. And the world needs us to be strong. They need us to remember our creed and our admonition. Turmoil and violence have rocked the Middle East and Eastern Europe. We all know it. And tensions continue to build in the Indo-Pacific. The country demands strong leadership of this body, and we must not waver. Our nation's greatest ally in the Middle East is under attack. The first bill that I'm going to bring to this floor in just a little while will be in support of our dear friend Israel, and we're overdue in getting that done.
Not a big fan of that, but
we're going to show not only
you
Israel,
got to take
but the
what you
entire
can
world
get.
That the barbarism of Hamas that we have all seen play out on our television screens is wretched and wrong, and we're going to stand for the good in that conflict. We have a catastrophe at our southern border. The Senate and the White House can no longer ignore the problem. From Texas to New York, wave after wave of illegal migrants are stressing our communities to their breaking points. We know that our streets are being flooded with fentanyl, and all of our communities, children, and even adults are dying from it. The status quo is unacceptable. Inaction is unacceptable, and we must come together and address the broken border. We have to do it. The skyrocketing cost of living is unsustainable, and Americans should not have to worry about how they're going to feed their family every week because they can't afford their groceries anymore. Everybody in this room should think about this. Here's the stats. Prices have increased over 17% in the last 2 years. Credit card interest rates are at the highest level in nearly 3 decades, and mortgage rates are now at a peak we haven't seen since 2001. We have to bring relief to the American people by reining in federal spending and bringing down inflation. The greatest threat to our national security is our nation's debt. And while we've been sitting in this room, that's right.
It's time to make your voice heard. Register to vote in Montana. Your vote is your power. It's how we shape our future and protect our heritage. Every voice matters. Every vote counts. Be a part of the change. Stand up for what matters most. Join us in building a brighter future for Montana's Native communities. Together, we can make a difference.
People who really rule you. Most of them are faceless bureaucrats you've never heard of.
We have committed ourselves to
One of the most common misconceptions in our time is that we're responsible more or less for the whole world in perpetuity. The founders begin from a premise of non-interference in the affairs of other nations.
The debt has crossed almost $33.6 trillion. In the time that it's going to take me to deliver this speech, we'll go up another $20 million in debt. It's unsustainable. We have to get the country back on track. Now, we know this is not going to be an easy task, and tough decisions will have to be made. But the consequences, if we don't act now, are unbearable. We have a duty to the American people to explain this to them so they understand it well. And we are going to establish a bipartisan debt commission to begin working on this crisis immediately. We all know that we also live in a time of bitter partisanship. It was noted, and it's been on display here today. Right? When our people are losing their faith in government, when they're losing sight of the principles that made us the greatest nation in the history of the world, I think we got to be mindful of that. We're going to fight. We're going to fight vigorously over our core principles because they're at odds a lot of times now in this modern era. We have to sacrifice sometimes our preferences because that's what's necessary in a legislative body. But we will defend our core principles to the end. In his farewell address, thank you. In his farewell address, President Reagan explained the secret of his rapport with people. And I like to paraphrase his explanation all the time. He said, you know, they call me the great communicator, but I really wasn't that. He said, I was just communicating great things, and they're the same great things that have guided our nation since its founding. What are those great things? I call them the 7 core principles of American conservatism, but let me concede to you all, I think it's really quintessentially the core principles of our nation. I boil them down to individual freedom, limited government, the rule of law, peace through strength, fiscal responsibility, free markets, and human dignity. Those are the foundations that made us the extraordinary nation that we are. And you and I today are the stewards of those principles. The things that have made us the freest, most powerful, most successful nation in the history of the world. The things that have made us truly exceptional. In this time of great crisis, it is our duty to work together, as previous generations of great leaders have, to face these great challenges and solve these great problems. I will conclude with this. The job of the Speaker of the House is to
I
serve
might
the whole
win
body, and
this,
I will.
but it's
I've
gonna
made a commitment to my colleagues here that this Speaker's
weaken
office
the shit
is
out
going
of
to be
me.
known for decentralizing the power here. My office is going to be known for members being more involved and having more influence in our processes and all the major decisions that are made here, for predictable processes and regular order. We owe that to the people. That's right. And I'm going to make this commitment to you, to my colleagues here and on the other side of the aisle as well. My office is going to be known for trust and transparency and accountability, for good stewardship of the people's treasure, for the honesty and integrity that is incumbent upon us, all of us, here in the people's house. Our system of government is not a perfect system. It's got a lot of challenges, but it is still the best one in the world, and we have an opportunity to preserve it. Last thing I'm going to say is a message to the rest of the world. They have been watching this drama play out for a few weeks. We've learned a lot of lessons, but you know what? Through adversity, it makes you stronger. And yeah.
Fuck,
and
yeah.
we want our allies around the world to know that this body of lawmakers is reporting again to our duty stations. Let the enemies of freedom around the world hear us loud and clear. The People's House is back in business. Thank you. Thank you. We will do our duty here. We will serve you well. We will govern well, and we'll make you proud in this institution again. We're gonna fight every day to make sure that is true. I look forward to the days ahead. I genuinely believe in my heart that the best days of America are still ahead of us. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
I saw some polling results that made me want to talk about something. From Polling USA, Americans support getting into a war with Iran if Iran attacks Israel. Should the United States directly intervene in the conflict if Iran attacks Israel? 59% say yes. It's broken down by age group, and you can see older people are more in favor of it. Now, one thing that you might notice from this poll is that it's not sourced, and I have no idea what the sample size is, and it could be completely made up. I have no idea if it's real. But I do want to talk about Iran. I want to talk about intervention in Iran, because I think that it's going to become a very big talking point in the near future, and I just want to sort of share my thoughts on it in like one easy place, okay? So, Iran is a country full of a wide variety of ethnic and political groups controlled by a dictatorial Islamist regime. The reason they're controlled by it is basically our fault. Iran used to be ruled by a Shah who was supported and backed by the West, and he was so decadent and hated by his people that the Iranian people had a revolution, and there were a bunch of different revolutionary groups looking to replace the Shah. And the Islamists won and killed the other ones, or arrested them. And that's why they rule today. The people of Iran are a lot more mixed politically than I think a lot of people understand them to be. One of the things that distinguishes, one of the things that distinguishes Iran from its neighboring countries that a lot of Americans don't seem to understand, they don't sort of respect this fact, is that Iran is a real country, okay? Now, not to come across as racist or anything, but Afghanistan is like maybe half a country. Let's be real here, okay? Afghanistan has been bombed into oblivion so many times, warring constantly. It's just truly, it's a wacky place, you know? To a large extent, Iraq is like this as well. A large portion of Syria is literally like a failed state at the moment. Like this whole portion of Syria right here doesn't even exist. Iran is not like that. Iran is much more developed. It has a larger economy, a more educated population with better developed cities. If I think this sounds really obvious, but I often hear people rope together Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Iran, and Afghanistan like in the same breath. But there are so many differences. Like a lot of people just don't respect that when they talk about this, you know? Let me just Google really quickly, like Kabul. Sure, show me Kabul. Now, it's a little unfair to use Kabul. I mean, it's not. A lot of wacky things have happened in Kabul, okay? It's a wacky place. We love our wacky places, don't we, folks? Okay? Kabul, capital of Afghanistan. Notice how even in Afghanistan, they know how to use color better than a lot of Western cities. Tehran. Wow, the mountains are big in Iran. I'm going to get to the point on the mountain shortly, but just like the mountain ranges in Iran are insane. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. Okay, so Iran is much more developed. The problem here is that Iran's leadership is not great. Iran's leadership legitimizes its rule by posing itself as an anti-imperialist regime that fights against Western influence. Remember, the Ayatollah came to power in direct response to an overthrowing of the Shah, of the Western-backed puppet leader, right? So in a way, the Islamist regime of Iran is a direct response to American, Western, at the very least, imperial power. Now, obviously, day to day, the Iranian leadership is not like fighting America. They're not exactly battling in the streets to remove American occupiers.
I was not
past
wanting
actions
to
of Western
fight
governments
this guy.
are very convenient to them now because they can paint a narrative where they're like, hey, you know how the West is evil, right? Right? The West is evil, right? Look at all these things they did to us. And we did do those things to them. Now that we've established the West is evil, let me explain to you how the Ayatollah...
I mean, we did do those things to him, but...
Western decadence and cultural influence. Does that make sense? So our past crimes are convenient to their leadership as a way of justifying their power. Putin does the exact same thing, by the way. Exact same thing. So it's pretty common around the world. North Korea, they do the same thing. Countries that don't like the West do this. They like doing this, okay? So Iran doesn't like the West. The people of Iran, based on the polling that I've seen, actually not super anti-Western. Again, a lot of them are relatively worldly educated and, economically developed. A good comparison to this would be China. The government of China is pretty anti-American. And likewise with America's government to China. But the average Chinese citizen, if you just go over to Beijing or something and ask around, you're not going to see this seething cultural hatred of America present in the people broadly, you know? And that's largely because as a consequence of being relatively wealthy and educated, it's just kind of hard to keep people in that state. You know what I mean? I'm generalizing a lot, but it is important to understand that the average Iranian citizen is not some kind of diehard jihadist. They really, really aren't. A lot of Iranians do not like their leadership. Okay, so with all that being said, Iran wants nukes. And you know who could blame them? Iran wants nukes. As a country that has been victimized by foreign powers a few times. I mean, the war with Iraq, the constant threats of invasion from America, the fact that Israel is right over here, and Israel and Iran hate each other. Iran wants nukes. Every country wants nukes, right? Only a few get to actually have them. We had, under Obama, the fantastic Iranian nuclear accords, which were meant to prevent Iran from pursuing a nuclear program, and in exchange, we would lighten up sanctions and unfreeze money. Yeah, the JCPOA. Yeah, I always forget the exact term for it. I always just think of it as the nuclear accords. Obama had this deal signed. Trump got rid of it. It was the best foreign policy thing that Obama did, and Trump destroyed it. Thank you. Yeah, people were saying we were paying Iran to not build nukes, but that's wrong. We froze their money. We were giving them their money back and keeping them from building nukes. The rules of the agreement allowed us to inspect their facilities. One thing that you have to understand about building nukes is some parts of it are a lot easier than others. First, obtain fissile material, uranium, plutonium, whatever. How easy is this? Pretty easy. The world actually has a lot of uranium in it. It's not that hard. Step number 2, build a missile program. Well, if you're a developed nation, you already have one. I don't know if Iran has ICBM capabilities. Iran has the largest and most diverse ballistic missile arsenal in the Middle East, but do they have ICBMs? Iran says it has successfully test-launched ballistic missile. Okay, if Iran is bragging about a potential 2,000-kilometer range, that means they don't have ICBMs. However, they do have BMs. Ballistic missiles. 2,000 kilometers would allow them to... Where's the ruler on this? Is there not a ruler on default Google Maps? Whatever. 2,000 kilometers gives them quite a lot of range. Certainly enough to hit Israel, which is the main country that's worried. So we have fissile material, and we have a missile program. What's the third thing we need to do? Right. Enrich the uranium. Uranium on its own can't sustain a nuclear reaction. You need a particular isotope. And only about 1% of uranium is the right...
Let's watch this. Because Ben Shapiro and Destiny are going to have a debate. I don't know exactly when. We'll definitely have to watch that.
Destiny didn't actually engage in about bodily autonomy. The most famous argument along these lines is the... So let's talk about the sort of tactics that you use when you're debating the abortion issue on places like the Whatever Podcast. How do you prepare for that sort of thing?
Well, when I'm engaged in a debate or dialogue with someone else, I make sure to watch their previous debates, see what they believe about abortion. So when I was engaging Destiny on this question, I watched his previous debates, and I saw that he doesn't use the standard weak arguments pro-choice people use, like what about women who are too poor, or what about back alley abortions? He doesn't even think bodily rights arguments work well. It's my body, my choice. He thinks those arguments are terrible.
You are making a bodily autonomy argument.
What? No, I'm not. That's the dumbest
argument in the world.
Because he believes that a person begins to exist 20 weeks after conception when you're conscious. But as I pointed out in the debate, there are many non-human animals that are more conscious than human newborns. So why don't we give them a right to life? So Destiny's position ultimately collapses because it can't explain the unique value that only human beings have. And whenever I try to have abortion discussions, I always get back to that one question: what are the unborn? And if they're human beings, why don't we treat them humanely?
Yeah, I mean,
but the problem is, if I push him, what do you think is the unique value of human consciousness? The only thing he's going to give me is a religious answer. This isn't very. I don't think this is a very satisfying own for him because the only thing he can back up on is Christian dogma. But okay.
The consciousness argument I've always found to be somewhat bizarre because, again, consciousness is actually a continuum. I mean, you see this among fully grown human beings. I mean, there are certain human beings who are capable of higher levels of thought than other human beings.
Wait, what? So would you say they're more conscious, or what does he mean by that?
And you get into eugenic territory pretty quickly if you decide to
that
draw an
depends
arbitrary
on what
line
you mean
at certain
by
mental
what
function. I mean, obviously,
is.
there are people who have genetic preconditions that makes their IQ significantly lower than the...
IQ is not a proxy for conscious experience. What a weird statement. I don't go by cognitive abilities at all.
Average. Why should we draw the level of humanity? I mean, if we use sort of ancient philosophy and suggest that reason is the thing that separates man from the beast, then what about people who are not capable of reason? What about people who are mentally ill? What about people...
What do you mean not capable of reason? Everybody's capable of reason. It's like a priori a part of the human experience. Unless he's talking about literally people that are experiencing psychosis. But we already don't treat those as fully formed people. We usually will restrict their rights. We force medication on them. We don't give them some autonomy in society. What do you mean?
People who have, as I say, genetic conditions. And why not
eliminate
all those people
and
deny them a right to life?
Kill them.
I will say that Peter Singer at least takes it to its logical conclusion. He says that, even the level of consciousness of a 2-year-old is less than that of animals. So basically, until a kid's 3 and smarter than a cow, then at that point you can't kill them. But until they're 2, you probably could.
That's right. And in fact, in the discussion with Destiny, he even admitted that when I showed weaknesses in his argument, he said, well, at worst, that's just going to push my position towards infanticide. I'm not going to accept the humanity of early embryos. But I think for many normal human beings, they have a very strong moral intuition that it's wrong to kill newborn babies. So if your view on abortion leads to the morality of killing newborn babies, then most people will see, yeah, your view on abortion is just simply wrong. Now, I think someone like Destiny might say to reply, which I think is a good one. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, you continue.
Oh, sure. Well, I was going to say that the reply might be that, yes, consciousness varies in different degrees, but you could still have the property of being conscious or not being conscious. Just like how someone on a football team, there might be some better players or worse players. You're either on the team or not on the team, which is why I brought it to Destiny. Well, what if we had a healthy pre-conscious fetus and we caused them to be permanently unconscious? Could we use them, for example, to do organ harvesting and just grow a brain-injured human being, or do even worse things I don't even want to say here on the show that he admitted you could do, which just ultimately shows the inhumanity of his position.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, aside from that, if somebody is in a coma and that coma is temporary, the person is unconscious. I mean, every time you go in for surgery, they put you into a state of...
I understand for Ben, he just thinks of some random dipshit But like, wow, never thought about that. What about like a sleeping person? Like, wow, yeah, no, obviously. But I mean, I guess he's just giving like level 1 counter arguments, but
of unconsciousness in order for them to do the surgery. In that state, when you're unconscious, presumably the answer is that you could be killed.
Do you think Ben watched the debate? No, no shot. 0% chance. It's a long-ass debate.
And if the idea is that, well, that's time-bound, well, so is human brain development, right? The whole idea there is that if you are unconscious and somebody drugs you so that you're in a coma, and then, or so that you're unconscious while they do the surgery, and then you come out of the surgery, and the argument is you can't kill the person while they're unconscious because they will eventually become conscious again. Well, that is literally all pregnancy ever, is a thing that is not conscious, gaining consciousness as time goes on. So it's an argument that doesn't sustain even sort of the most basic scrutiny. But honestly, most arguments on abortion really come down to the idea that they just kind of want abortion to be legal. And because they want that, there's no way to draw any sort of consistent line at all that, for example, prohibits the killing of infants or prohibits the killing of the mentally, quote, unfit, as they would have called them in the early 20th century.
Right. As I said to Destiny, we were talking about, I think the host Brian asked, what do you think is the worst pro-choice argument? And I said the worst one, which is probably the most common, is that abortion ought to be legal because abortion helps born people. I mean, that's essentially it, right? What about someone who's too poor to take care of a child, someone who's too young? Abortion needs, it helps.
What?
Helps born people, so it ought to be legal. And of course, the weakness in this argument is that it just ignores whatever the unborn are. We need to answer that question. If the unborn are not human beings, then I agree, abortion is not a big deal. But if the unborn are human beings, abortion simply can't be justified.
Let's talk about how you protect your asset base. So here's the reality.
At least Trent's not doing like the worst job ever summarizing my position, at least, I guess. I'll give him that.
Let's talk for a second about some of the follow-up arguments. So you have the arguments about levels of consciousness that you've mentioned. And then you have the arguments that Destiny didn't actually engage in about bodily autonomy. And the most famous argument along these lines is the comatose violinist argument. The argument that somebody hooks you up bodily to a comatose violinist, and that are you forced to essentially carry this person around with you for 9 months or not? How do you respond to those sorts of arguments?
Well, what I point out is the violinist thought experiment. It puts us in the position of the pregnant mother, but what if we change the thought experiment to put you in the position of the violinist? What if somebody hung out with a group of the Society of Musical Pranksters, and they know that sometimes they'll go out, have a night of fun and antics, and they'll wake up hooked up to an unconscious person? And what if that person found out they were hooked up to you, and they said,
of all the ways to counter this argument, this seems like the worst way. I think the two most effective ways is, one, you show that the violinist argument only works in cases of because in consensual sex, you literally consent to the possibility that you might get pregnant. So one, it only works in cases. And two, the violinist argument pulls on intuitions, but it ignores the fact that in the form of a pregnancy, it's a child. I think the violinist argument changes significantly if you find out you woke up and you're attached to a violinist, but the violinist is your child that plays the violin. People's intuitions are going to a much stronger obligation to keep that child alive that's yours than a random stranger. This one, imagine you're the violinist, it's probably like the weakest.
You know what, I don't want, and you needed that person's kidneys to live. And they said, you know what, I don't want to take care of this guy, unplug him from me, kill him. There we see, wait a minute, you caused me to be dependent on you. So you owe me, you have a moral obligation to help me. But it gets even worse than that because this analogy is so far removed from pregnancy. An unborn child is not like a dying violinist who we choose to not save. When you unplug from the violinist, you don't start the fatal sequence of events that leads to the end of his life. You're choosing not to save his life. But in abortion, it's not the case. You have a healthy child and you initiate the fatal sequence of events by choosing to abort him or her. And then finally, my kidneys were not made for anybody else. If I donate to someone, that's extraordinary. That's a heroic act. But the uterus is designed for the unborn child, so the child, if he has any rights at all, has at least a right to the natural place he would live to receive food and sustenance.
One further argument on that front that I've used as well is the fact that when that argument assumes no relationship whatsoever between the two people at issue.
Yes, Ben is bringing up a better counter. What if that violinist was your child? And that pulls a lot differently at your intuitions.
If the dying violinist were your brother, presumably the math changes pretty quickly. And if the dying violinist were your child, which is what we are actually talking about right here, then the math changes fairly dramatically. And anybody who's like, oh, my kid was hit by a car and might be dying, can I unplug it from me? I think
most people would probably say, oh, you probably do have an obligation to do something for it's your child at that point. Yeah.
At that point, everybody goes, whoa, you want to kill your own kid? Like, that's a little bit awkward. Right. But most of these arguments are incredibly awkward, actually.
Right. They don't correspond to what pregnancy actually is. And so even in that case, you're right. Some people will tell me, yeah, the violinist argument, it doesn't work in normal cases of pregnancy where you do something knowing a person could get plugged into you. Yes. But maybe it works in the case of rape. Yeah. But imagine a woman is kidnapped by a rapist and she escapes and she's 9 months pregnant and, she's in a rural area trying to get away from him and she gives birth to this child that was conceived by the rapist. Now, she never chose to engage in intercourse, but this is still her child and the child is completely dependent upon her. She could not leave that child or just abandon that child. It would be a difficult situation, but our children have a right to our care, even if we don't consent to bringing them into existence.
If you're struggling with getting pro vocal mixes, let me show you something that might help. It's called Xvox, and it's by far the fastest and easiest way to get incredible sounding vocals.
We're speaking with Trent Horn. He's an apologist for Catholic Answers and the host of the Council of Trent podcast. So you did get into a sort of fascinating conversation with Destiny about the source of morality. And this is really what all this comes down to, is that if you don't believe that there is such a thing as an objective morality, you're likely to be able to spin off into whatever self-directed morality you choose. And that makes things very convenient for you. What do you think lies at sort of the fundamental level of the argument about the source of morality?
Yeah, well, I think that for many people who don't want to make morality objective, they might want to make it social. Destiny had a non-cognitivist position that morality is just an expression of disapproval. So if you say murder is wrong, that is literally the same thing as saying boo murder. I don't like murder. But most
he knows the Stanford Wiki. My one sole source of philosophy information.
of us, when we talk about these moral issues, we're not just debating opinions. We understand that these are moral facts that we're talking about here. And so it doesn't work when we're trying to establish what should moral standards be for society. So if you try to root it morality in social opinions, you get a lot of problems. For example, I would tell Destiny and other pro-choice people, if society eventually changed and said that abortion is immoral, would you agree with society? I think many of them would say, no, society's gone wrong. We have to get it back for women's rights. Oh, okay, so you don't think that morality really comes from society because you want to reform and change society to make it in accord with your understanding of morality. All of that shows that morality can't come merely from society. We have to have a moral standard that transcends time, place, and culture. Now, as a Christian, I think the best explanation for that is there is a perfectly moral person, the source of goodness itself, God, who transcends time, place, and culture, and that's where moral standards come from.
Cringe, bro.
Well, again, go check out the work of Trent Horn. You can hear he's really, really good at this. His book is Persuasive Pro-Life, How to Talk About Our Culture's Toughest Issues. It's available over at Amazon. Thanks so much for your time, Trent. Really appreciate it. Are you tired of the lies and the twists of the mainstream media talking points?
Yes.
Yeah, me too. Join me in my newest series, Fact, where I dismantle and bring truth to this tiring mainstream agenda.
Yes, that's what I want. Dismantle.
What the fuck?
Police department, open the door! Police department, open the door!
We get it, bro.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, this is Officer Clash, Motion Police Department calling you. What's going on? Well, we got a call from this number stating, okay, well, what apartment are you guys in? Well, we're trying to, we just want to make sure everything's okay, all right? So we just got to check on everyone. Okay. Well, how would you know we're knocking on the door?
We're not leaving, come to the door!
Oh, wait, what did she say?
Wait, I'm so confused.
We just want to make sure everything's okay, all right? So we just got to check on everyone. Okay. Well, how would you know we're knocking on the door?
We're not leaving, come to the door!
Oh, wait, what did she say?
What did she say?
We just want to make sure everything's okay, all right? So we just got to check on everyone. Okay. Well, how would you know we're knocking on the door?
We're not leaving, come to the door!
Expert detectives, America's finest.
Okay, what's going on?
I have to, nothing. Nothing, I have to go to work. I don't even know why you guys are here. Get away from me, please. You're making me feel, I want the chief of police here. Okay. Whoever the supervisor is, I want here.
Okay, he's coming.
Okay, I have to go to work. I don't have time for this, sir. I have to go to work.
So you called him?
No, I didn't. I don't know who called you.
Okay,
I didn't call you.
What's your phone number? Sir, that.
603-85. I'm from New Hampshire. Well, I'm from Massachusetts originally.
Okay, so who's in the apartment with you?
Me?
Okay, who else?
Me?
I'm confused.
I have to get ready,
I'm confused on what even started this.
I have to go to work. I have to go to work.
We got a call.
Hi. Oh.
Okay, so that's the number that called 911.
I actually have two different numbers.
That's the number that called 911.
Oh, you're right, it was.
Ah, she's rocking that dual SIM tech. She looks like a
What
very
is-
technologically
what is
astute
going
individual.
on here?
I'm sorry.
That's why we're here.
I have to go to work, y'all. I have to go to work. I have to go to work. I have to go to work. I'm not talking to you. I'm not speaking to you. I have to go to work.
Who else is inside? Okay.
I have to go to work. You guys are going to cause me to lose my job. Please let me go to work. There's no one inside. Please let me go home. Please. I have to go to work.
What the fuck?
Trigger from my past more insane relationships. Nothing triggers me more than women that think they can cry and scream and get their way. It's actually the most infantile, juvenile thing. Not juvenile, infantile. It's infantile. Oh my god, it's actually probably one of my #1 triggers. Holy shit.
I have to go to work, sir. Oh my god.
What the fuck? Oh, he just got tased! Fuck!
Holy shit.
What the fuck is going on? I want to know what they got the call about.
Stop. I didn't do anything. I thought you guys were hurting my wife. Officer! I can't breathe! He just tased my boyfriend for no reason! You need to
Bro, what is going on?
I can't move!
So why did they arrest her? Also, why is she screaming and acting like a fucking crack rock?
No, you are. You!
What are they?
Brandon, your first name, right?
Yes,
Brandon, all we had to do was talk about that, right?
It's got to be drugs. These guys both have to be on. But on what?
I'm so
What would make you
confused
act this
on
way?
what the fuck happened.
It wouldn't be like crack or meth or something, right? It's got to be something different, right? PCP? I don't know a lot of like the trashy drugs. I don't know like the impact on you. It's not drugs. They're just stupid people, really?
I'm so confused on what the fuck happened.
I'm from this area. It's 100% meth. It's bad there. Oh, he said 100%. Well.
That's all we want to do when we came here. Can we sit you up? Can you take the taser out of my leg, please? We want to sit you up so you're not laying out, okay?
Guys, I didn't do anything wrong.
You came out tensed up at us, man. You can't be doing that.
With your fist. I didn't leave my apartment. I did not leave my apartment.
You did, bud. You can't come out trying to fight us.
He just lost his job.
All right.
He just lost his job. I can't afford to lose my job. Please help me. Please.
Why is she under arrest?
Guys, please. Please. I'm gonna lose my job.
Have a seat here.
I'm gonna lose my job. Please don't. Please, I'm not gonna run. Why would you guys handcuff me? I wasn't running.
Okay, listen. You called 911. Just listen, all right? All right.
I called 911 because he was being a douchebag. I was just trying to threaten him with the cops.
Okay, that's
Oh, so she called 911 on him. Okay.
Why would you fully admit your crime? That's mega.
That's so fucking
illegal, guys. You can't prank call 911.
No.
Whoa.
So she made a missed call or called the police and then didn't want them to come afterwards, maybe too. But what the fuck?
Okay, first of all, right?
I understand that, but he wasn't doing anything. I wasn't doing anything.
Okay, you got every police officer over here because we thought someone was being murdered, beat up, and...
No, I'm fine. You guys did all of this. He thought that you were hurting me. Of course he came out here to help me. He thought you guys were hurting me.
Okay, you called 911.
You just tased him.
Yeah.
He wasn't doing anything.
Okay, she can go in the
No, please. I have to
Put your legs inside.
Sir, I have
Put
to.
your legs inside.
I'm trying to talk to you like an old
Put your legs inside the vehicle.
Please, talk to me.
No, put your legs inside the vehicle right now.
Can you please talk to me?
No, put your legs
Can you put the window down?
No. Roll the window
Can
down.
I please be in the know? I want to know what's happening. Guys, please. I have to work. I'm under arrest.
Yep, you're under arrest for obstructing an officer first.
I'm going to jail.
No, you're not going to jail. You're under arrest right now.
I have to work at noon, guys. I can't afford to lose my job.
I'm sorry. You shouldn't have called 911 and...
I didn't do anything, sir.
Yes, you did.
So I'm going to lose the work at noon. Please.
Put your leg in. Put your leg in or you will go to jail.
Holy Jesus. Streamer angle.
What the fuck?
Okay, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Put your leg down, please. Put your leg in the car.
Please put the window down a little bit.
Put your leg in the car.
It's just a little bit.
Stop yelling.
Please talk to me. I need to know what's going on, please, sir.
You're being arrested for 1, disorderly conduct. 2, resisting an officer.
I wasn't resisting, sir. I have to go to work at noon.
That is resisting an officer.
Sir, I have to go to work at noon.
And 3, for obstructing an officer by filing a false police report, which caused us...
Hey, wasn't I called the police because he was yelling?
Okay, you told me that you just made that up.
No, I told you he was yelling.
That
I
is being a
called the
douchebag.
cops.
Yeah.
Sir, I can't afford to lose my job.
I'm sorry about that.
So do I have to go down to the station?
You're gonna come down to the station right now, yeah.
Okay, please, can you bring me back now? I'm trying to be back before work, please.
No.
So is she gonna be held?
We don't know. You just screamed in my face.
I'm sorry. I have a baby I have to take care of.
Where's your baby right now?
In there.
In there?
Yes, sir. I have to go to work.
Okay.
Please, I have to go to work, please.
So who's gonna watch the baby?
I'll call out. I'll call out. I just have to leave my baby, please.
Well,
don't take
he
care of it.
obviously was
We're
gonna
take your
watch
baby. We gotta find
the
somebody for
fucking
him right now.
baby.
We have to go through what just happened right here, and we're gonna go do that at the police department.
Okay, well, can we go now? I have to work.
You wanna call him and just let him know you're gonna be late?
I can't. I'm the one that opens.
Well, I'm sorry, but that's
What is happening?
Hey, your decision's got you here. My decision? I didn't do anything besides try getting her to calm
This
down.
shit's
Cook breakfast
hectic
this
as
morning.
fuck, bro.
I didn't do anything besides cook bacon and sausages for us.
What part of cooking has you stepping through a door with your fist raised at police?
We have to work through what happened and make sure that nothing else happened, all right? And we're not gonna rush this because you're on a time schedule.
Sir, please. Nothing happened. He was...
The cop just sounds like he sounds like an aggressively normal person. Just because you're on a time schedule, he just sounds like a Twitch debater. I don't know. It's just very funny.
We're not gonna rush this because you're on a time schedule.
Sir, please. Nothing happened. He was yelling. I called the cops, and that is it.
Okay, you were screaming that
You guys just look
that
for
we need to get there.
any reason to arrest me. I don't get it.
I don't even know who you are.
I'm not telling you.
Okay, well then that's another reason we're not gonna let you go then. There's a baby in the room in there? Okay, so if he's rational and capable, let's leave him there based on the circumstances.
Okay. Are you gonna stay calm? Yes. Okay. I need you.
What is this interaction?
I need you to stay calm and cooperative at this point, all right? I'm gonna have Officer Fox unhandcuff you so you can tend to your baby.
Okay. What is your name?
Sir, I'm not yet. Please, I have to go to work.
Okay, what is your name?
I have to go to work.
I'm asking you what your name is.
Why?
So I can address you.
Shakira.
Is that your name?
Shakira. You can call.
What? This is some Reno. Is it Reno 911?
Afternoons on ABC Radio. If you wanted to sell your house, do you think it would be a good idea to not do it through an agent? Don't do it through real estate agents. I'll jolly well do it by myself. We'll find out about how easy that is to do.
How is you? Get out of here.
What is this?
Shakira.
Shakira what?
Shakira flabbergasted.
Shakira flabbergasted. Okay.
Can I please call my work?
Not at this time. I told you
Why?
that. Because you're under arrest. I should
Sir, can you call them for me? All you have to do is go on my phone.
I don't have your phone with you.
And I wasn't lying earlier. I have 2 different numbers on one phone. I have an eSIM card and a regular SIM card.
Oh, she actually does have the dual SIM. I made fun of her. She does. Jesus. Sophisticated meth users here. All right.
I'm not lying to you guys. I'm gonna lose my job.
I don't know what to tell you.
Sir, please just...
No, your actions are way inappropriate, and your neighbors don't have to put up with this.
Sir, I just want to make sure I don't lose my job.
I don't know what to tell you. I will call them.
Why would you tase him? He wasn't doing anything wrong. You guys are so fucking trigger happy. It's retarded. All cops deserve to get shot.
What the fuck?
Your husband? What the kind of shit is that? There's 6 of you. You guys could have bum rushed him, you fucking loser.
Jesus.
Bring me to the hospital.
For what?
Bring me to the hospital.
For what?
Bring me to the hospital. I want to kill myself, and I feel like I want to kill myself. Bring me to the hospital.
She knows like all the correct terms and everything. Jesus.
Duly noted.
Bring me to the hospital. I want to kill myself. I'm having thoughts of. Bring me to the hospital. Bring me to the hospital. I'm having thoughts of.
If you report to law enforcement or if you make it known that you have suicidal thoughts, then you're supposed to be brought to a hospital immediately. So the other person doesn't kill themselves. I don't know if the police would in this instance, but that's the reason why she's saying that.
I want to kill myself. I'd like to talk to an officer.
Okay. What would you like to talk about?
I would like to go to the hospital. I'm feeling.
We're not gonna take you to the hospital because you're gonna go to jail.
Oh, damn. That's pretty crazy.
What is he doing then?
We're still working through that, but.
Wait, why am I going to jail?
I told you that already.
Can I just get bailed out?
No.
Wait, I'm going to jail? For real? Wait, why? I'm going to sleep.
For real? For real? For real? For real?
I'm arrested.
For disorderly conduct, obstructing an officer.
He's not getting arrested?
We
What do you mean? How did she... What? Bro, this is
may arrest him too, yeah. But we'll take care of the baby.
Oh my god, you're gonna take my baby?
I'm not gonna take your baby.
CPS not gonna get my baby?
Did I say that? No, I did not say that at all.
Why can't I just get bailed out?
Because in
Oh my god, please sir, please, no, please.
I'll be 1095 to PD, beginning of 74990. 74990.
Oh,
I don't have a name for you right now.
What's going on with my baby? Is he getting arrested? Why am I getting arrested?
Because you created a giant disturbance here.
I didn't do anything. I didn't know that I was resisting. I was just trying to see if he was okay. Sir, please don't do this. I will swear to God, I will stop from here on out, guys. Please. Please.
No part of your actions have caused me to believe you.
I'm trying to talk to you like a normal person right now, sir, please.
Okay. You have not identified yourself yet either.
My birthday is 10. My social security number is. Please, sir, don't arrest me, please. I guess I'm already arrested.
You are arrested, yes.
I only called because I was trying to scare him and just not yelling at me anymore. I was wrong. That was wrong. I was wrong. That was illegal. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't know why I'm the one getting arrested.
Because of your behaviors after it.
Now, sir, please don't arrest me.
You are arrested right
now. Okay, well, please don't let me stay over the night. I promise my actions will change.
Right. I'm not seeing a significant change in your behavior, but...
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll stop. I'm sorry.
Just take a couple breaths. We'll talk. Hey, just take it. You're not listening. Take a couple breaths, and we'll talk when we're at the PD. Just breathe for a couple minutes. That's all I'm asking you to do. Okay, we're going to step out of the car. We're going to go to my booking area, and you can have a seat. All right?
Officer, I really don't want. I really don't have a choice, but guys, I didn't know that I was resisting arrest.
Okay.
Wow. See you next time, bucko.
What the fuck? That was
Slim's
crazy
Tender Mac
shit.
Bowls are back. Try the Tender Mac Bowl meal or the Buffalo Tender Mac Bowl meal.
And we have a missile program. What's the third thing we need to do? Right, enrich the uranium. Uranium on its own can't sustain a nuclear reaction. You need a particular isotope. And
on Wednesday, October 18th, I did a debate with Christian apologist Chris Date, hosted by the Trinity Radio team. That debate was something like agnosticism on trial, and a big theme of the night was empiricism. The very next day, I had Dr. Cy Gart, a PhD biochemist, on my show, and again, empiricism was a theme. But what is empiricism? Why should we care about it? And what does any of this have to do with atheism, theism, or agnosticism? Let's talk about it. To explain what empiricism is and why it matters in the theism, atheism, agnosticism debate, I'm actually going to turn it over to myself from the debate that I did with Chris Date. If you've already seen the debate, then skip ahead to this timestamp. If you haven't seen it though, buckle up, watch the presentation, and then we'll discuss a little bit more after. All right, let's start with the argument from empiricism. Having a solid understanding of what empiricism is will probably help me in making an argument from empiricism, so let's take a moment to define the term. I actually have two definitions on the slide now. One is from the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, the SEP for you philosophy geeks out there. And the other one is from Wikipedia, which is for the common folk like me out there. The two are fairly similar. This SEP says that empiricism is the idea that we have no source of knowledge other than experience. In other words, the only way to have sufficient reason to believe something is if you have experience of that thing. Wikipedia is similar but softer. Wikipedia says that empiricism is the view that holds that justified knowledge comes only or primarily from experience. In common conversation, I generally use the Wikipedia article definition, but I can't do that tonight. I'll be working with the SEP definition. You'll see why on the next slide. Here's how the argument goes. Premise 1, empiricism is the only method to obtain justified belief. Premise 2, the Christian God's existence cannot be empirically verified. Therefore, the conclusion is that justified belief in the Christian God is simply not possible. That's a huge statement, right? And a bold one at that. I expect that premise 1 is going to be hugely controversial. I actually don't expect premise 2 to be that controversial, and I don't expect the validity of my syllogism to come into question so much. But I do actually think that premise 2 is perhaps more impactful than people might think at first. I am getting ahead of myself. Let's just quickly take a look, and you'll notice that the conclusion doesn't actually follow from the Wikipedia article definition, but it does follow from the CEP definition, so I'll be using the CEP definition in my syllogism tonight. Okay. Notice that I'll be couching this term, so there's justification and then there's unjustified belief. That's going to come in a little bit later. For now, though, let's focus on premise 1. So premise 1 states that empiricism is the only method to obtain justified true belief. Why should we believe this? It's complicated, but for now, let's start with my favorite informal fallacy and appeal to authority. There's a super useful survey from Phil Papers called the Phil Papers Survey, where Phil Papers asks a whole bunch of PhD philosophers questions, and then it collects the data. One such question from the most recent survey from 2020 was rationalism versus empiricism. Without getting into the weeds, you can just think about rationalism as being not empiricism. Take a look at the results. By a decent margin, empiricism beats rationalism, 43.9% to 33.5%, meaning that empiricism is 31% higher than rationalism. That means 43.
So we've been covering a lot of depressing news on this channel over the last 2 or so weeks, and as much as that is important, sometimes it is important to give yourself a break from watching just like unimaginable horror. And sometimes you need a bit of a feel-good story in between the horrors of imperialism, capitalism, and just, you know, the terrible things going on in the world. And that is billionaires losing money because of their own stupid ideas. Now, recently emerged that Tesla is down a lot, and that actually impacts Elon's own wealth because a lot of his wealth is tied to Tesla stock. And he also had an earnings call with investors, which didn't go great. And I thought I would cover it today because it kind of revolves around the Cybertruck, which has been like hyped by Tesla influencers for about 3 years, I think, nearly. And we had that whole video of Elon Musk showing us the Cybertruck, like smashing it up and stuff to make it clear that it very much is a death trap if you crash this thing. But there's been more videos in the wild of this, but there's also been like leaked reports about how inadequate it is as a car. And I just wanted to talk about that in relation to this and just how it's all not going well for Elon these days. It seems that he epitomizes divorce dad midlife crisis, but he also happens to be in the top 5 most rich people on earth and literally bought a social media company because he seems to be so lonely and gets all his validation from his weird parasocial relationships with the legions of simps he has on Twitter. So all of that coming up for you today. Follow me on social media if you want to support my work. Check out my Patreon for benefits like the Discord server, or my Switch friend code, or old exclusive content on there, and check out the subreddit. The links to everything down in the description. But what inspired this video was, of course, the news, but also this picture going around social media. Any person that really cares about their safety should have this beast, showing the Cybertruck, which looks like Solid Snake's head in Metal Gear Solid 1, or Lara Croft's chest in the original Tomb Raider games. But yeah, I don't think I'll ever get over how ugly this thing is. But yeah, here is the new Cybertruck filled seemingly with bullet holes, because, like, you know, that's what you're going to be doing in this thing, going to active war zones in eastern Ukraine and hoping you survive the trip. Like, this is not the regular worry of anyone who drives a fancy car, probably in a very privileged Western country as well. I don't think you're going to be wishing, oh my god, I wish I had a bulletproof car. But also, Elon is known to lie about a lot of things, so I'm not even taking this at face value that this is even a real photo or this is bulletproof. But like we saw with the car seemingly not crumpling, it seems to be very sturdy, which is probably not good for you, the driver, if you're involved in a crash, because it won't absorb the force as well. Like, that's the whole reason cars do crumple up. And also, like, Cyberpunk the game seems to have some weird obsession with Elon Musk, which is just bizarre to me considering the themes of the game. Like, if you guys don't remember, they used to be big simps for him back in 2018. Elon Musk apparently tried to force himself to be in the game because Grimes plays a character in the game. And Elon also writing, Cybertruck will be waterproof enough to serve briefly as a boat, so it can cross rivers, lakes, and even seas that aren't too choppy. I think he tweeted this seriously, but that's obviously like another complete lie. I do want to see people try and use this. Please, if you know anyone who buys a Cybertruck and you're in it, don't let them drive it into the sea. It's going to be like that episode of The Office when Michael follows a sat-nav into a river. But yeah, they've also rendered the Cybertruck in Cyberpunk's engine, and it doesn't even feel like it fits that game. Like, I guess the front kind of does, but the weird, like, sharp edges on the back and the ceiling, it still even looks out of place, despite all the really weird cars in that game. And if you're someone who thinks the car looks at least weird, I think personally it looks bad, mainly because of the back of the Cybertruck. Apparently, achieving this horrible design also came with a lot of basic design flaws, which Wired wrote an article about. A leaked Tesla report shows the Cybertruck had basic design flaws. The alpha version of the electric vehicle company's first pickup had problems with braking, handling, noise, and leaks, according to an internal presentation. So in November 2019, Tesla CEO Elon Musk stepped onto a stage in California to launch the Cybertruck. With bodywork made of brushed stainless steel and unbreakable glass, what happened next has entered into the public relations folklore. Under the glare of the cameras, the demo truck's windows smashed not once but twice during a demonstration of their strength. Musk first swore, then joked there's room for improvement. That off-the-cuff remark could have been a fitting mantra for the entire project. Not that this faltering start has deterred Tesla's devoted fans. Since then, an estimated 1.8 million customers have put down their $100 deposits to reserve a Cybertruck. The vehicle was supposed to start running off production lines in 2021, but 2 years on, the trucks still haven't been delivered, and for most customers, they won't be until next year at the earliest. In May, the German newspaper Handelsblatt began reporting on the Tesla files, thousands of internal documents provided to it by a whistleblower. Among the documents was an engineering report that might give some insight into why the vehicle has taken so long to come to market. The report, dated January 25th, 2022, shows the pre-production alpha version of the truck was still struggling with some basic problems with its suspension, body sealing, noise levels, handling, and braking. Braking performance was also one of the...
But when you're trying to make a vehicle that like has never been made before, I understand that they would have some issues. So
worse than the report, with Tesla engineers aiming for a score of 7, but the alpha version only achieving a score of 4 or a poor rating. The unique styling of the truck with its angular plates and stainless steel alloy construction mean it's not only hard to manufacture, but will probably be hard to repair, experts say. Stainless steel is not easy to shape or mold, the material requires specialized welding techniques, and it doesn't flex easily, which could be dangerous in a crash when the force usually absorbed by the crumple zone could be transferred to the cabin occupant instead. Experts have also noted that the odd shape of the vehicle, especially at sharp edges, will make it hard for the Cybertruck to meet pedestrian protection rules in Europe and possibly other markets. These long, unbroken sheets of metal with sharp lines and a humongous windshield make me think there's going to be some real issues with potentially passing safety regulations outside the US. And addressing all of these issues have pushed up the price. Musk initially said it would start below 40 grand, but now I'm seeing online that people are saying it's going to probably go for 100k. So I've seen a lot of people over the years talking on Twitter how the design is really unsafe, especially for crashing this thing. Like that said, and like I said at the start, if you crash this, it's well more likely you're going to die from the impact inside because your car isn't going to take the force of it. And that's why cars have continuously been able to be more wrecked when they crash, because it will save your life, right? It's not like cars have been made worse since the 1950s. It's that they don't want people to die in accidents as much. So that's why cars can get extremely wrecked out and people can survive. And it's actually been a good way to reduce car fatalities. But no, Elon Musk wants to make, you know, something that resembles a coffin on wheels, looks ugly, has all these very specialist requirements that make it very hard to actually bring to market in the first place, constantly delayed it, and now has jacked up the price seemingly by like half. Like it is going to be apparently nearly 100k rather than 40k. And if you're spending 100k on this, I don't even know what's wrong with you, right? If you're a billionaire and you're doing it as a joke, yeah, fair enough. If you're just like some like random dude and you're buying a 100k car like that, that doesn't even have the aesthetic worth. Like it's not like in 50 years time, people are going to be thinking, oh wow, I need that car. No, like most cars, it's going to depreciate in value quickly. And even more so in this case, because it's just ugly as fuck. Now, let's go into the earnings call I was talking about. Now, this came after the news story that Tesla earns $690 million less than expected in the third quarter. So Tesla shares slid nearly 5% in an after-hours trading Wednesday after several misses of Wall Street expectations in its third quarter earnings. Revenue for the third quarter was $23.4 billion compared to predictions of $24.09 billion, with total gross profit declining 22% year over year. Analysts had expected the car maker's profitability to decrease since it reported a 7 percentage point decline in vehicle deliveries in quarter 3 compared with quarter 2. The report, which comes after Tesla decreased prices for some of its models earlier this year, implies that more price cuts are on the horizon. So Musk recently also had a call with Tesla investors. So talking about the Cybertruck, on this call, he said, "We dug our own grave with the Cybertruck." On yesterday's call with investors, Musk said he wanted to temper expectations and said that Tesla dug our own grave with the Cybertruck. Tesla's presentation claims an annual production rate of 125,000 Cybertrucks, and on the call, Musk said he thought the company would build 250,000 Cybertrucks annually in Texas, although not until 2025. I do want to emphasize that there will be enormous challenges in reaching volume production with the Cybertruck, and then making the Cybertruck cash flow positive. This is simply normal. So already, it seems the Cybertruck is not giving investors optimism for the future. But then you have this report. Elon Musk acted like a little baby and was almost in tears on Tesla's terrible earnings call. So financial analyst and YouTuber Kevin Afraf recently told Yahoo Finance that Musk was acting like a baby. He also described the call as terrible and said Musk was almost in tears. For a leader to cry about the economy rather than funneling that and coming up with a plan is pathetic. This guy also owns Tesla stock. He also pointed to Musk's comments on Tesla's Gigafactory in Mexico as an example. The $10 billion endeavor, which Musk confirmed during a meeting with investors in March, would be the company's 6th and most expensive factory to date. Musk suggested at one point on the call that he was delaying the factory in light of rising interest rates, which makes borrowing more expensive. If interest rates remain high or if they go even higher, it's that much harder for people to buy the car. They simply can't afford it, Musk said. Afraf slammed Musk's response, saying that the Tesla CEO was afraid and suggested that Musk should negotiate a better deal with the Mexican government or potentially advertise to higher income areas. Afraf has previously called on Tesla to promote its products to non-fans. We need to know the light is at the end of the tunnel rather than hearing a complaining CEO who's not actually providing that path. So I think to a lot of investors now, or even people who just want to buy Tesla stock, you just see Elon Musk's performance as the boss of Twitter to show how erratic he is and how out of touch he is. And while the myth of Elon Musk used to be, oh, this dude is unconventional, but he gets results. Look at his success on the Tesla car. The thing is, most of his products are all hype. The only thing that he seems to have made like a proper tangible impact in is space. So actually speaking to someone who works in that industry, and they say, while they give him credit for that, it's pretty clear SpaceX is run by very competent people, and he basically has nothing to do with it, and that's why it's successful. And it feels like Tesla has always been the same. But Tesla, SpaceX, Twitter, they just are Elon Musk now. So when he starts doing something on one of them, it affects the other two. And then he starts doing something stupid on one of them, like Twitter, and then starts trying to release something stupid like the Cybertruck, where Tesla sales are already not great at the moment, and competitors are becoming more common and also more popular. So he's kind of lost the novelty of, this is the first like premium electric car maker, right? So it feels like all of this stuff is going away. But here's the main thing of Elon Musk, right? Everything I just said, that he is these companies, while that turns off a lot of people, and you can kind of see how it affects the performance of Tesla stock, which is, you know, Elon Musk's own wealth in some regards as well, he also has cultists. And you see this on Twitter, you see this with Tesla, you see this with SpaceX, who believe that Elon Musk is some genius man who will lead us towards the future. On Twitter, he will protect free speech. With Tesla, he'll save the planet. With SpaceX, he'll lead us to colonize the stars, right? And how can you say anything bad about someone like that? And that also is true with people who have a lot of money to throw away as well. Because I found this article in the wake of the earnings call.
After I come and get all
Tesla not doing so great. Elon Musk lost a fortune on Tesla's earnings, but ARK's Cathie Wood says the intensity of his brain cells takes him to new levels when facing hardship. Wood, the CEO of ARK Invest, has remained a backer of Tesla where other investors have lost faith. The auto manufacturer is still ARK's biggest holding. Wood justifies her support of Musk on account of his troubleshooting abilities and dismissed fears that the richest man on earth is spreading himself too thin. Wood acknowledged that X was facing challenges, potentially drawing Musk's focus on occasion, but insisted it was no cause for concern. Elon is a troubleshooter. The troubles at X are not over yet. These difficult times, though, spur Elon's creativity. He is a troubleshooter and a brilliant technologist. Wood says these challenges just push Musk further. We think that each time Musk does face turmoil like this, the intensity of his brain cells takes him to new answers. We've seen this at Tesla every step along the way. Now that electric vehicles are scaling, he's got that machine in place. We now have the autonomous side scaling, and I think he's really focused on that. I think it has his attention. He knows and believes. I think that they're close to the finish line with his latest software upgrade. We don't think he has lost any focus. Wood believes that Tesla could cash on the development of autonomous taxis. Now, like I said, Elon Musk has his cultists, and even the last part about automated taxis. Has anyone seen all the scandals involving the self-driving feature on Tesla cars, which basically sees every pedestrian as a target to hit? Like I said, when you're in this kind of like entrepreneurial space, people become super deluded because a lot of these people have plenty of money to throw around anyway. And I think even as an anti-capitalist, I was quite naive to this until I started reading Oliver Stone's autobiography. And that might sound like a weird thing, but he was talking about the studios, and he was talking about this movie he made with Michael Caine. I think it was called The Hand or something, like a massive bomb. And he was talking about how the studios saw it because it didn't make him like lose his career. And he was basically saying to a lot of studios, they just write that off. It's like, that's fine. Like, we made this massive loss on that. It's whatever. We don't care. Like, we have this money to throw around. And it made me realize that, yeah, like, whether it's film studios or people investing in stuff like Elon Musk's products, a lot of these people, if they lose a bunch of money on this, you know, they do get mad sometimes. They wouldn't be investing in the first place if they didn't have all this disposable, like, income and stuff. So when you think about that combined with how much everyone worships Elon Musk, is it surprising, like this Wood person, they still believe in him, despite him proving himself to be completely incompetent and really having, like, this Wizard of Oz moment where the illusion is gone. Like, the great Elon Musk myth has pretty much been dispelled to everyone. Like, most people, unless you're a proper cultist into his products or you're some sort of fascist on Twitter, you don't think Elon Musk is even a competent businessman, right? Much as I hate Bezos, Zuckerberg, Gates, and all these people, right? It's pretty clear in terms of the capitalist business world, they are pretty competent at like running these companies in many ways. Although, you know, Mark Zuckerberg has done some absolutely stupid stuff with like the virtual reality things as well. But compared to Musk, they look like geniuses because he is just a man-child that exists on hype. And I think what's becoming increasingly clear to people, Elon Musk is just a younger version of Donald Trump. And the same way how Trump has all these massive business failures, all these legal disputes, his name is worth something, right? And that's how he made his money. It's the same with Musk. His name is worth something. Sticks his name on something, and it adds to the revenue because he's created this personal brand based on hype. And it was the same with Donald Trump before he started running for president in 2015. So again, that is what Elon Musk is. It's not like he's actually competent. It's not like he's actually smart. Surrounds himself with yes men. He's always come from money. He's always bought his ways into companies. And as we're seeing right now with Tesla and Twitter, he also seems to be like quite good at ruining them as well. So anyway, just like a little break from the terrible news, to laugh at the thoughts of Elon Musk, you know, being very stressed at sinking so much money into things that aren't going so well. But that's more to do with Twitter, I guess. But still, nice to see Tesla isn't doing so great. And who could imagine that the Cybertruck wouldn't, you know, completely save the company or elevate it to new heights? I, for one, am shocked, and I am looking forward to people driving them into the ocean to test if they actually are amphibious. Now, that is it for the video. Let me know what you guys think down in the comments, and if you made it this far, thank you for watching.
I wanted to see what he had to say about the Daily Wire.
Big news, very important. There's been a lot of bad news lately, but when it comes to...
Imagine a lifetime spent waiting. Waiting for a family. Waiting to be loved. Older and special needs shelter dogs wait the longest to find...
Day, 70 days on the calendar. And I know that everybody had a different journey that brought him here. For me, it started over 25 years ago. I was sitting in a little rundown apartment in North Hollywood, Didn't even know what rights were, but I knew that the books, The Pendragon Cycle by Stephen Lawhead, had really impacted me. And here we all stand once again with this beautiful work in our hands and the opportunity to bring it to life.
And then the biggest retcon of all, the one that actually matters, and that answers why Rey is cool. Right? It answers the biggest question: why is Rey even a thing? And the answer is because she's Palpatine's granddaughter, which is fantastic. Okay, that's a great reveal.
So, hello everyone from just the hellscape that is planet Earth right now. I've made a lot of videos, of course, on the situation in Palestine, and I'll probably make another video about it tomorrow. And I guess I don't even really feel like making any videos at the moment, but I've been wanting to make this video last couple of days, so let's just go for it. It's about the Daily Wire's new film output, or I guess just entertainment output, because they have a new kids TV app with a new Snow White movie starring Brett Cooper and a bunch of new cartoons. And then we have, I think it's a TV series, but they kept calling it a movie at one point, so I don't know what's going on here. But it's one about King Arthur they're making as well. And they've been making loads of little behind-the-scenes documentary type videos. And Jeremy Boring, who's like the co-founder and co-CEO of Daily Wire with Ben Shapiro, is taking a break from pushing out fash propaganda to make a film or a TV show about King Arthur. Now, we've talked about on this channel about how, you know, terrible a lot of the output has been from the Daily Wire in terms of entertainment. There have been a couple movies, haven't watched any of them, but of course the most famous was, I think it was called Terror on the Prairie, starring Gina Carano, which made no money when it came out in theaters, apart from in a couple in Russia. Don't know how well it did on their own streaming platform, and by and large most reviews said it was pretty terrible.
I never watched this
one. It also
one.
had some backlash from conservatives calling the film woke because it starred a female main character. And today what I wanted to do was just look at the new free projects from the Daily Wire and just talk about them. And I used this quote the other day, I don't know what the context was. The Daily Wire has more failed artists than the Third Reich, to paraphrase Don Draper in Mad Men. And I think that's very fitting in that you have all these people who seem to have a background in Hollywood, Brett Cooper and Jeremy Boring being two of them, and then they have a career in fash propaganda, and then they kind of come around to having a career in acting and directing again. And yeah, just going to talk about all of that today. Hope maybe this is a nice way to turn your brain off from just all the horrible shit that's happening. I know I've really struggled with it over the last 2 or so weeks, and I don't think I've ever been so doomer-pilled in my whole life. Like, it's just depressing realizing everyone is a bloodthirsty savage on the side of imperialism and colonialism. Seemingly the most like average liberal celebrities are all just turning into this guy when it comes to the issue of Palestine. But yeah, if you want to keep up to date with me going crazy, follow me on my social medias, and thanks for the support on Patreon recently. But yeah, go check out the Patreon if you want to support my work. And let's just get into the rest of the video now. So yeah, recently they've made loads of press releases about new stuff coming out of the Daily Wire, and you guys would have probably seen this the most. We'll play you a little bit of the trailer, hopefully without getting a strike from the Daily Wire, but then I'll talk about this film quick.
Once upon a time, in time a prince would come. Once upon a time, but now that time is gone.
I don't even know why anyone keeps remaking Snow White. Just go watch the cartoon version. That's good enough. But anyway, I think it was pretty clear that Brett Cooper only works for the Daily Wire because she's a failed actress, right? Like, her whole aesthetic is completely fake. I hate how all the news reports about this are acting like she's a self-made YouTuber. She's literally like a Daily Wire propagandist. Fake streamer, fake Gen Z YouTuber. She has like 6 people working on her channel when she's filming. She doesn't do anything herself apart from just say stuff that they probably tell her to say, right? And it's clear it's because her career in Hollywood wasn't doing so well. She was in that TV version of Heathers, and I think that's about it. So now she's Snow White in the Daily Wire. I think that's, you know, a great career move. So let's just read an article about it and read a bit of what Miss Shapiro has said about all this. So, conservative media company of Daily Wire announced it's making a live-action Snow White movie following the right-wing backlash over Disney's upcoming live-action Snow White trailer. Jeremy Boring said, "It's a story about a princess and a prince." I never knew that. About beauty and vanity, about love and its power to raise.
I wonder how close it's going to be to the original Snow White, like, Disney movie.
Us from death to life. It's our own adaptation of an ancient fairy tale. And this is actually part of their new app for children called Bentkey, which we're going to talk about a bit later with the cartoons. It's taken 100 years to build Disney. Boring added, "We know we aren't what Disney is today, but we hope in time we might become what they were. Once upon a time, a little studio with big ideas and the courage to chase them. While Disney still uses Walt's name, they have all but abandoned his legacy." Brett Cooper saying, "I was raised on the original Grimm's fairy tale, so I'm thrilled we're bringing this iconic story to life for the next generation. Snow White is such a beautiful character, and I'm honoured to be playing her. Like all the best fairy tales, it's a story with timeless values like love, friendship, and kindness, and I can't wait to share them." This move follows Disney's upcoming live-action remake of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, which has generated a cultural controversy. Conservative critics took issue with the casting of Latina star Rachel Zegler as a character described in the original fairy tale as having skin as white as snow, and the production changing the titular Seven Dwarfs into a diverse collection of magical creatures of varying sizes and genders. The 22-year-old Zegler caused a stir when a flurry of her comments from late last year resurfaced over the summer.
Yeah, no, I do think that that's fucking stupid as hell that they've made it so that the dwarves aren't fucking dwarves. Like, just hire some midgets.
that suggested she didn't like the original film and that the new movie would take a very different approach to the iconic character. She's not going to be dreaming about true love, she's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can be, and the leader that her late father told her that she could be if she was fearless, fair, brave, and true. People are making these jokes about ours being the PC Snow White, where it's like, yeah, it is because it needed that. The original was extremely dated when it comes to the ideas of women being in the roles of power and what a woman is fit for in the world. The original cartoon came out in 1937, and very evidently so, there's a big focus on her love story of a guy who literally stalks her. Weird, so we didn't want to do it this time. Brett Cooper had some other comments. When a fan inquired about Brett Cooper's acting experience in Hollywood versus working at the Daily...
I haven't watched the original Snow White since I was a kid, so I don't remember it being about a guy who stalks her.
She responded, in a lot of ways it's very similar. The caliber is very similar. The attitude of production is similar. The caliber of the people we're working with is up to par. I would argue even better than what we're doing. But as an actor, it's so freeing to work with the Daily Wire because I don't feel like I'm censoring myself at all. And the company isn't trying to appease anybody or check any boxes like Hollywood does now. So anti-woke Snow White coming from the Daily Wire, which will probably be trash and, you know, will probably be pretty safe, just a pretty standard children's movie, it seems like. And are the Daily Wire just going to become those like terrible, not Disney DVDs that used to come out at the same time as the Disney movies to try and capitalize on the buzz around them? Because that's what it seems like they're doing. Because, yeah, personally, I don't care for any Disney remakes or any cartoons I used to watch in my childhood because I like animated stuff anyway. I don't feel like it needs to be updated. Like, who seriously wanted a live-action version of The Lion King? And if I want a bit of a rant about live-action Disney, if you're going to remake anything in live-action, can you please just do Atlantis or Treasure Planet? Like, stuff people would probably want to see in live-action, underrated movies that were actually, like, really cool as a kid and stuff. I want to see that in live-action. I want to see Treasure Planet. Disney, make that happen instead of this trash. But yeah.
Actually, yeah, no, Treasure Planet would be cool to see in live-action.
I guess what Rachel Zegler is saying is
I don't remember Atlantis, but I do remember watching Treasure Planet and thinking that it was a good movie.
As well, like, all these old movies have certain tropes, but at the same time, does the idea of you know, liberal feminist Snow White excite me? Like, not really. I just don't really care about it. But yeah, that's the Daily Wire getting into kids' movies, I guess. And I just don't know where all this money comes from, to be honest. Like, throwing £50 million contracts at Stephen Crowder and then making loads of movies. Seems like they just have a bottomless pit of money. Moving on, they're trying to be a bit more serious, and you'll probably see that from the footage and like the behind-the-scenes documentary stuff that I hope I can share for you while I'm talking about this. And that is the new King Arthur series they're making based on this book. So this came out earlier this year, but Daily Wire Plus has started.
They're making a King Arthur movie?
Production on the Pendragon Cycle. Jeremy Boring will take leave of absence as co-CEO to direct the series. So it does seem to be a series, but although I read stuff from him saying it was a movie, so I don't know if they've changed this mid-production, but it's a scripted series adaptation of the reimagined historical fantasy books based on King Arthur. The Pendragon Cycle, the multi-award winning series written by Stephen R. Lawhead. Jeremy Boring will direct the 7-episode first season with co-director Ryan Whitaker, who hasn't done anything really, neither has Jeremy Boring. So the company also announced he'll be taking a temporary leave of absence from his role as the co-CEO of the Daily Wire and all its affiliated entities. I have dreamt of bringing Stephen R. Lawhead's books to the screen for 25 years, said Boring, based on perhaps the most impactful myth in Western tradition, the legend of King Arthur. This series helped shape my worldview since reading it as a teenager.
I mean, that would be
so I guess
kind
the
of
books are full of fascist propaganda then. Yeah, it is bittersweet, as to bring this project to screen means to leave the country and temporarily step down from my role as the co-CEO of the Daily Wire. Pendragon Cycle is a unique retelling of the Arthurian legend, set not in the high medieval age of knights in shining armor, but in the wake of a Roman-occupied Britain, where the seeds of Christianity are beginning to take root in the face of spiritual and physical darkness. As barbarian invaders threaten to lay claim to the island of the mighty, only those with faith in the true God will prevail. Boring, Robinson, and Ben Shapiro are executive producing, so you know it'll be trash.
Wait, so Ben Shapiro won't prevail?
Looking at what Jeremy Boring had done in movies, and the only thing that's notable is a film called Spiral. So someone let me know if you've seen this, because it stars Joel David Moore, who was in the Avatar movies, and Zachary Levi, who's of course conservative, but he was Shazam as well. I don't know if it's any good, but apparently...
Zachary Levi is a conservative? I did not know that. That's Chuck, right? Zachary Levi's political views. Anti-vax. Is that why he's calling him conservative? Chuck. Yep, he is Chuck. Believes in God. Okay. I didn't know that he was super based. That's awesome. Vote for a third party. In an interview. Thank God is every blade of grass. Oh, so he's not like a fucking, he's not actually a Christian or anything. He just believes he's like cringy. Oh. Criticizes Trump. What you doing? So is he a Christian? Because now he... So is he like a libertarian? I don't know. Let's see if we can look it up on YouTube. See if he has any interviews where he talks about his politics. Okay, I don't see anything where he actually... Let's watch this.
Eddie was crazy.
It's kind of funny that I was...
Either of us have let go. It was...
Welcome back to the...
That I was watching a video about the Daily Wire already. And then... And about
comment section. I'm Brett Cooper.
Exactly.
We are talking about superheroes yet again, which means that I put together this story and then immediately went to Scheller and said, is this DC? Is this Marvel? Who are these people? I actually did know the person we're talking about, but the universe, obviously, you guys know. I'm clueless, but I'm passionate. Before I get into it, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to this channel if you have not already, and ring that notification bell so that you never miss a comment section or off the clock episode. We are talking about Zachary Levi. He is Shazam for DC, and he posted something quite controversial on Twitter earlier this week. Now, for context, Shazam 2 is about to come out on March 17th, so Zachary Levi and the whole cast...
I actually haven't watched Shazam 2. I might... watch that tonight, actually.
About to be under the spotlight, doing a press tour, being asked questions. And so this really is not the best time for this to be happening for good old Zachary. However, I always admire people being unashamed in saying what they believe. Now, this all started because Lyndon Wood posted a tweet on January 28th, and he said, "Do you agree or not that Pfizer is a real danger to the world?" Zachary quote tweeted that and said, "Hardcore agree."
Yes!
Oh my God, he's going against the mainstream narrative. Holy crap, he has his own opinions about something. The people lost their damn minds. Somebody replied and said, "So you've decided to tweet this. Here's why you shouldn't have." That basically sums up what everybody thought about this. I mean, they were ripping him apart. It was less like you're a danger to society, but it was like, why did you have to do this before Shazam? Like, we wanted to like you. Keep those opinions to yourself. Like, I genuinely think these people care less about you having these opinions and more.
Because the only thing that I've seen that made him sound like a conservative so far was that he's against the jab, I guess.
More about you publicize.
I don't think that makes you a conservative. You got a weird sense of like how politics works if you think that that's what makes you a
Them
conservative.
to the outside world. They just don't want to hear it. They don't want to know that you have these opinions. They want to live in ignorance, basically. So if you're just lounging around your house in your pajamas, keeping it all to yourself, that's totally fine. Actually, if you are lounging around your house, you need Pajamagram. And guys, if you have no idea what to get your wife or girlfriend for Valentine's Day, you need to check out the naturally nude pajamas from Pajamagram. I have been wearing these for months now. They are so comfortable. I had no idea what I was getting into because I have not really been a pajama person in the past. I literally made an entire video about that around Christmas time. And then they sent me these. They are incredible. And if you know women, we like soft things. These are soft. Your girlfriend will love them. But this is an extremely disappointing stance for you to take. And I hope you eventually understand why and learn from this. Yeah, I'm sure Zachary Levi, who is incredibly wealthy and incredibly successful and secure in himself, is going to care a lot about what you, Big Fudge, has to say. Another person said, first DC movie released direct to Fox Nation. He's literally not even saying anything about his political beliefs. It is ridiculous to me that people's personal medical decisions have become utterly...
Well, I mean, that wasn't just his personal medical decisions. He was saying that he thought that Pfizer was evil, but I mean, that doesn't mean that you're a conservative.
Politicized. And he wasn't even talking about this jab or anything like that. He was simply talking about Pfizer. And objectively, on paper, they don't have the greatest track record. Big Pharma, on paper, does not have the greatest track record. But it's a fact. He's not saying anything political, but people are automatically thinking that he is the worst human being alive, must be a Republican, all of this stuff. Now, this is the top comment under his tweet from some guy named Max. He says, for your own sake, please call Mark Ruffalo and beg him to help you.
Goodness.
Understand how celebrities can be outspoken critics of corporate America, Big Pharma, and even Pfizer specifically, without playing into anti-vax propaganda. I mean, honestly, the condescending tone in that reply is nauseating.
Just dumb as fuck.
That is so arrogant. Like, go check yourself. I'm so sorry. He literally posted 2 words, and suddenly you think this is anti-vax propaganda. Do you want him to go on some press tour and be like, well, I'm not talking about this one because, COVID is this. I'm only talking... No! It's bullshit. Somebody else said, I'd rather take gun safety advice from Alec Baldwin than hear Mark Ruffalo's opinion on anything. Oh, God.
That's pretty funny.
Another person said, so he's supposed to call someone on an approved list for advice before voicing his opinion? If they can help it, yes, 100%. That is what people want. I mean, that is why PR teams are paid so much money, not only just for damage control, but to, control these celebrities so they do not challenge groupthink and waste the millions, maybe billions of dollars that these huge Hollywood studios have invested in them.
You're afraid of a PR problem?
Because God forbid they have an opinion unlike somebody else.
I can't hear you.
Somebody else said, Chuck was good, but not good enough for you to be doing all of this. Chuck is what he is kind of like known for outside of Shazam, first TV show. Somebody replied and said, questioning Big Pharma,
Chuck
which was
when
totally...
I was a little kid. I used to watch it all the fucking time. How have I not won yet? One sec. Hello? 1 second. 1 sec. You're on speaker and I'm on stream, so I'm just gonna mute.
fine
All
5
right.
years ago, but not okay
Here we
because
go.
Fauci said it was a no-no. Another person said, ever since I saw him sitting on a talk show talking about God this, God that, he lost me. That's so sad. Imagine somebody having religious beliefs or a strong set of values.
From what
and
I
that being
saw,
so
it wasn't
offensive
like
to
he
you.
was
I mean,
even a
it kind of is not-
Christian that much. But, and yeah, fucking
not shocking.
Saying that you just don't respect someone's beliefs because they're a Christian, that's cringy as fuck, bro. Oh, damn. I spent that much money. I didn't even realize it. Should I attack this place with this guy?
Because I don't think any of those people have any idea of what that entails or understand having any principles. Somebody else replied and said, this isn't new for him. He once called Jordan Peterson a deep thinker. I think he's a lost cause.
Oh, really?
The fact that they take sweet Jordan Peterson, the kindest man, who all he wants to do is empower young men and, you know, make people think for themselves and be brave and be incredible and break the status quo. The sweet man, they make him out to be literally a villain. And if you follow him, you are a dangerous human being. This is the...
Let's add a little polish. I say a lot. Now make me sound professional as Hi team, I'm Sunny, delighted to share. That took like 3 minutes.
Yo, I'm loving this outfit from Stitch Fix.
This look is definitely going to elevate my game.
Oh, no, these are awesome. First thing you have to do is fill out a style quiz. This will give the stylists everything they need to help shop the best clothes for you.
And just like that, I get pieces that fit me great.
My stylist Amy has shown me that she knows how to find my pieces that elevate my look, but in a way that feels natural to me.
Man, this is incredible. I still can't believe this, how perfect this fits.
She finds pieces for me that I would never have thought to pick for myself, but looks great on me.
I'd give this one a solid like 8 or 9 out of 10. Like this really fits me well.
Look at this jacket. Oh my gosh, the material of it, the inside.
Make sure you go online to take your style quiz today.
clip that they are discussing.
I think one of the deepest thinkers that I've ever heard break down like human behavior and I don't know, just an understanding of all that stuff and I think good wisdom along with it is Jordan Peterson. I think he would be a person that I would trust. I think that guy has a lot of integrity.
Yeah.
That's literally it. He has a good understanding of human behavior. He has a lot of
Jordan
integrity.
Peterson
Now, the
seems like
fact
a
that he's
pretty
on
good
Joe
guy.
Rogan is probably not helping his cause because Joe Rogan is another one of those people that if you listen to him, it's like, oh my God, you're one of them, aren't you? While they were also pulling up these old clips, they were going through Zachary Levi's Twitter follows and being like, look, he follows Rogan. Look, he follows Peterson. Oh my God, he follows this right-wing person too. Oh my God, he follows Peter McCullough.
You fool!
The amount of time you have to spend digging through somebody's follows. On Twitter, you can't search that like you can on Instagram. You just spend all of this time and energy trying to expose somebody because you are so angry that they think differently than you. Like, that must be just such a sad life to sit around thinking that you are a victim and that every single person is out to get you. Newsflash, they're not. Nobody cares.
Nothing on the outside, nothing on the inside.
You are spending way too much time digging rather than trying to build a productive, happy, fulfilling life for yourself. Like, that is going to be your fault if you are unhappy in 50 years, sitting behind your little screen with your anime profile picture. Now, I was sure that DC was going to like lay down the hammer and have him delete the tweet or put out a statement, apologize, or he was just going to delete it on his own volition. But neither of that happened. In fact, he sort of doubled down. He posted this a day later. He said, just one example of what I'm referring to, ... Again, none of this is aggressive, stoking anger, or...
Justice Department now announces largest healthcare fraud moment in... I wonder what that article was.
Fear. Literally, the emojis he's using, it is all sad, simple concern is what I would say. The emotion that's being evoked here. And then he adds a link to the 2009 lawsuit with Pfizer, where they had to pay the largest healthcare settlement in U.S. history for fraudulent marketing. That was $2.3 billion for fraudulent marketing, for lying to consumers. Largest settlement. Like, that is kind of a big deal. Somebody replied and said, Zachary Levi is what happens when you tell incurious men that all they need to do in life is read Jordan Peterson and listen to Joe Rogan to be fully informed about the world. You bring up a lawsuit over a decade old to discredit thousands of people's work for a life-saving vaccine.
Yeah,
I'm
fuck
sorry.
you.
The largest
you kept
settlement
attacking me
in healthcare history is still a big freaking deal, even a decade later. Especially because, you know, Pfizer's methods seem to be kind of unchanged, you know, if you catch my drift. Like, it is not new information that Big Pharma lies to us, that they make more money when we rely on them when we are unhealthy. But it is simply not in vogue to say that right now because daddy government told everybody otherwise and told everybody that we need to blindly believe them. That's the only reason why these people are freaking out. Somebody replied and said, nobody is getting the vaccine anymore in the US or Europe because it doesn't work. Get over it. Stop whining. That was one of like 3 responses to that person. Another rationally minded person tweeted this and said, this whole Zachary Levi shit is so stupid because nothing he said even remotely implies he's anti-vax. All he did was call out Pfizer for their objectively corrupt business decisions. And the people berating him for it under the post of his literal father's death are actual scum. Now, read the end of this. And the people berating him for it under the post of his literal father's death are actual scum. I read this and I thought, okay, well, maybe they're spamming old posts because that's what these people do. They will go through all of your archives. They will make it known that they hate you. They hate every aspect of you. But no. His father passed away amidst all of this in the last 5 days. And this is what he posted. He said, Papa D, many of you have been asking for an update on my dad, Daryl. Though he fought valiantly until the end, my pop passed away peacefully a few days ago, surrounded by friends and family. Watching anyone slowly die of cancer is one of the worst experiences I can attest to. But knowing that he is no longer trapped in his decaying body and is now singing karaoke in heaven gives me so much peace and joy. And knowing how many of you were continuously sending him love and thoughts and prayers gives me even more faith in humanity. Know that he felt and appreciated it all, as did our whole family. Thank you for your overwhelming kindness through such a difficult time. Sending you all endless love and light right back. He posted this.
No, that's not what I wanted.
After his controversial Big Pharma posts. This happened after. And there were many, you know, loving and empathetic comments from fans and friends and family, but there was also this. Maybe the spooky, scary Pfizer got him, so don't be an anti-vaxxer. How about you stop spreading vaccine misinformation, you entitled, simple-minded actor? Totally lost any respect I had for you, which granted wasn't very much to begin with. No one cares for you, you Trump-supporting anti-vaxxer. I mean, like that commenter said, scum of the earth. One-track mind, totally lacking all human empathy. He said nothing about politics. I do not care what his politics are. He has a right to question things. He has a right to think critically about his own medical decisions. He has a right to think critically about objectively bad things that a company has done in the past. That is not a crime. And the moment somebody says something that goes against these people's brainwashed groupthink, they lose all ounce of humanity, which at this point, I don't know how much they actually have left, but it's disgusting that you cannot see beyond your own polarized viewpoints. That's just sad. That you cannot even connect with anybody on a human level. Now, that is not the end of the story, even though that would arguably be a powerful way to end this episode. Because like I said earlier, Shazam 2 is about to come out, so obviously people were tweeting at James Gunn and
All right, I'm back.
The DC exec saying like, what are you going to do about him? What are you like? You're going to take him down? Are you going to remove him? Are you going to speak out about it? But this dangerous misinformation. But this is what James Gunn had to say. James Gunn on Zachary Levi's recent controversial tweet. I can't be changing my plans all the time because an actor says something I don't agree with. Actors and filmmakers that I work with are going to say things that I agree with and things that I don't agree with. And he just left it at that. Now, in reading that out loud, it almost feels like he's exhausted by this and it's like, stop tweeting at me. I can't do anything about this. If I, take him out of this film or cancel the film, I'm going to lose billions of dollars. So that's not going to happen. But I do like the response because that is how it should be. It should not matter. Like if your employees think differently than you, if they are still showing up and doing the work, that should be the only thing that matters. And I can't help but think that this is a very calculated response, though, because the movie is about to come out. Like, they can't lose more money. And he and DC have already been defending Ezra Miller for months, like a man who has been accused of child trafficking and theft and battery. They are already in hot water because of that. Like, they are currently in the process of doing like a whole overhaul of DC. They're rebooting it. They've fired a bunch of people. They've canceled multiple films. They're just trying to get...
All right. Let's continue watching.
He was one of the main writers on that. And then he has his own movie called Arroyo. A landowner in southern Arizona, tired of seeing drug smugglers across the border for his property, decides to fight back. And no reviews, no notable cast members, so I don't honestly know if this guy has any talent for this sort of stuff, but hopefully I can show you right now. So maybe people talking about this.
140 unit production day, 70 days on the calendar. And I know that everybody had a different journey that brought him here. For me, it started over 25 years ago. I was sitting in a little rundown apartment in North Hollywood. Didn't even know what rights were, but I knew that the books, The Pendragon Cycle by Stephen Lawhead, had really impacted me. And here we all stand, once again, with this beautiful work in our hands.
Should I gamble it?
To bring it to life. Let's make a movie. Yay!
Gamble. Let's see. Damn it!
So what we're shooting right now is the attack on the Maridunum Gates. So all of these Saxon warriors here are crashing the gates. They're going over the ladders, and then there's a huge clash in the fight. So that's what we're filming right now. It's looking awesome. We got all the different cameras in here. So far, so good.
Maridunum battle sequence, it's just classic battle. Guys on foot, guys on horseback, meeting in the middle, clashing together.
This fight is most about like desperation and the white swinging and the chaos in the middle of the battle.
So it seems like this is going for like a legit production, like, something like Vikings or maybe something like The Last Kingdom. I don't know about the budget exactly. Like, it looks like it has a fair bit of money behind it. All those horses, all the extras. It does seem like they're chucking a decent, amount behind it. And like I said, I don't know where they get all this money from. And it just seems like they've had to make their own alternative media, not because, like they say, they want to promote conservative values and they can't do that in Hollywood. I think it's just because they're so untalented. This is literally just the way around it. Like, you have to start your own media company and make your own stuff. And through pushing fascist propaganda for over a decade now, they've made enough money to start making movies based on stuff that I guess we're kind of bored of.
Fascist.
Movies about. Like, how much
Bro, they're not fucking
stuff is out
fascists.
there was recently that one with Jude Law.
That shit just always.
And then there was stuff when I was growing
what?
up with like Keira Knightley in it, and then you have the TV show Merlin, which was okay to be fair, fairly low budget. It's a story that has obviously been done a lot in media. The one thing that's interesting to me actually, when I was reading that, obviously a conservative group are making this, and they're focusing on King Arthur as opposed to like maybe the Anglo-Saxon period of Britain, because if you guys don't know the King Arthur myth, it's from the period where the Anglo-Saxons and other Germanic tribes from Europe came over to England and settled and conquered. And of course, so many conservatives love Anglo-Saxon identity. The focus on Christianity is a bit weird if you know about the history of Christianity in Britain, only because although Christianity was present in Britain in this period, it was only with Gregory, who started converting a lot of people in the south, that Christianity really became the dominant religion across the whole of England. But again, I haven't read these books, so maybe they do have a big religious slant on them, and maybe I'm not as familiar with the story of King Arthur as I thought I was. But yeah, I mean, it would probably be passable as trash TV. Do I expect this to be anything special with a guy who doesn't have much experience of doing anything? If you go on the IMDb page, everyone is either a newcomer or everyone is just starred in things you've never heard of. So it's clear they can't attract the top talent, and I expect it's two things. They're probably keeping costs down by not hiring actual famous people, but then I guess a lot of people who are more liberally inclined at least would see the Daily Wire making this and feel like, I'm not going to work with these guys, especially if you're American and you're aware of the background, because it seems like a lot of the cast are actually from the UK. So maybe they're just looking for their big break in America. You're getting hired by an American film company, you think it's great. So yeah, something else I think will be trash. I'm not the target audience, so maybe American conservatives will absolutely love this retelling of King Arthur. Now, going back to the Snow White thing, it's coming out on this like revamped version of Daily Wire Kids, which isn't creepy at all. And Jeremy Boring just put this out this week, I believe. So I want to talk about this before talking about their new children's cartoons, which are just ripped off
I
other
think
children's
that it's
cartoons.
weird how he's like, like saying this isn't creepy at all, like it is creepy.
Daily Wire announced that we would spend one.
Like how fucking the Disney is putting a bunch of gay shit in the movies. That's way more creepy than this.
$100 million over 3 years to begin our own kids' entertainment company. I'm proud to announce the launch of Bent Key, an entirely new company from the Daily Wire, a company dedicated to creating the next generation of timeless stories to transport kids into a world of adventure, imagination, and joy. Why the name Bent Key? To transport kids into a world of adventure,
I don't really like
imagination,
the
and joy.
name of
Why
it.
the name Bent Key? Why not DW Kids, as we've been calling the initiative for the last year? Well, put simply, DW Kids is just too political. Bent Key isn't about teaching kids politics. It's about childhood and wonder and adventure. It's about values and all of the things on which politics are built later. We didn't just come up with a new name, though. We built an entirely new app that's available on all the most popular devices. There are over 100 episodes available right now today on the Bent Key app, and there will be new episodes released every single Saturday morning. We have Chipchilla, the first show we ever announced for the platform, now fully realized. Chipchilla is about a family of chinchillas who homeschool, a mom and a dad who create a world of excitement where little Chip and Charla and baby Chubbly discover everything from world history to classic books and how to care for others. It's a celebration of a deeply loving family that has a blast learning all of life's lessons.
So, of course, the irony isn't lost on anyone watching this that conservatives have been crying for years now about the indoctrination of children. Please don't indoctrinate my children in woke ideology. Please don't indoctrinate my child in gender ideology. Let kids be kids. But now two of the biggest media organizations, PragerU and the Daily Wire, are literally indoctrinating children in conservatism. And as we all know, conservatives are hypocrites, massive hypocrites, and often pointing out the hypocrisy does nothing because, you know, they fundamentally know it. They just use it as an argument because they want to do that to children because they want more conservative people. And they realize also as well, a lot of these...
Did you know that in Texas, rifles can be carried in public without a license?
Yeah.
Whereas in
it's
Florida,
based.
no open carrying is allowed, except in unique situations like in
conservatives. I'm not
Montana,
sure
you
what
can
the Daily
carry
Wire's audience is. I imagine it's
openly,
older, to say the least. But they realize
you
most
can
of Gen Z
carry
are
whatever the
disillusioned
fuck
with
you want,
capitalism. They are
basically,
more
however
left-leaning,
you
they are
want
more
without a
progressive
license.
on
You
most
can
issues,
carry,
and that includes even
you
recently
can
the Palestine
concealed
stuff.
carry
So
in a
probably
bar
don't know
if
how
you
do
feel
we
like
stop this
it.
tide? How do we stop
Legally
people growing
in
up in a terrible
Montana.
world destroyed by conservative politics and conservative economics? And how do we get them to think this world
Which
is
is
actually
so
great?
based.
Let's try and get them early with knockoff versions of their favorite cartoons, and hopefully we'll indoctrinate them in conservatism. And honestly, you know, if they make money licensing these things out, maybe if the Daily Wire Plus fails, maybe there's money to be made. I just can't see these things being successful. Americans in the comments who grew up maybe conservative, do you think your parents would have cared enough to buy a subscription to Daily Wire Plus if it was around and show you all these terrible shows, make you watch conservative Snow White and conservative Bluey? I honestly just don't think conservatives even care that much. As much as they cry about Disney stuff, I honestly don't think they're going to swap it out for this stuff. Mainly because, as well, you don't want to be the parent, maybe, who makes your kid watch something weird while all the other kids are just going out to watch Disney movies, like we always have done, right? Like, if I was the only kid growing up who wasn't allowed to watch Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh! Or stuff on Disney Channel because I was being forced to watch,
I wasn't allowed to watch Pokemon.
I don't know, Christian Catholic television, then yeah, I would be pretty mad at my parents that I was being isolated. So yeah, it seems like the Daily Wire just have a infinite money glitch somewhere to keep pumping out terrible movies. The only thing that I would love is if these vanity projects from Jeremy Boring, Ben Shapiro, and others bankrupt the company. Don't know if that's ever going to happen, but I would absolutely love it. And it's just funny to me, like, these guys can't succeed anywhere. Brett Cooper, Jeremy Boring, Ben Shapiro, Michael Knowles, so they have to join a fascist propaganda network, do their service in the propaganda business before maybe doing a movie or something. And I guess Brett Cooper was probably always promised a movie, and that's why she signed on in the first place. So anyway, that is it for the video. Try and take a little break from the horror of everything. I will be making another video this week about that. And yeah, if you made it this who actually went to live in Israel because she bought into the propaganda, but she said her experience was pretty demoralizing because they accepted her as a lesbian, but they kept trying to make her change her Palestinian name because...
I didn't watch it.
Hey, yo! We want to introduce you to the
Huh?
most amazing destinations in the world.
Bro, that is pretty cringe.
It's young.
What the fuck?
Diverse. It's balagan, messy, and above all, it's incredibly tasty.
Bro, what the fuck? Okay. Yeah, this is cringy.
Hello everyone,
I don't know
once
if he
again, from
changed
the
that
hellscape
music.
that is planet Earth these days and just how terrible everything is. I know I found it really hard just to watch everything. By the time this video goes up, I would have gone to a pro-Palestine protest in London. So hopefully seeing everyone come
Going
out
to a
will make me feel better. But this is a topic
pro-Palestine
I've spoken about in the
protest
past, and I
also
think
is
it's increasingly
cringy.
more relevant. So
Supporting the
how many of
Jews
you,
and
especially on
supporting
Instagram, saw all your
Palestine,
favourite
both
liberal
fucking
celebrities
cringe, bro.
Start supporting Israel.
Support
Very blatantly.
America.
Like people who have supported Black
Or
Lives Matter,
him
people
support
who
you-
have supported LGBT
support
rights,
the
people
fucking,
who hate Republicans, people who stand up for the marginalised.
UK
So
or
it
whatever
seems.
the fuck is
But
British
when
cunt-
this all kicked
yes.
off nearly 2 weeks ago now, they all supported Israel.
Would do.
And you're thinking to yourself, like, why? Why do they do this? And two among them, Zionist Jews, Sarah Silverman and Amy Schumer, seem to have gone like completely like, just mask off, supporting war crimes. Like they actually are supporting war crimes on their
I
Instagram.
also
And it's
hate
probably like
Amy
bizarre to some
Schumer.
people how much woke liberals will support terrible stuff just because Israel will do it. Now, you know, a lot of us leftists like to joke that, you know, scratch a liberal and a fash bleeds, and that is true a lot of the time. But I also think that can be simplifying an issue, which is something that Israel often preys on for its own propaganda. Because if you guys have been seeing the Israel social media accounts, they don't tweet like your average account representing a country. They tweet like some Gen Z intern runs their account, and it's very deliberate. They are trying to pander to like modern woke liberal sensibilities, and they've been doing that for a long time. So what I want to talk about is, of course, them targeting like Greta Thunberg, them targeting like Taylor Swift, people like this to try and get their message out about how great settler colonialism is. But I also just want to talk about the general woke washing of apartheid by Israel, which is historic, which is how so many American woke liberals get on board with just this terrible stuff. And like I said, we can simplify it and say that, yes, liberalism as a politics, especially American liberalism, is inherently racist, Western chauvinist, all that stuff. But what is it about Israel that makes it more palatable to the woke sensibilities of the liberal elite in America, let's say? So all of that coming up for you today. Check me out on social media, check out my Patreon, and let's get into this. So like I said, there's been a lot of support from woke Zionists, be them Jews or Christians in America or atheists, and they hide behind this language of sticking up for the marginalized because it's become trendy in American liberal elite circles to tweet stuff about Black Lives Matter, tweet stuff about trans rights. But obviously these people were always fanatical Biden supporters and would shame anyone who said they didn't want to vote for Biden or just Biden is terrible. Not surprising, they will pretend some guy who was the architect of the crime bill, which tripled the US prison population, which of course targets minority groups, was somehow some sort of anti-racist presidential candidate. And not surprising, Biden has completely gone along with what Israel have been doing recently. So I tweeted this out about a day ago. US progressives on literally any issue that isn't healthcare. And of course I was simplifying it in a way I said, you know, people do at the start of the video. But then some of the evidence I had, so this Twitter account saying, "Free Palestine." We tried that. Palestine doesn't want to be free. They just want Israelis gone. There's a difference, and we understand what you mean when you say it. Question: why doesn't any other Arab country allow Palestinian refugees in their country? That's what I thought. But if you go on this person's Twitter account, Blue Crew, BLM, LGBTQI plus ally, equality for all, never stop fighting. So equality for all, except Palestinians, I guess. And supporting the LGBT community, but not the Palestinian LGBT community. They just deserve to live in terrible conditions and face like the most brutal occupation in probably colonial history.
This is
that is the
cringy
modern
as fuck.
American liberal mind for you. Now, to get into like the propaganda
Fucking
from Israel and
faggots,
how
bro.
these people are convinced that Israel is a beacon of progressivism, a beacon of equality, all that stuff, right? We have to look at two different things. And that's mainly Israel's propaganda centering around its LGBT rights and Israel's propaganda around Israeli women. Now, let's start with the LGBT stuff. So a lot of people, and Owen Jones was showing people saying this to him, saying, why do you take the side of the people who hate gay people or hate the LGBT people? And I've had people in my own comments saying, I'm trans, so I'm going to support Israel.
I don't take sides with either of them, but I do hate gay people. So
Like,
that's
it's really
pretty
that
cool.
binary, right? But also, Israel might be better than some of its neighbors on LGBT rights. It's still not like an amazing place compared to other parts of the world. And you still have a very religious group dominating politics, including the current government support. So yeah, it's a bit naive to frame it like this. And of course, new atheist types like to do this as well. You know, Israel's a beacon of gay rights and stuff. And George Santos actually tweeted about this today, making it very relevant. But as Owen Jones said, there's plenty of gay people who live in Palestine too. So what, you're helping them? You're helping them by supporting this occupation. And also, in a video I made about this specifically, there was a Palestinian lesbian who actually went to live in Israel because she bought into the propaganda. But she said her experience was pretty demoralizing because they accepted her as a lesbian, but they kept trying to make her change her Palestinian name because they didn't accept her as a Palestinian woman, which I thought was a very interesting story. So go check out that video about why new atheists love Israel. But you might have been seeing these adverts like 2 years ago. They were everywhere, like literally everywhere. They have millions and millions of views. And it's like basically Israeli tourism promoting its LGBT scene to Westerners, to woke wash their apartheid, and also to get more tourists to Israel itself. So have a look at this.
Bro, what the fuck is this?
Their apartheid, and also to get
See, this is why I don't like Israel. Like, what the fuck is this?
more tourists to
I guess America does the same cringe fucking shit too, but
Israel itself. So have a look at this.
wait, was this actually the Israeli
They have
government
millions and millions
though?
of views. And it's like basically Israeli tourism promoting its LGBT scene to Westerners, to woke wash their apartheid, and also to get more tourists to Israel itself. So have a look at this.
I can't believe that this thing I was able to kill 2 fucking people who were attacking me with this. Bro, what the fuck?
Hey yo, we want to introduce you to the most
Ah.
amazing destinations in the world.
This is so fucking
For
cringy,
$200
bro.
With a new checking account
What the
from
fuck?
Horizon Credit Union. We're here to guide you.
Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. It's young,
Ew.
sunny, colorful, diverse. It's balagan, messy, and above all, it's incredibly tasty. Tel Aviv beaches are the best. Tel Aviv and Jerusalem have the most amazing nightlife. Jerusalem, the heart of the world,
Bro.
where all people come together.
This
Spiritual
is so
adventure and
cringy.
3,000 years of amazing history. See you here soon. We love you.
So there you see in the advert, notably, yes, lots of white people, looks very European, looks like any other Mediterranean place. This could be Greece, this could be Spain. And I think in a more sinister way reflects Israeli society's own racism, because you're not seeing too many Palestinian Jews in these videos at these LGBT events and stuff. But yeah, why it does that is because it's trying to convince people that Israel is modern, progressive, and if you support liberal woke values, then of course you support Israel. How could you support the Palestinians, those backwards Muslims? They don't accept the LGBT community. Where is Gazan pride? Where is it? Don't see it anywhere. Therefore, you know, we should colonize the region further to free the LGBT community in Gaza. Anyone with half a brain can see how ridiculous it is, and can see, if you're a leftist, my solidarity doesn't just extend to people who are exactly the same as me. And here's another note as well. How do you...
Mine does. I only like people who are exactly the same as me. Like, no difference. If you're different than me, you can fuck off, bro. I hate you.
You think people are going to progress on LGBT rights if they have bad educations, if they have not great access to like things like the internet and stuff, and they're occupied by a foreign power? How is a country meant to develop to the point where there's more tolerant progressive values if people can't even get an education, and where maybe more fundamentalist religion can thrive? Although I think it's more complex in Palestine than the Israelis have to make out, that everyone is some sort of fundamentalist, because Palestinians in a lot of their history have been more secular than other Arab groups as well. And of course, if you look at the actual dynamics around why Hamas got into power in the first place, it wasn't just because they were fundamentalists, it's because
Yeah, it was
Palestinians
because
were sick of secular Palestinian organizations.
It was also because Israel kind of helped them out to become as powerful as they are.
Selling them out to Israel, and they wanted to change. But yeah, you can't fall for this propaganda, because you know it makes no sense fundamentally, because even if it is true, which it is, that Israel is better on these things, why does that matter? Does that mean we should support their apartheid and colonialism because they're a bit better on these things? If Afrikaans in apartheid South Africa were better on gay rights than the black majority, would that mean you'd support their rule as well? No, it's insane. So let's not pretend this logic makes any sense. Either you're naive and an idiot and you've fallen for the propaganda, which people like Sarah Silverman, I assume, probably have, or like George Santos, you're just using it to cover your support for Israel and their brutal actions and hide behind this woke-washing of their crimes. Now, on that note about crimes, the Israeli military is one, and I've been very critical on Twitter recently because the Israeli military is part conscript, and most Jewish Israelis who aren't from an Orthodox background have to serve in the military. And the movement to not serve in the military is actually pretty small. I think nearly 10% of the Israeli population are in the active armed forces or in the reserves, and they've bragged how they could probably mobilize like between a third and a half of the country's population if they needed to, because of how much of the population actually have military training. And a lot of people I've argued with about, oh no, Israelis in the IDF are victims too, have told me that, oh yeah, but lots of them do desk jobs. But if you're a conscript doing a desk job, that frees up room for the people who aren't conscripts to go into Palestinian territories and brutalize them, right? So you're still absolutely complicit in this war machine. Can't convince yourself otherwise that, oh no, I was one of the good ones. I sat at my desk in Tel Aviv and I never even went into a Palestinian neighborhood. I don't care. I don't have sympathy. Israel is meant to be this free country, access to information. You have a democracy. You can vote for who you want. Yet you still serve in this apartheid military. I don't think many people would have the same sympathy for people in apartheid South Africa or Rhodesia, so don't expect me to extend it to you because you pretend that everyone has to do it and I sit behind a desk. I really don't care. But anyway, also, unlike a lot of just countries around the world, women have to serve in the IDF as well. Now, a much smaller percentage of them actually serve in active combat roles, but there are women who do serve in combat roles in the IDF, which makes it quite unique for westernized military.
I think everybody except except for Orthodox Jews have to serve in the military. I'm pretty sure.
Propaganda for the Israeli military,
which is pretty weird. It's a Jewish.
Look how progressive we are. Israelis are all equal. We all serve in the military together. Doesn't matter your gender. You will go and serve the Israeli state. And you remember, like about 2 years ago, there was those viral TikToks going around of IDF cat girls and just IDF women doing propaganda videos.
Wait, what is this?
And serve the Israeli state. And you remember, like, about 2 years ago, there was those viral TikToks going around of IDF cat girls and just IDF women doing
No, I don't
videos.
remember this, but this is fucking cringy. That's not a cat girl, though. I mean, it's pretty cringy, like, That doesn't make you look strong at all. Okay, there's a cat girl. I was like...
Now, these weren't actually from official IDF channels. The IDF basically approved of all of them because it could have easily told them to stop if it wasn't okay, but they saw a lot of these women were getting a lot of support on TikTok for wearing the Israeli military uniform and doing stupid TikTok dances. But historically, Israel has used women as part of their propaganda, especially women serving in the military.
We
There are
do-
whole like advertising
Bro.
campaigns about this. So what
There's
the-
this chick who posts like TikToks and stuff and posts on YouTube. She filmed a video. She filmed with whistling Diesel and stuff, and she's definitely a fucking psyop for sure. Like, how is she flying on private jets and all that shit? And how did she blow up so fast if she wasn't like trying to get people to join? You know. Should I do this one? What does this one do? Let's see. It installs public order. Which one? There we go. Should we recruit a hero? Charge bonus. Nah. All right. Actually, this army's fairly big. Let's go. Right here. See how big this army... Yeah, this army's fairly big too. We need to get this army up. Which one? Here, wait. Let's see something. Oh, I can't move. Yeah, let's... Alright. Back. Am I? Enemy transport ship. If I fight them, that's going to be a gnarly battle.
You have there is like two things. You have, we are so woke we have women serving in the military, and isn't that wonderful? And we are so woke that Israel has better LGBT rights than a lot of the Middle Eastern countries surrounding it. But also, let's not pretend it's amazing or anything like that. It still has a very strong anti-LGBT element, which have the government's ear. It still hasn't legalized a lot of legalized things for LGBT people in other countries, like even the United States and Western European countries. So even on that front, it lies a lot.
So if I kick him,
but it doesn't matter. That is the image.
Will he come back out on the map?
We are Israel. We are progressive. We are modern. We are tolerant. We are the West. And if you support good, decent Western morals, you will support us in our fight against backwards Muslim Arabs who live in Gaza or live in the West Bank, because they are uncivilized and they can't live in peace. They attack us. So we're just, defending ourselves, the right to defend ourselves, defend our woke democracy. Don't you Westerners love that, right? And also it helps that a lot of Israelis are
What's this?
Westerners
motherfucker?
themselves in the first place. And obviously the founding of Israel was...
Oh, now that I'm winning, you want a peace treaty? Well, here.
Hundreds of thousands of Europeans after the Second World War. So there's always been that element of...
Payment. Damn. Actually, no. Well, let's make it so it's something that's at least worth
relatability to Israel. But I do also find it funny in a lot of their propaganda, you don't see many Ethiopian Jews or Palestinian Jews.
No. I want their military access.
You mostly see white Jews. And I think, like I said, that could be a whole other video. There is this racist hierarchy in Israel itself, where, yes, Ethiopian Jews are treated terribly by other groups of Jews. But anyway, let's move on a little bit now, because I framed this whole thing for you, why they present themselves as woke, why they prey on liberal sensibilities of the West. Now,
Yeah.
Now I just want to get
into
a really bizarre...
you fucking idiot.
Bass Reeves, you solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute to do this a deputy marshal.
You a lawman or an outlaw?
Bit of both, I reckon.
Our social media account on Twitter, and just the people they target is really strange. So Greta Thunberg posted a picture of her with Stand With Gaza with a Jewish friend saying this Jew stands with Palestine, free Palestine, and she had this little octopus toy in the picture. Most people who aren't fucking insane have no problem with a little octopus toy. And on the website of the toy, it says, our adorable emotions octopus is a firm favourite for children and adults. The cuddly emotion octopus can be turned from happy to sad in a matter of seconds, featuring 2 colours. These are a brilliant sensory product for anyone that has difficulty expressing emotions. Let the octopus tell the people around you exactly how you feel. The product is extremely popular in a home environment and educational development.
Wait,
purposes.
so this is for autistic people? Dude, my girlfriend has one of those. Fucking knew she was autistic, bro.
But, of course, people who see anti-Semitism everywhere actually said she was secretly putting in an anti-Semitic, trope about Jews controlling the world with octopi who were used in propaganda back in the day. You have an account here which supports...
That would be funny if she actually was trying to do that.
Thunberg was doing anti-Semitism in her statement. Sadly, she actually took another photo without the octopus, saying it's come to my knowledge that the stuffed animal shown in my earlier post can be interpreted as a symbol for anti-Semitism, which I was completely unaware of. The toy in the picture is a tool often used by autistic people as a way to communicate feelings. We are, of course...
Oh, it is for autistic people.
Anti-Semitism in all forms and shapes. I wish she didn't do that, but, she's clarifying her point. But that's what I mean. They're weaponizing woke sentiment. Like, Greta, you've put an anti-Semitic symbol by putting your toy octopus in the picture with you. Again, don't apologise to these people. That's what they've done in the UK by weaponising anti-Semitism charges against everyone. They whipped up this hysteria that anyone who criticises Israel is actually racist against Jews, right? And it worked in the election, but now what you have is like the leader of the Labour Party saying that Israel has a right to do whatever it wants, including shutting off all water in Gaza, right? Because he's absolutely terrified of being called a racist, because that's what these woke liberals have done to themselves, right? They are so scared of being called these things, partly because of their own fault of conflating anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, that's actually the worst thing that can happen. But then you have the Israeli Twitter account jumping in saying, Hamas don't use sustainable materials for their rockets. The victims of theirs could be your friends, speak up. So, like, why are they targeting her? They're targeting her because it's a young figure who's influential and they're trying to get in there. But it's desperate. The Israeli Twitter account has nothing better to do than target Greta Thunberg for posting her solidarity with Palestine. And of course, if you go on their page, you see them retweeting people about, you know, why would the LGBT community ever stand with Palestine? Like I said, this is just a propaganda tactic they use. Again, they were targeting Taylor.
I actually don't understand why the faggots would support Palestine. It doesn't make sense to me, but whatever.
Swift trying to like get the Swifties on side, so they write, Taylor Swift's era's bodyguard returned home to fight for his country. Hey, Taylor Swift, we promise you'll never find another like him. We love you, Erin. But then community notes coming with a W. This bodyguard was hired by the stadium and was not part of Taylor's own team. Further, Erin is the name of the journalist who reported that the bodyguard returned to Israel and is not the bodyguard. So yeah, trying to capitalise on Gen Z love for Taylor Swift, failing miserably with their propaganda that can be debunked in 2 seconds. But you wonder why they didn't check this. They don't care. Because as you've seen with the social media war around this stuff, it's all about pushing disinformation really quick because everyone eats it up and then no one checks it later, right? So you already have the image in your head. So people have just read that and think, oh, Taylor Swift hires IDF soldiers for a bodyguard. Taylor Swift does something, it must be good. And then you have other stuff about basically saying the BBC
Bro, anything Taylor Swift does, I think is cringe, so. Taylor Swift is a Satanist.
For the Palestinians, which is absolutely laughable. You have super cringe stuff like this. The Iranian embassy writes time is up, and then the embassy of Israel to the USA posts a gif of Neo and they retweet it. Retweeting, of course, the #1 simps for Israel, India, obviously going crazy about Gigi Hadid, who is Palestinian. So Popbay saying the official government account of the State of Israel calls out Gigi Hadid for sharing posts about condemning the Israeli government. They say, how have you been sleeping the past week? Are you turning a blind eye to Jewish babies? Your silence has been very clear about where you stand. We see you. So yeah, the State of Israel just going after a random model. Nothing better to do, government account, when your country's at war. Just target Taylor Swift, Gigi Hadid,
fuck you.
Greta Thunberg, talk about how woke Israel is. Again, you can see the propaganda here. It's cringe-inducing, and I think, as we've seen with recent polling, it's not working with Gen Z, who are overwhelmingly pro-Palestine in Western countries, right? But they're trying their hardest because what they've got with the millennials in America, the liberal millennials who aren't leftists at all, is they have these people who are all about aesthetics. Sarah Silverman, Amy Schumer. Oh my God, we will fight for trans people. Black Lives Matter. Oh my God, so good. But when it comes to, you know, apartheid, settler colonialism, like wiping out a whole group of people, they love it. Lovely woke Israel can do nothing wrong, and we must support them because they are good. Palestinians bad, because these people, fundamentally, like most liberals, are massive Western chauvinist racists, so this propaganda works on them. Because they've already got that in their mind, that conditioning, that racism they have, which I don't think they have, then this conflict comes along, and they act like this. Same with, you know, political commentators.
That racism that they have, which I don't think that they have.
And it's still terrible. They hide behind this stuff all the time.
Don't make any fucking
even has
sense.
videos where he's calling out Black Lives Matter for having solidarity with Palestine, right? This is your brain on liberalism, right? You are just a massive racist, and you can see how Israeli propaganda has always targeted these groups. So if you're wondering why all your favourite woke liberal celebs can seemingly not have a good take on this issue, there's multiple layers to it. Like I said, liberalism is racist. American liberals are crazy racist, but also this propaganda from Israel.
I'm gonna take these after I take up to
and of
here.
course they grow up in the war and terror era, like myself, but they're even older. They absorb all that racism, and then they come away thinking that every single Muslim is just an insanely backwards person who is violent and stuff, and given the opportunity would be violent against every marginalized community, right? They all think that. That's why they post insane stuff on Twitter. And one thing I'm going to say is, let's just not forget these people. Let's not forget what they stood for, and let's not give them a pass.
Should I take these first?
What they have done over the last 2 weeks is unforgivable. What they've supported is unforgivable with their platforms. No one should forgive these people. No one should forget. And I hope we remember in the future, when we're thinking about this time period, we remember them like people who supported Jim Crow. We remember them like people who supported apartheid in South Africa and Rhodesia. We think of them as these fascist racists. Because fundamentally, although they convince themselves they are woke liberals for equality, like that bio said of that Twitter user at the start, they're not. And that's because of multiple reasons, but it includes them buying Israeli propaganda. But anyway, that is it for the video. Let me know what you guys think down in the comments, and if you made it this far, thank you for watching.
Hi, my name is Arina, and I would like you to give you a few reasons why you should consider dating a young Slavic lady. You can choose a potential spouse from Ukraine, Russia, and Belarus. Geography is boundless. Have you known?
Bro, is this a... What the fuck? This is like some passports bro shit. They just got an ad on, like,
Noticed that
buying
Slavic
wives.
women have become more and more popular. I mean that they are everywhere. In famous magazines,
What?
on Instagram, as top bloggers, on the runways, and on the billboards. More importantly, they
Why
are in
am I
men's
getting
hearts
this
because
ad?
most of them have everything that an object of fascination is supposed to have. Natural beauty, stunning bodies, charisma.
This is so.
We already
That
spend
was
more
so
on average
weird.
on healthcare than anyone else in the world. We still live shorter lives than the rest of our peer countries, and we have higher levels of health inequality.
We pay more for each interaction. The money's in hospitals and doctors.
The president's push to lower healthcare prices has received heavy criticism.
Why is he running for president?
Oh, I don't know, dude. He's a wacky guy. I feel like he's just trying to get money to, like, cobble together donation funds and to get people to buy his book and stuff. I've heard the TYT network isn't doing that hot at the moment, like, monetarily. I don't know, man. He's being real wacky. I met him in DC like a month ago. He did not look very happy to see me.
And that's Cenk. Cenk, great to have you on the program. Thank you very much indeed for joining me. I've been following your tweets with interest this week. You've been getting increasingly angry, I think it'd be fair to say. You said, I'm now enormously frustrated by US and Israeli governments.
You know, he tried to run for, what, Senate or something, and he couldn't even win a primary or anything?
There was a special election in California for a House rep seat, and he did quite poorly.
Oh, that's what it was.
That was like, that for me, it was that, and it was the Joshua for Congress guy in Washington that were like the two big examples of how internet clout does not a candidacy win. You know, it does not translate.
I'll give you two more examples, but it's in another country. It was Dankula and Sargon running over in the UK.
Oh no!
It's like being popular online actually makes you a worse candidate somehow.
Americans in Gaza. I will not be shy in sharing that opinion on Piers Morgan's show today. Why are you so frustrated?
Yeah. Well, honestly, I didn't expect the framing that you put on this segment, and it's framing like that. That's disgusting. So I don't see what this has anything to do with anti-Semitism. I formed Young Turks and TYT with two Jewish friends who are some.
I feel like the anger that he has is played up a lot. They had a documentary that they funded themselves. It was called like Mad as Hell. That was the title of it. So I think he wants to kind of have that persona as like a tough guy who's mad all the time. You saw how he was acting when Alex Jones broke into their set and he was like, "We talk about Saudi Arabia all the time."
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
Yeah, no. I feel like Kirk does try to have this tough boy attitude. It's funny.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Goddamn.
Friends growing up. We've known each other and been brothers for over 40 years now. So
40?
I think
Why
what
is
Hamas did
his
is
face
disgusting.
so
I cry
weird right now?
for those Israeli
It's like
innocent
glitching
civilians.
out. It looks like-
But do I see you guys crying for Palestinians? I mean, Chris Christie was just on here treating it like it's no big deal because what, Palestinian lives don't matter? I think the real bigotry here is saying that Palestinians, we can kill 3 times as many of them already. And this is the appetizer. Netanyahu and his barbaric government have not even started the entree of murder and death and mayhem they're about to do. And that's somehow okay, killing 3 times.
Is it wrong that every time I hear Netanyahu, I literally think of Net and Yoo-hoo? Like how that stuck in my brain forever. You know, remember Kanye when he had the net in the bottle of Yoo-hoo?
Oh Christ! Yeah. No, okay. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
It is really cool right now how like half of all journalists in the Western world, their job right now is to like look you directly in the eye and say, "So you oppose genocide? Can you answer to this horrendous anti-Semitism you've just expressed?" You know, and that's just the entire discourse. I'm reminded of the Palestinian representative from the Palestinian Authority rep who was doing interviews in BBC. He was doing like 5 a day, man. He was like racing between studios, and he found that some members of his family had been killed in Israeli airstrike. And one of the BBC interviewers opened with, "Hey, just heard that some of your family members died. That sucks. Hey, do you condemn Hamas?" Like, not even an exaggeration. Not even a little bit of an exaggeration. Like, holy shit. And that's just all journalists right now. That's what you go to journalism school for. It's how to disingenuously weaponize anti-Semitism to cover up war crimes.
That's powerful. That's a powerful move there. Like, hey, yeah, I'm sorry about your family. To condemn.
What?
As many Palestinian civilians, let alone the occupation, which is bigotry by definition. We say that everyone in the world can defend themselves, can have their own state, can have sovereignty, except the Palestinians. And the reasoning behind that is the Palestinians are what? They're what? The idea is that they are savages and that Muslims are too violent and cannot control themselves, so they must be occupied for 56 brutal, disgusting years. So I've had enough of the bigotry against Muslims and Palestinians, and I need you to speak out against that instead of covering every outrageous, atrocious action of the right-wing government of Israel and going, "Oh, it's anti-Semitism." No, and there is global anti-Semitism. There's anti-Semitism here in this country. 2 synagogues were shot at, Pittsburgh and in Southern California. We fight against that all the time. But then, whenever Israel is criticized, people go, "Oh no, it's anti-Semitism." No, there's real anti-Semitism. And instead of attacking that, all you guys ever do is hide behind the veil of anti-Semitism. Do you know why Palestinians might not like Israelis? Because they've been oppressed for 56 straight years.
This is Cenk's greatest strength as a commenter and as an interviewer is that he never shuts the fuck up and he's very loud. It's actually incredibly useful. He's like a truck, like beep beep. He just like rams straight through the conversation. It's a very powerful rhetorical tactic, especially when your opponent, Piers Morgan in this case, is a giant cuck like Piers Morgan. Morgan is. So it's especially effective when you're fighting a wet noodle of a person, finger quotes around person like Pierce, because all he can really do is sort of ineptly go like, excuse me, so it's my turn. It's Mum said you have to let me speak as well, and Cenk just doesn't give him. It's very respectful.
Hey, and let me respond. I'm not you guys.
Now,
I don't
I've
think I fit
seen
into.
Pierce Morgan go in on people. Have you ever watched America's Got Talent, bro? He was mean as fuck on that show.
Any neat fit on this issue at all.
Piers Morgan.
B,
Piers Morgan, they, them.
Yeah, Piers Morgan with the guys is not a gender-neutral addresser, by the way.
More fairly than most people. I've had many pro-Palestinian voices I've given a huge platform for. They've been getting enormous audiences, from Bassem Youssef to others, and I've done that quite deliberately because I think these voices are important to be heard, including yours. I certainly wasn't accusing you, by the way, or your organisation of anti-Semitism. I just think I have found it, as somebody who's always identified as liberal myself, I found it very dispiriting to see people who call themselves liberals, whose instant response, it seemed to me, to one of the worst terror attacks we've ever seen, was to immediately side with the place where these attacks have been launched from. Now, I don't tar all Palestinians with the brush of being Hamas at all, and in fact, the sooner Hamas are out of there, the better for the Palestinian people and the world. But I just think the only human response you can have is, as you did, by the way, to your credit, is it was disgusting what happened on October the 7th. Now, the question then becomes, what is a proportionate response by Israel? Not just to the terror attacks of October
Can I
the 7th.
just say how, like, masked off? So there are a lot of lefties whose immediate response to the attack from Hamas was to do this, like, oh, Hamas are, like, revolutionary, oh, they're fighting back against their oppressor, which is dumb, because Hamas is, like, an Islamic jihadist org that doesn't give a fuck, and they all want to get their virgins in heaven or whatever. Like, they're not a good org. We do not need to stand under no circumstances, blah, blah. But Cenk is not, like, a Twitter lefty. I'm positive that Cenk at no point was like, yeah, go Hamas or whatever. So the fact that he still has to do this performative, like, condemn Hamas bit, or like Piers Morgan is like, oh, well, I'm glad you at least acknowledge that Hamas is bad, shows, like, it's so disingenuous. It's like if Hamas did not exist, Israel and Zionists would construct one, which they did. Hamas didn't exist. And then Netanyahu worked to fund and promote Hamas and basically disempower their alternatives. So, that we live in that world.
Yeah, I had to look it up because I didn't really know the history of Hamas, and that it, it's been around for over 30 years, and that it was like an offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood, which is a name we used to hear a lot during, like the U.S. wars in the Middle East, like Afghanistan and Iraq and stuff like that. We would hear like Muslim Brotherhood all the time, but I didn't really know the origin of that. So like it was Netanyahu that kind of propped them up.
Yeah. Hamas. Sorry, because I just want to say Hamas was they came about basically like in the 80s, and obviously Palestinian people don't have a lot of hope in a diplomatic solution with regard to their plight. So the idea of like radical Islamism as a solution, like would you rather die to an airstrike or would you rather die like fighting for your people, that kind of shit. Same thing happens everywhere. Mujahideen, Al Qaeda, like everywhere, right? And this is all like an open secret, right? Like none of this is like a conspiracy. He and his government spent decades like
fuck you, bro.
Making Hamas
just because
the
I'm
only
winning
option for
now.
Palestinian people by cutting off diplomatic routes, literally arresting members of their opposition and classifying them as terrorist organizations. He's explicitly said he wants there to be like a religious Islamist leadership in Palestine, because the main thing that Israel wants is to make sure that they don't get the denunciation of the international community, and it makes Israel look much better if they're fighting against crazy jihadists and not like, say, I don't know, a secular humanist organization, which is what was there originally, and they got replaced. I mean, it's very unfunny ramble.
No,
that makes sense.
I'm glad you said it, because like out of all the Middle Eastern countries and like the histories and how they developed and whatnot, Palestine and Hamas, everything that happens in Gaza is the one that I know the least amount, and there's a reason for that, mostly because you can't really say anything about the issue without getting crucified by at least somebody. But I do think that's fascinating.
So these are my enemies.
That's like a tried and true method that has happened in the Middle East many times.
These are my only
the destabilization of Iran was specifically to combat,
a
more left-wing push and to destabilize the region into something that is going to be more amenable to a very specific conservative foreign affairs bent. And it's really strange. Like the enemy of peace really is people's fear of secularism, like you were saying, of liberal ideas, of tolerance, and that doesn't pay. It doesn't pay for people who are trying to stay in control.
Obviously, there is now a huge ongoing escalation in what has been, as you rightly say, a 56-year war, effectively, in varying degrees over that period. And that's where I think I'm struggling to see how ground invasion by Israel, with all that would entail, particularly mass deaths of Palestinian civilians, how that is going to do anything for any peaceful resolution to this. I think it will have the opposite effect.
Yes. So let's take it one at a time. First of all, as you rightly point out, on Young Turks, we covered the atrocious actions of Hamas right from the get-go, and we condemned it as fully as anyone can possibly condemn it. Because not only are they killing those poor, innocent Israelis that didn't do anything, those little babies and the grandmothers, it's disgusting what they did. But on top of that, they're ruining the Palestinian cause. They've burned the moral high ground to cinders. And then on top of that, they smear
It's Cenk, of course it is.
Yeah, this is really dumb. So first of all, like this environment where you have to spend 15 minutes performatively denouncing the group that everyone dislikes. Like, yeah, oh, in the Western world, there's just so much love for Hamas. Like, yeah, this is definitely like an issue we have to, you know, settle and really work the details out on. And for two, this like the moral high ground being burnt, you know, which is bullshit. This would be like saying like, oh yeah, well, I used to be anti-slavery, but then there was this slave revolt, and the revolting slaves like killed a bunch of innocents. So now it's like what the fuck does Hamas have to do with the moral question of the treatment of the Palestinian people? The answer is nothing, literally nothing. Totally disconnected issues. But the connection of them, the idea of like, oh well, because Hamas is bad, that means that the treatment of the Palestinian people is more justified, is literally the definition of collective punishment, which is what Israel has been doing for decades, is doing now, and is literally a war crime. Like that logic is a war crime in and of itself.
What would you figure would be the most efficient way to purge Hamas from like the Palestinian population?
To like concede land. Say, hey, we sorry for genociding you for decades. Haha, Lamau. Here's like land. We're giving you these territories here. We're like giving you this West Bank territory back, and like a bridge between that and Gaza, not a bridge, like a land bridge, whatever connection. And also we're going to give you resources of reparations so you can rebuild. Hamas becomes irrelevant the nanosecond the diplomatic option is available. Like the Palestinian people experienced decades of genocide before Hamas even came to exist. So I feel like if the people there got even a taste of hope in a different direction, like nobody would tolerate Hamas. They wouldn't, like instantly it'd be like done, you know?
Yeah, and so and if the Palestinians had like a level of sovereignty over themselves,
that'd be nice. Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Ideally.
Yeah, it's one of those things too. Like, I mean, when people try and compare these two types of things, because again, like I don't want to say too much because I'll be speaking out of ignorance. But when you do have those kind of conversations, you know, I think that's a pretty valid point because Palestinians haven't been like encroaching on Israeli lands like that just hasn't happened. But the reverse has. The reverse obviously has. Like you can see it. It's been proven. You know, maybe draw them a border. Like I don't know. Maybe it would work. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean the power differential here is so massive, right? Like it took Hamas everything they had to do this. Like they killed what, like 1,300 civilians, which is a lot of people.
Religious holy wars and theocracy.
True. Yeah. Like that took everything they had. Everything Israel has is nuclear weapons. In terms of like proportionate retribution, like Hamas has to do everything. Like Hamas has to overextend massively to do what Israel did 3 times over in the week since the attack in terms of like civilian casualties. So like the level of power, like the ability to put this to an end, right? Hamas doesn't have that. Obviously, if they could, they would. Israel does. So you know, it's really only one direction forward, I guess.
Yeah.
So deeply fun conversations, fun topic. You know, it's been a rough news week, or sorry, it's been a rough news cycle.
Yeah.
I say hi to my postman, and I'm like, hey, what's up? And he's like, hey, followed what's been going on in Gaza. It's like, give me out. I go to the convenience store. I'm like, hello, I would like 6 Reese's peanut butter cup duo bags. They're like, oh, that's great. You know who doesn't have food? I'm like, god damn it. Hell.
Yeah. No, I've almost completely disappeared from Shitter or whatever it's called now, purely because it's like there's nothing else happening. There's nothing else that people are talking about, and there's other shit that I'm actually interested in, but nobody's talking about it. It's all just this, and so yeah.
It's a very divisive topic.
Yeah.
I've noticed. I
had to put my foot down earlier today. I was just doing a really casual little stream because City Skylines 2 came out. Very excited about that, and this guy started asking me about it, and I stopped the whole stream, and I'm like, look, I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm telling this to everybody. You only get one. You can ask me about it once, and if you ask me out again, I'm just banning you from the channel. I will not be baited into it. That conversation, I'm done.
Do you think you could kind of like... No, you're like, I'm going to take a break from this. I'm done with this news cycle. I'm going to relax. I'm going to play some games. And then you just sort of fall into a trance while playing City Skyline 2 until you realize that you've built kind of a long city along the water, and then there's a small neighborhood, a rectangular neighborhood down by its corner that has really bad services. And you're like... just recreate.
I just randomly decide to shut off all sewage and electricity.
Yeah, literally,
and
just like, you're like, why did I do... God damn, just keep accidentally recreating.
It's just my casual genocide simulator. It's fine.
You probably could do that. Man, I got to try City Skylines 2. I wasn't that sold in the first one, mostly because they did something that I really didn't like. I know you can fix everything with mods, but I tend not to get mods. I remember them saying in development, when they were building the first game, they initially had a realistic like city layout, like it would actually build out the way a normal city would, but they were doing it like American style, like everyone drives to work. And they realized if we did this realistic, 2/3 of the map would be parking lots, like always. Yeah. So they just made it. Every building now has invisible underground parking. And that bothered me because it's like, no, like that's a lesson. Like now that we're building the city, it's like, oh, maybe it's really dumb to have everyone carry a 2-ton metal brick with them every single place they go. So I'm really hoping walkable neighborhoods are more of a like a starter option.
There's a lot of policies that you can do to counteract that. And in City Skylines 1, like I combated that a lot by always making my cities more walkable cities or really, really good mass transit. But in this one, there's actually even a tab just for parking. Like you can map out your parking and you can see like how much it's going to be and try and work that down as much as possible. It's pretty interesting. I mean, the game is made for people with autism. It's fantastic. Yeah. It's absolutely fantastic.
One of many autism game categories popping off.
And if you ask me out again, I'm just banning you from the channel. I will not be baited into it. That conversation, I'm done.
Do you think you could kind of like... No, you're like, I'm going to take a break from this. I'm done with this news cycle. I'm going to relax. I'm going to play some games. And then you just sort of fall into a trance while playing City Skyline 2 until you realize that you've built kind of a long city along
Skyline
the water, and a rectangular neighborhood down by its corner that has really bad services. You're like... just recreate.
I just randomly decided to shut off all sewage and electricity.
Yeah,
and
literally,
water
just
to,
like you're like, why did I do? God, just keep accidentally recreating.
It's just my casual.
Is this
genocide
motherfucker
simulator.
actually coming for
could
me?
do that. Man, I got to try City Skylines too. I wasn't that sold in the first one, mostly because they did something that I really didn't like. I know you can fix everything with mods, but I tend not to get mods. I remember them saying in development when they were building the first game, they initially had a realistic like city layout, like it would actually build out the way a normal city would, but they were doing it like American style, like everyone drives to work. And they realized if we did this realistic, 2/3 of the map would be parking lots, like always. So they just made it. Every building now has invisible underground parking, and that bothered me because it's like, no, like that's a lesson. Like now that we're building the city, it's like, oh, maybe it's really dumb to have everyone carry a 2-ton metal brick with them every single place they go. So I'm really hoping walkable neighborhoods are more of a like a starter option.
Well,
in City
yeah,
Skylines.
there's a lot of policies that you can do to counteract that. And in City Skylines 1, like I combated that a lot by always making my cities more walkable cities, or really, really good mass transit. But in this one, there's actually even a tab just for parking. Like you can map out your parking and you can see like how much it's going to be and try and work that down as much as possible. It's pretty interesting. I mean, the game is made for people with autism. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
It's absolutely fantastic.
One of many autism game categories popping off. Autistic people feasting at the moment, I feel.
Yes, absolutely.
I didn't mean to interrupt the Israel.
No, that's fine.
Don't mind at all, man.
I didn't know much about autistic game categories, so I'm fascinated.
Well, you know, I don't know. There's a Venn diagram between
Maybe I can
just getting
still keep
into
this.
gaming,
Hopefully.
ego stuff, and autistic gaming, and that's The Sims. The Venn diagram where they meet is The Sims.
Yeah, The
because,
Sims
like,
is girl autism. That's girl-coded autism. Yeah.
It is. It's girl-coded autism. It's fantastic.
It is for sure.
Also, you can commit hate crimes in The Sims, so that's also that might be
What?
something.
You can commit hate crimes in The Sims?
Yeah, I've always said that women can commit hate crimes just as good as men, but they just don't. It's no
I'm always
ambition
saying
there.
this. Yeah, they don't because they're stupid and weak-willed, but they could.
I was just thinking that they haven't had the right girl boss to come along
Listen,
and be
it's
like,
Mark Wahlberg,
ladies.
not Marcy Wahlberg. All right.
Yeah, I played The Sims once, and a bunch of them died, and I was like, I don't really like this. Is Minecraft in the autistic game category?
It's the category.
Okay. What about RuneScape? Is that another one?
That might be more in the peripheral, I feel.
Roblox.
Probably
How
is.
about that one?
I think Roblox is just everyone below 18 now.
Fine.
Okay.
Having fun over there? Yeah.
I'm not doing anything right now. It's totally fine.
I was playing
We're good.
some Minecraft. I was playing some Minecraft with YOLO Swag Studios and Beetle Moses earlier today, and they discovered the End City for the first time. It's very funny.
Nice.
What was I saying? The main thing that gets me about autism games. Oh, not End City, the Dark City, the Deep Dark City, the Spooky City. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah,
not the End City. Yeah, sorry, I forgot. Not the main thing that gets me about the autism games. I like games that end. Okay, that's why I like Subnautica, because that game is end. Terraria is the primo, because with Terraria you can build your big cities. There's a lot of like shit to do or whatever, but like you can definitively beat Terraria by beating the Moon Lord, and that feels like an ending. You can keep playing if you want, but like that feels like an ending. But beating the dragon in Minecraft, doesn't really feel like an ending. You can do that like in no time if you want. There's not much of a build up to it. It's just kind of there, you know?
That's true.
I like when games end. And City Skylines doesn't end. I want to see, are there like challenge maps? That's what I want. Challenge maps. You have like 2 years to get this many population and this balance of a budget. Good luck.
Yeah,
That's my shit.
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, absolutely. They have those.
I've definitely played some never-ending games like MMORPGs that never end. They just go on forever. Yeah.
I used to do like top tier rating in WoW. I was one of the best ranked mythic healers for a time during Legion. In my server, not the world. It's just, yeah.
Yeah, no, I had a 9-year obsession with Star Wars Galaxies, and I still to this day play Guild Wars 2. So yeah.
Guild Wars 2 is so good.
Oh, it's still good. It's still oh my god. It's still, oh man, it gets better every single goddamn release, man. It's fantastic.
I played Final Fantasy 14 recently, all the way up to Endgame, because people in chat wouldn't shut the fuck up about it. And like Final Fantasy 14 at no point was ever better than Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 at every level was better. You know, in Final Fantasy 14 you can't even like mass pull mobs. Like one of the best things that you can do in an MMO, like just objectively, just a fun thing to do, is know that you can fight 2 mobs safely. Gather 5 and panic sweat as you spam your AoEs and cooldowns.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can't do that in Final Fantasy 14. You can in Guild Wars 2. Hence, better game.
Oh, fair. That's fair. That's pretty fair. World
I'm
versus
gonna
World
be
versus World
pissed
is
if
pretty
they
amazing in that
take
game
this.
too. That was pretty fun for like a casual PvP, just the big massive scale, being able to build siege engines and repair fortifications. It was fun, man. It was a lot like the old school Warhammer Online that I was obsessed with and did not last very long.
Back when I played my computer lag too much during the big World v. World.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
So wait. So I'm sorry. We were having fun for a second. Let's get back to Israel Palestine. Let's get back to that interview.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Great pause game on Jank here, by the way.
All people of Muslim background like myself. And then it unleashes this bigotry of anti-Muslim bigotry throughout the world that I'm sick of. So screw Hamas and their barbarism, okay? Now, in terms of a proper reaction, yes, you need to get those hostages out. So now let's look at I'm going to suggest what to actually do. I'm going to be constructive. But first, let's look at the unconstructive solution that Israel had. Dropping bombs on residential buildings. 50 ambulances have been hit. 10 out of 25 hospitals don't operate anymore. The incubators are about to run out of energy. There's 45 babies that might die today. The parents I just read on CNN are writing the names of the kids on their calves, on their legs, so that if they are killed in a bombing and they're mutilated, they could find their bodies. Imagine writing the name of your child.
Would he be doing this if he wasn't running for president? Would he normally go on a show like this? And
no, he probably
maybe he is sincerely pro-Palestinian people. So I think this is a real take he has. Maybe he's doing more of the like discussion circuit because of the presidency thing. But I believe him when he says this stuff. It is really one of the most things about the whole situation is that because Gaza is basically an open-air concentration camp. A lot of the people who are born there are stateless. They never get registered by the Israeli government as being a citizen. So, like, if stateless people are so, like, on the global stage, because if you don't have citizenship in any country, you don't even have a starting point for any documentation you could do. Anything from, like, opening a bank account, like, anything requires some kind of identification, and all of that starts from having, like, the numbers given to you by the state.
Vosh, have you ever had a big buff black guy hug?
Yeah.
Jeff and Ben will soon gonna hug you.
Oh, God.
Until then, horses.
Yeah, so
a lot of people who die. A lot of people who die in Gaza, like they never even get recorded because there's literally nothing recording their lives. Sorry.
And they don't have the option to leave too because they don't have they can't like get a passport or something. They'd have to seek they'd have to be like a refugee to leave if they wanted to.
Yeah, well, they also have to have a place to go. That would accept.
Right.
Israel only permits a very small number of people to leave, and it's usually for work permits. There are also Palestinians who leave through Egypt, but Egypt tightly controls that border, and most of the people who go through there are like migrant workers. So in terms of like where could I go to get my name written down as like a citizen, very hard for a lot of them. It's back to the fun top. Yeah, back to the fun stuff. Yeah.
It is strange though too because like in order for a lot of to be able to talk with this with a lot of people, maybe most people, is to really try and ask them to go to a place that's very uncomfortable, to imagine a type of life that they just can't even really conceive of. You know, that you're born, you immediately get a social security number, you got a registry, you got a home, hopefully, you know, and like there's services that you have access to. But to be born as a non-person is something I don't think most people can even conceive of. I don't think most people have the imagination to even like think of it. You know, it's a bizarre concept.
And I think it's very morally difficult to grapple with because if any country was doing this to people and they weren't a Western ally, it would be really easy. Like if it was Iran or China or whatever, then you ask an American about that, it'd be like, oh yeah, that's horrible, and they'd like wave little flags, you know.
Yeah, but I don't think they'd think of it. I don't think they would.
No, I don't think they would really think with it. But I think that's the discomfort because then it's like, oh, which country is doing this? Israel, a U.S. ally, and a country that puts a lot of work into massaging and like laundering its reputation overseas because they need to. Otherwise, like, Israel without U.S. backing, that's not the situation they want. So then it's like, well, okay, well, like they do bad things, but we're on their side. Like, how do I process that? And the immediate thought for a lot of people is to just deny, because it avoids the moral question. And then not only do they not try to engage with the experience of these stateless people, they just flat out like reject the premise and don't even. They just go to like, well, Israel has to defend itself or whatever. They don't even grapple with the thought. You know?
Yeah. Well, my feelings don't care about your facts. So you know, checkmate.
That's true. They don't. that is true. Yeah.
On their legs so that you could find them in the rubble after Israel or any government drops a bomb on them. And I need the West to understand something. Bombs kill people. And do you know how they kill people?
Really?
They incinerate them alive.
I didn't know that.
There we go. Thank you, Simple Country.
Nothing but facts. Nothing but facts.
They incinerate them alive.
You pop off, King. Yeah, you spit that shit. You tell him.
Explode.
What is he cooking? And he's like sizzling something up, and he opens up the pan lid, and it's that anime manga translation of people die when they are killed. You know,
people die when they are
killed. Was a disaster and disgusting. But you have to be equally honest and equally outraged at the immorality of incinerating babies and grandmothers and aunts and uncles, which is what we're doing right now. America cannot keep
I think he's being real.
Yeah, I could see some real emotion there. Either that or he's like an amazing actor, but I have no reason to believe that.
No, I think the only reason he'd say something as retarded as bombs kill people is because he's being emotional too. I think it's like a sincere consequence of caring about the issue. I don't know. It's a really weird environment because on one hand, it's like the reaction counter-reaction thing, right? Because globally, the pro-Palestinian sentiment right now is higher than it ever has been in history. Like the amount of people who are just saying like flat out like, yeah, support the Palestinian people, way higher than it used to be. But at the same time, because of that, the blowback is also a lot higher too, where people like Piers Morgan will bring you on and be like, yeah, so do you condemn Hamas? And he's like speaking to a charred Palestinian corpse or something. You know, it's like the blowback is way worse. Did you see on Twitter there was that billionaire like business magnate who was like, hey, can you dox these Harvard students who supported Palestinian people so that I can blacklist them from my business? Holy shit! Some of those students were saying dumb shit like Hamas will save.
I was really hoping
the majority of the people who were getting implicated there were just run-of-the-mill pro-Palestinian college students, and they were flat out pulling like McCarthyite shit on them.
That's wild. I mean, you know, and the thing too is, it's a strange thing for me to consider too, because there's a lot of like that borderline McCarthyism that we've seen go on for a while, and it's just strange to see it happen with this. Like, you know, Antifa, you know, whatever, that kind of shit. You kind of expect that here, at least in the States. But then, like, this one, it's strange to me. It's weird.
I wonder if
it's like the biggest ideological proxy war in human history, unironically, because like it's the biggest issue globally.
But he has the demeanor of a wrestling promo.
He does. 100% he does. That's what we love him for. It's like it's the biggest proxy issue because like these countries or this country, depending on your perspective or whatever, is tiny. Like it's the size of Rhode Island or something, and the whole world cares. Everyone cares, and all the Western countries back Israel because America backs Israel, and America promotes Israel as like a local regional hegemon and backer of democracy. Plus, we use them as a military base, and we use them to force pressure on Iran because we want to put pressure on Iran because we don't want them to have nukes. We know Israel can attack Iran without as many consequences from the American voters, and then you have the anti-Western world supporting the Palestinian people, but then you also have real people who actually care about Palestinian people supporting Palestinian people. And it's like holy shit, and all of this whole concentrated situation, just this tiny little span of land, you know? It's like the world's eyes are on this one spot. I'm sorry, I keep thinking like, how will I make this geopolitics speech funny? And then I get to the end and I've realized I forgot to do a joke.
How much of that do you think has to do simply because that's like where Jesus supposedly lived?
Yeah, I mean,
thousands of years ago.
Yeah, the fact that this happening in the Abrahamic Holy Land probably doesn't help very much when it comes to that. Yeah.
I mean, the three largest religions on earth all kind of stem from. I mean, Islam a lot stems from like Saudi Arabia, but they had like Jerusalem is a holy city for like all three religions.
Yeah, and a lot of it is also like an ethnic displacement thing because some of the most aggressively anti-Palestinian people on the internet are Indians because Indians like Israel because they like the fact that Israel is killing and butchering Muslims because the average Indian nationalist, the average Hindu nationalist, is more racist against Muslims than any human alive could imagine. Incomprehensible. Hey, like you would have to go back in time like 300 years in America to find any one human as racist as a modern average Hindu nationalist is against Muslims.
It's crazy. Yeah, no, and like that's that's one of the things that's like a hidden kind of aggression sort of thing that a lot of people in the West just don't really pay that much attention to. But I'm very like acutely aware of is anytime I see anything in the news that says India and Pakistan, I'm like. Shit.
Literally
and then
just
it always fizzles out.
Double Hitler shit. Like it's literally just like the legions of Hitlers lined in a row screaming at each other. Two groups. It's like the Balkans, man. Two groups of people of the same skin tone who are more racist against each other than you could possibly imagine. You line up the the Indians and the Pakistanis, and they look the same, wearing different clothing, and they are doing major Hitler shit to each other. You know, like holy. It's like absurdist.
Yeah, it's absolutely bananas. It's weird. Man, oh man, goddamn.
Enough of occupation. End it today. End it today. It's monstrous. Okay, I'm going to
let me ask you this. I completely understand your passion and your anger. I completely get this. I, like you, want to see some resolution at the end of this horror that we're witnessing. How do you get rid of Hamas if you don't do it the way Israel are currently doing it? How do you actually eradicate what has become a nihilistic ISIS-style terror group who quite deliberately, in my estimation, committed an outrage of such appalling scale that they knew that this would goad Israel into this kind of response? So why they did that, what is motivating it, who might be putting them up to it, who's helped them prepare for this, these are all questions we don't know the answers to yet. But it seems to me that Israel could, if it's not careful, be being lured into a massive trap here. And I hope that is not the case.
But I'm curious, deprives Israel of so much agency. Israel is a modern Western country with the military and political backing of the United States, and he's like, I fear Israel is being lured. Lured by what? What do you mean? And then he's like, we don't know who might have orchestrated it. Hamas did, and probably Hezbollah as well. That initial reporting that was done, where it was like, here's all the evidence that Iran actually planned it, and then it all turned out to be bullshit. Like just literally people just being like, what if we just started a war with Iran? What if we? Okay, I see tensions are rising in the Holy Land. Okay, what if we just lied and try to redirect people's antagonism against Iran? You know, holy shit, it's so bad.
That's never happened before, right? No one's ever lied to direct our aggression against the wrong country.
Yeah,
the wrong one.
Come on.
You know, there's a very real possibility that like either Israel or we, and probably Israel, but like we back them, does something with Iran, right? The Iranian nuclear program is putting down some real feet. Like I'm pretty sure Israel has like basically publicly said like you're not getting those nukes. I don't care how many like SEAL Team 6 squads we have to send in. Like you are never getting nukes, basically, which is pretty.
So do they have ballistic capabilities? Can they shoot nukes along distance?
I don't know.
Hamas funding will disappear overnight, and Israel will have to negotiate peace.
Sure.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
I don't know if Iran has ICBMs, but they definitely have the missile capacity necessary to strike Israel, which is all that really matters because Israel is also a nuclear country. There was because you know Trump pulled us out of the Iranian nuclear accords, right? So now Iran's like, well, like if we can't trust you, we're just going to build our nukes, and I don't blame them. And they had a nuclear enrichment facility that was attacked by. I think they accused Israel of doing it, and Israel almost definitely did it. And they built another one that's deep beneath a mountain that can't really be bombed. Like it's hundreds of feet below the ground. Like it's nuke proof basically. Like it wouldn't even. It's like a presidential bunker, you know. And if they do enough enrichment down there, eventually they're gonna have their own nuclear weapons. And at that point, I feel like Israel is gonna contrive an excuse for an invasion. It's gonna be like the WMD thing, except this time there actually are WMDs. The question is whether or not they should have them. And I don't really want Iran to have WMDs, but I don't blame them for pursuing them.
I feel the same way about that.
I forgot a joke again. I'm feeling very self-conscious about this particular because I was talking to my mom on the phone earlier, and I did the same thing. How's your day going? Hey, want to talk about the genocide? And it's just
fantastic.
My mom didn't. God bless her.
You get rid of Hamas. if you don't do it the way Israel is currently doing it, albeit with horrific collateral damage in the face of thousands of innocent Palestinians being caught up in the bombing.
Yeah. So let me give you short-term answer, long-term answer. And a lot of people are not going to like these, but these are realistic ways that you minimize civilian casualties. You do what America did with
this, except with geopolitics. Sorry.
6,000 residential buildings in the middle of Pakistan.
Oh my
we sent in
fucking God.
special forces. Is it more dangerous to the special forces? Of course.
Did you guys hear me say the word geopolitics?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
I meant to mute. Holy shit! I can't be streaming right now. Oh my God. I need to explain this to you, okay? I brought up the image of Patchy the Pirate from SpongeBob saying, "That's it. That was the meme. That was just men having gay sex." And I was going to show that to my chat. I was going to say this, but with geopolitics. So I thought, okay, I don't need to interrupt everyone for this. I will mute myself on Skype and say it to chat. So then, for some unfathomable reason, I muted my desktop, thus cutting off Jenk, not my mic, just said it, and none of it made sense.
Possibly
and I'm
hope
still
to invade massive Iran.
talking about
Even the USA trying to invade a large mountainous nation like Iran, let alone occupy it, would very probably fail.
Yeah, that's probably true. I don't really think we could, like, conquer Iran. That'd be a really rough one, yeah.
What's the point of special forces? Try to find the hostages. Does it look like Israel's trying to find...
No. Payment. You will pay.
Find the hostages? If I have a family member that's a hostage, I'm disgusted by what Netanyahu's doing now. How do you know they're not in the buildings you're dropping bombs on? How do you know they're not in the tunnels you're dropping bombs on? How do you know they're not in the hospitals you're dropping bombs on? So this, if you want the hostages rescued, every rational human being can agree this is not the way to do it. This is the way to do death and destruction for the sake of death and destruction. It's collective punishment. It's genocide against Palestinians, and the world has to speak out. So my way is not pleasant either. It involves a lot of folks dying on both sides. I understand that. Those are super hard choices.
I can see him. I can see his eyes welling up here. So yeah, he is like he is actually emotional about this.
I think that Jenk is generally a fairly sincere person. I think that like the presidential run, I feel is a grift, and he does a lot of shit that I think is kind of stupid and insane. But one of the big traits about him that I've noticed that I think is real, I don't think it's fake, is this guy is like ride or die loyal. Like Anna Kasparian had a bad day and started posting some retarded shit on Twitter, and this motherfucker was out here in the trenches, like in day one, just right down there. He's like, "Hello, Queen, starting fights today, are we? I'll join you." And he just jumps down into the Twitter trenches and gets right to it. And this is obviously extremely annoying behavior, but I do kind of respect it. And I think that, like, if there's one thing I can't criticize him on, it's sincerity and passion, because he seems to have those in spades.
Hamas, go find the hostages. Go rescue them instead of wantingly, indiscriminately, killing after killing. And let's be honest, when you drop a bomb and a kid's head explodes and a grandmother is incinerated, that is terrorism.
The thing about that donation alert is that every donation that has a 2 at the end, so like there's one that's $2 that does that, and it does it for 5 seconds. And then there's one that's $12 and it does it for 10 seconds. There's one that's $22 and it does it for 30 seconds, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Yes. So if someone gives like $102 exactly, it'll do it for like a full minute without stopping. Pretty crazy.
That's a good minute of income right there.
Yeah. Killing 3 times as many civilians as Hamas is terrorism. And it is the same if it is done by a government. Send in as many special forces as you got. We should send in whatever you got to actually do the job at hand instead of what Netanyahu is doing, which is to kill these people, to send a message. And think about how unrealistic that is. And think about why his method has a 0% chance of working. How are the Palestinians supposed to rise up against Hamas? How would they prove they're against Hamas? Hamas ended all elections. Hamas ended democracy. So how are the Palestinians supposed to cry uncle? They're already crying uncle, but it's never enough for the bloodthirsty Netanyahu. No, more death of Palestinians, more babies killed. That's what his answer is.
He really is our Alex Jones in terms of rhetoric, and that's really good, you know? Frankly, I just think this should be the entire discourse. Like, I think Piers Morgan should just sit there until he dies, and Jenk should
not
talk
my
forever.
Alex
I think
Jones.
that would be the
My
best
Alex
possible
Jones
world
is
with
Alex
regards to civilians,
Jones.
you know?
Doesn't he also think the Armenian genocide was a conspiracy theory?
Does he actually? I've never actually investigated that claim. I don't know if that's actually true.
I've heard that said, but I don't. Yeah, I don't know
I
either.
think
But that would make
that
him
he,
kind of Alex Jones, 'cause
came
he's
back
like
on
he's into
those-
conspiracy
on
theories.
that.
I don't know.
America, I'm running for president here. There's no way in the world I would allow this. Sending $105 billion And it doesn't even go to Israel, Ukraine, or Taiwan. It goes to the defense contractors that bribe these greedy American politicians and then get most of that money. And so the long-term answer is 1967 borders and the biggest walls you've ever seen in your entire life. And no one's allowed to cross to either side. But the Palestinians get their state. It is unconscionable for them not to get their state. And if you're a moral person, of course you believe that the Palestinians are not the only people in the world that cannot govern themselves. If you say that, you are being, by definition, bigoted and a racist. We have to have a two-state solution immediately, immediately. If 56 years of occupation and brutalizing these people is not enough.
Spectrum Mobile is giving you one free mobile line when you buy one unlimited line for $29.99.
So I can get 2 lines for the price of one? That's right, for just $29.99.
One line for $29.99 and the second line is free.
Switch to Spectrum Mobile Unlimited for $29.99 a month.
I still know you tricks.
Ethan's leftovers done for good. I think what Ethan is probably looking for is support from Hassan while his community is shredding him. What Ethan is probably feeling right now is a little bit mindful, because from Ethan's perspective, Ethan is a guy who tries his best to do right by everybody. He tries his best to be understanding both sides. Ethan is getting insanely attacked on Twitter. He sees his community hardcore on Ethan and his wife, right? It's happening in the main subreddit. Now it's happening in that anti-fan subreddit. He's seeing Hassan's Discord going hard at him. We probably feel bad to Ethan that he feels like, no. Should we just cover the recent stuff, or do you want to? On the Gaza-Israel conflict. What I saw in that Discord was near universal praise for Hamas, near universal saying people deserved it, near universal people saying dudes who was like, the hang gliders came in and showed him what's up, people saying he's spitting facts, near universal.
That is pretty fucked
People
up.
near universally calling me a Zionist pig, mass murdering genocidal freak. And if you want to know the truth, that shit f***ed me up seeing that Discord, because it made me realize that a lot of these people are watching the show, and it frankly disturbed me. Oh no, he's having his lefty moment. Oh no. And I want to make it clear, Hassan doesn't support that stuff. I had a private conversation with him and I told him, like, this stuff is really upsetting to see. I wanted that private conversation like, oh, I can't control any of that. I don't know where those people come from. I never say any of that on my stream. Remember that time when, was it the Pussy Riot girls were on his stream and they started talking about, was it Ukraine, Russia? And Hassan's whole chat was like pro-Russia and he was like sitting there awkwardly as the girls started fighting with his chat. He said it's not his Discord. Yeah, I hate how many streamers don't take responsibility for their communities. Oh my God. Like, your community very clearly follows your lead. Like, come on. And Hassan sat down with his mods. He sat down with his team and said, this stuff's not acceptable. On the Gaza. Me when I lie. Oh shit, this is, damn. Ooh, that's a little spooky. Was that really 2 years ago? Holy shit. No, it was like a year and a half ago. Okay, like almost 2 years ago. You should recognize the privilege in saying you don't want to discuss it anymore when it concerns the Palestinian genocide currently happening. This is, I think is, apparently Ethan said he's pausing leftovers. That is how someone Republican concede anything to Ethan. All these chats have to happen offline for some reason. Yeah, of course. Hassan nuked his main chat in Discord right after the recording came out. When you say nuked his main chat, do you mean banned people or just deleted it? I bet it'll come back once the new lefty topic crops up. No, because I think that Ethan and Hassan kind of worked because Ethan is probably pretty progressive in terms of his like social values, but not on like that Marxist-Leninist bullshit. That's the issue, right? Not on the weird, super lefty tanky shit. At Destiny, not his Discord as he calls for mass downloads on LSF. Wait, the Haas quarter, that's the same. That is his Discord. That's when he posts messages in, right? And then you totally overestimate the word of content creators when they say they will axe things. Hassan plus Ethan will work something off camera left back in. It's not done. Come on, dude. Okay. We talked about the possible end of leftovers here. Oh, hold on. This shit, dude.
Yeah, the question is, why do you assume when it...
Wait, one second. Okay.
Yeah, the question is, why do you assume when a girl comes to your studio, why do you assume that she wants to flash herself? Like, what's that? I don't know assuming that.
No, I'm not. I'm just letting...
That was like literally the first thing I've heard from you when I came to the studio. And
they're weird as... They're really weird about like even showing bras and shit. That's why I'm scared. Otherwise, I don't give a f***. You do whatever you want.
Do you ask guys the same thing?
No, because again,
it's
not a double standard I'm enforcing. It's a double standard Twitch is enforcing. Do you understand?
No.
Wait a second. Hold up. Not to defend Hassan here, but someone can tell me if I'm wrong. I don't remember this shit. Are these two, isn't Pussy Riot known for doing full nude protests in Russia? Am I right or wrong about that? Or am I mixing up with somebody else? Is that Grimes? Maybe. I think she was at that event in San Francisco I went to, I think, or maybe not, I don't remember. The left is Grimes. Oh, this is Grimes. This is just the Pussy Riot girl? Okay.
No, but I didn't understand why you asked me specifically.
Because if guys showed nipples or whatever, or whatever undergarments.
Oh, Hassan's not understanding what she's saying. She's not asking Hassan about like what the rules are. She understands that. She's just curious because it sounds like what Hassan probably said was as they were coming out, he's like, okay, just make sure that you're careful, you're not like showing anything you're not supposed to, maybe because of her top. And she interpreted him as saying like, hey, don't take your tits out. I think that was her interpretation. She's just like interpreting what he said like very harshly, I think.
Or whatever undergarments. It would not be. No, I'm not saying you're showing your nipples.
No, you're definitely assuming they want.
No, you're misunderstanding me. You're misunderstanding me.
I just came in here, but
no.
we don't have to fight about it. But just like want to make known publicly known. You did bring it in here, crack a whip, and then just show your ass to the camera.
Okay. Listen. You can do whatever you want. I'm fully in support of it.
Okay. Yeah, she just misunderstood what he said, and for some reason he's not understanding or misunderstanding it. Whatever. Hey dude, read up on the Palestinian Martyrs Fund. It's some weird shit where the Palestinian state actively funds terror crimes against Israel. Yeah, I think it's Hamas gives money depending on how many they'll give money to your family depending on how many Israeli citizens you kill if you like suicide bomb yourself. It's kind of weird. It's like the bounty fund or some shit. It's pretty strange. But it's a little weird. I think it's a little weird. Yeah.
Ethan is leftovers done for good. I wouldn't say
Hamas the PLO. Wait, is that true? The Martyr Fund Palestine. Oh shit! I thought that was just the well, it's the PAMF, huh? Palestinian Authority Martyrs Fund is a fund operated by the Palestinian Authority, which I believe is the are they the okay. Well, it's the Palestinian official state of Palestine. It's a Fatah-controlled government body, and then this is like the largest party, or the most they enjoy the most support in the West Bank right now, right? I believe. B is constitutes the 93-95 Oslo Accords, Gaza Strip prior to the Palestinian elections in the 6th of Gaza. Okay, they're the recognized government. Yeah, okay. That pays monthly cash stipends to the families of Palestinians killed, injured, or imprisoned while carrying out politically motivated violence against Israel. The fund also makes disbursements to innocent bystanders killed during violent events and Palestinians imprisoned in Israeli jails for ordinary crimes. In 2016, the PA paid out about NIS 1.1 billion, US $303 million in stipends and other benefits to the families. I need to get a sense of, is $300 million a lot for this amount of people? Palestine, well, let's see, West Bank population. There's 2 million in Gaza. Isn't there a few million in 2 to 3 million? That's quite a bit of money. That's a lot of money. $300 million. Oh, and I bet dollars probably go significantly farther here as well, right? What was the time span of this? That was in 1 year. Okay. I'm trying to think of what's a comparable metropolitan area with a population of 3 million. Omaha is about 1 million. I'm pretty sure LA is like 10 million. 12 million. Miami is 6 million. What about Phoenix? Phoenix is 5 million. Chicago is, I think, 10 million. Jesus. St. Louis? Okay. So that would be like if the entire city of St. Louis had $300 million available to it just to go and kill people in Kansas City. Did you know that Israel gave Egypt a shit ton of land back for security guarantees? So like until last night is wrong. Oh, maybe, yeah. Well, but to be fair, hold up. You're talking about, isn't that land that Israel gave back to Egypt after they'd conquered it? Dustin, that's 1.8% of GDP. They don't have an army, so it's below NATO standards. Shut up, you retard. They give back the Sinai for a peace treaty which holds to this day. Sure. Also, if you're watching me, okay, and you do not trust any of the lamestream media, okay, because they're all Jewish owned and they all walk back their claims about the rocket in the hospital, today you can celebrate, okay? You might be able to be on the mainstream media site again today, because I believe the New York Times released, I think what I've read is considered one of the most comprehensive analyses of the rocket stuff. And I believe, we should just read it. But I think their claim is that the initial video rocket that dropped on the hospital couldn't have been the one that people are seeing, that it might have been an intercept from the Iron Dome really far away or something, but just to know that, okay, just so you guys realize, okay, if you were a lamestream media hater, now you can side with the New York Times, possibly. A close look at some key evidence in the Gaza hospital blast. A widely cited missile video does not shed light on what happened. A Times analysis concludes. The video shows a projectile streaking through the darkened skies over Gaza and exploding in the air. Seconds later, another explosion is seen on the ground. The footage has become a widely cited piece of evidence as Israeli and American officials have made the case that an errant Palestinian rocket malfunctioned in the sky, fell to the ground, and caused a deadly explosion at Al Ali Arab Hospital in Gaza City. But a detailed visual analysis by the New York Times concludes that the video clip, taken from an Al Jazeera television camera live streaming the night of October 17th, shows something else. The missile seen in the video is most likely not what caused the explosion at the hospital. Real quick, is there like a militarily, is that a word? Is there like a militarily differentiated definition between missile and rocket? Or what do we refer to? Because I feel like there's a difference between, you've got, well, maybe not, maybe the principle is the same. You've got like some rocket body that has fuel, goes boom, there's some explosive package on top, and then usually through impact and not a timer, not other mechanism, this material detonates once on impact or some shit, right? Is it just guided versus unguided? Missiles are guided, rockets are dumb. Okay, so maybe it's some form of guidance. The missile seen in the video is most likely not what caused the explosion at the hospital. It actually detonated in the sky roughly 2 miles away. The Times found, and is an unrelated aspect of the fighting that unfolded over the Israeli-Gaza border that night. The Times finding does not answer what actually did cause the Al Ali Arab Hospital blast, or who was responsible. The contention by Israeli and American intelligence agencies that a failed Palestinian rocket launch is to blame remains plausible. But the Times analysis does cast doubt on one of the most publicized pieces of evidence that Israeli officials have used to make their case, and complicates the straightforward narrative they put forward. The hospital blast has become a searing, contested episode in the war that began on October 7th after Hamas, which controls the Gaza Strip, invaded Israel, an attack that the Israeli government has killed more than 1,400 civilians and soldiers and seized 200 hostages who were taken back to Gaza. What? Israel has responded to the Hamas attack with a relentless artillery and bombing campaign that has killed 5,700 Palestinians, according to the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry, as the Israeli military prepares for a ground invasion. something that I want to point out, because I see you guys doing this. I have to get you guys to do this. I don't know how to get you guys to do this, okay? You can't keep swinging one way or another, all right? I think there is really good reason to, and I might be partially responsible for the way that I talk about this. There's good reason to be hesitant. For instance, when the hospital thing happened, when they're like, oh, 400, 800, 1,000 civilians killed or whatever, right? There's good reason to be hesitant for that. But be careful when you come out swinging on the other side, where you're like, oh, well, you know, I don't know if anybody's been killed, or maybe only 100 people have been killed, or I don't trust anything that the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry says, right? There are certainly people being killed in Gaza right now, and there are certainly people that are civilians that are being killed. Just be aware of that, okay? Don't keep swinging from like one side to the other because you're like just trying not to be for one side. No. Most of DGs do that. Okay, just saying. Just be aware of that, okay? Has the hospital death number been confirmed? The last I read was like 1,500, but I'm just repeating bullshit. I don't know what the actual number is for that. But there are people saying that like the parking lot was being used to like store people, that like people were taking refuge there, were hanging out there. So, you know, who knows? It's hard to say. Is Israel intentionally targeting civilians, or are they just not concerned with collateral damage? I believe they're concerned with collateral damage, and I don't believe that they target, I don't believe they target civilians. Intentionally. Or at least, not right now, I don't think that's what's happening. Not to say they've never done that before, but... Destiny. Rockets use solid propellant, missiles have an engine. I don't know if that's normally true. But... Okay.
This is what I wanted to watch.
So is the article right or wrong? The only thing that the article does is the article challenges the idea that the video analysis, that rocket is the same one that hit the hospital parking lot. That's what the video challenges. It doesn't say that it was Israel that did it, or that it was Hamas, or the Islamic. It doesn't say any of that. It just challenges the narrative that video, or challenges that video can be a factual piece of evidence used to dismiss or affirm claims that came from one side or the other. That's what the yeah, that's what it said.
I wouldn't say it's done for good. All I said is that it's, you know, I would like to take a pause from it. That's all. And a lot of people are...
He probably wants to take a pause from it just because of the conflict that's going on right now. You know? Like, this conflict that's going on definitely probably has them divided. A lot of people actually predicted that this conflict was going to end leftovers. And they were like, oh, no, it's not going to. But it did. Which is kind of funny.
Are disappointed by that. You know, it'd been going for a while, and I felt like we were hitting a good groove, but on one hand, people are saying, Ethan, you know, someone take Ethan's phone. And so here, this is me relinquishing my phone. I'm saying, I am taking a break with peace and love. My fear with the show is just basically that, for the time being, is that there's going to be a lot of more episodes that are going to make people really angry, and it's going to be really upsetting. Is there any beef with Hassan? Hassan, of course not. Me and Hassan talked about it. We're friends first and foremost above everything. He is compassionate. He understands. He's being supportive. And
is the proportions on the screen messed up or retarded? What do you mean the proportions on the screen? I think it's fine.
There's literally no reason to be mad at Hassan. I'm not mad at Hassan. I love him. He's a great guy. Honestly, as a friend and as a person, he is a terrific dude. It will definitely not affect our friendship. And in fact, I think there's a pretty good likelihood that we might come back in a little bit for the election and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, see, it's just this conflict that they can't get around, which I think is kind of funny.
Ethan, no one wants to take your phone if you do it during leftovers, just saying. I wish that were true, but it's not. It's just the things that I'm not, and again, maybe I'm casting.
Why is it the case that Hassan connects so condescending to his inner circle yet receives no blowback? I think that Hassan's form of condescension, I don't know if it's intentional, but the way that he does it, there are, I'm trying to think. Do you guys remember when we watched no, you won't, because not most of you here. We watched, there's a guy called Robert Sapolsky who does a whole course at Stanford, I think, over human behavioral biology. I think this is the course we watched, right? I think we watched all of this. And one of the things he talks about in biology are these things in nature that exists in social systems called tit-for-tat systems. And tit-for-tat systems are essential because tit-for-tat allows us to interact with others. It allows us to enforce other people's behavior, basically. So let's say, for instance, there's 10 of us. Let's say somebody hits me, and I hit them back, right? That's tit-for-tat. It discourages you from attacking me because I'll attack you, right? Now, different types of social systems might call for different types of behaviors. So for instance, there might be like a tit-for-tat or a tit-for-tat-tat or something, right? Where let's say that I like sexually abuse a child. Everybody's gonna beat the shit out of me, right? That's like a much harder attack. Or let's say that you have a child and your child hits you because they're a kid, they're being dumb. You might allow them a lot more leeway, right? So you've got tit for tat, whatever, all these other things. certain people allow other people a lot more leeway in terms of making mistakes. I think I'm probably one of those people. I let people make quite a few mistakes. Ethan's probably one of those people. He lets people make quite a few mistakes.
I feel like I
when
do that
those
too.
types of people are surrounded by other types of people that are like that, I feel like those make for the best types of relationships, friendships, professional, personal, romantic, whatever, right? So I would argue that when we're at our best, me and Pisco are kind of like that. Like we can say a lot of crazy shit, we go back and forth, but at the end of the day, we're letting each other make maybe a lot of mistakes, maybe mess up a lot, but we're trying to stand in each other's positions. It's like really, really, really fun. But the scary thing is sometimes you'll run into I don't call them leeches or sociopaths, people that take advantage of others' generosity. And when they take advantage of others' generosity, they can thrive in those environments because they're taking so much from the other people around them and they're not getting punished for it. And I kind of feel like this is kind of a one-sided analysis,
Yeah,
but I feel like it's kind
people.
of like that with Ethan and Hassan. The reason why Ethan and Hassan works is because Ethan is actually, I think this was really well on display in their Palestine-Israel conversation when they were both crying. Ethan is really good at, like, he really does view Hassan as a friend. He's really trying his best to, like, be conciliatory, to be understanding, to steelman. He's trying his best to do everything for Hassan. Hassan is not trying to do any of that for Ethan. He doesn't really care. So he's just kind of like doing his own thing, you know, maximizing for himself. That's why Hassan cries when he feels like Ethan cries because he's pressured for it. But then when Ethan brings up like dead Israeli people, Hassan is like laughing on his phone and like talking to his dog, right? I think
if and only if there was a real, legitimate, well-established military machine that was capable of going and fucking killing every single Israeli citizen, like you said, he is justifying for, this would be as damaging as the average.
There is a machine, okay? It's called Hezbollah. Okay, what do you mean? Of course, these military machines exist. Do you think it's just Palestine? Do you think it's just Hamas? Like,
it is utterly and entirely a distraction to have assessments, to make assessments over.
Listen, I'm sorry that I care about it. I guess I'm just an emotional idiot.
I'm not saying that at all. I perfectly understand why you care about
it's important to me.
I understand why you care about it.
I disagree.
Oh, it might be Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Sorry, my bad.
Because I personally disagree with this assessment, and I think it's unhelpful and unproductive overall.
Okay.
But
unhelpful, unproductive. I disagree because it's unhelpful, unproductive. Not because it's like mean or evil or bad. Just unhelpful, unproductive.
A fan of Second Thought, who's listened to him dehumanizing Israelis that way. Do you think that listening to him might inspire one of those people to be like, hey, I'm gonna go join this
there you go. Oh, Ethan understands.
Be like, hey, I'm gonna go join this you know.
What, Hamas?
Well, no, I mean, it's according to it's a pro-Palestine.
You think a fan of Second Thought is going to see? Okay, let's walk through it. You think a fan of Second Thought is going to see that and be like, I'm going to go to Gaza. I'm going to join Hamas.
That's not what I said. I said he's going to go.
It's not even close. What was that whole arc we did on like stochastic terrorism that all these guys jerked off so hard when they talked about Nazis and fascists and crypto-fascists? Like, did we just forget all of that, or
down to the Upper Sydney at this location and be like, hey, yeah.
Keep in mind that these people think that me having chicken and waffles with Nick Fuentes one time means half my audience are going to become card-carrying Nazis. Like,
let's get the Jews. Everyone's saying it. Nobody seems to care.
I guess it could happen, certainly.
Okay.
Okay. But once again, I mean, this is gross, by the way, 100%. It's just ridiculous.
He's laughing, but like, yeah, this exactly does happen. Why do you think there are U.S. people fighting in Ukraine? Because they saw shit on Twitter and social media, and they decided to go to Ukraine and volunteer armed services. Like, why are you pretending like this doesn't happen now, or like this is like inconceivable that people can get radicalized by online content? Like, where do you think the Christchurch shooter got radicalized from? Where do you think the Buffalo shooter got radicalized from? Where do you think every shooter that's done a manifesto referencing some online bullshit? Like, he's like, oh, this is impossible. He's like, oh my god.
I understand that.
May Allah guide my weapons.
I understand you think it's silly.
I do.
But again, I'm responding to your point about how none of this matters, and I disagree with that premise. I do.
Yeah, that guy.
Like, broadly speaking, I feel like that's why this is still working, is because Ethan is genuinely like a pretty nice guy and he's trying to do right by his friends and he views Hassan as being a friend. I think that's where most of the success of this comes from, because I feel like, I could be wrong, that's what I feel like means. I feel like if it ever got to the point where Ethan was like stood up for himself and demanded that Hassan make a concession, I think that the whole relationship might devolve at that point. It might be over. If Ethan's like, listen, I need you to say that like this is not okay, that these victims exist on Israel's side, that the rating of Palestinian is not the same as like the way that Hamas records it. I don't think Hassan would ever make those concessions, and then I think the relationship would deteriorate. Yeah. That'd be my guess. But I could be totally wrong. But.
Too broad of a brush when I talk about like the reception and stuff, but there is a lot of people that take my
yeah, arguably this on me and Hassan's bridge burn, sure. How often do you read books? Well, I'm trying to read more now that I'm on amphetamine, so I read a little bit when I wake up in the morning. I actually just finished a book called, because it was referenced in that blog once, and I figured I'll start with fiction as easy as I read this book, The Secret of Father Brown, which I guess is cute. It's like a collection of short stories. It's like a priest guy that solves crimes, but he does it by like having a good understanding of how humans act, of human intuition. I think it was a cute book, but yeah, I don't know. I'll probably try to read more and more in the coming weeks, months. Yeah, but there's a TV version of this. Okay. At Destiny, people in the real world don't make or break friendships based on political opinions, but okay. Number one, depending on the opinion, the type of person, yes, people absolutely will make or break depending on what's going on. So you're completely wrong there. Number one. Number two, the issue right now between Ethan and Hassan isn't actually a difference in political opinions. I think it's actually a little bit like Max and me, where Ethan is like Max and Hassan is like me, and that I think what Ethan is probably looking for is support from Hassan while his community is shredding him. Because if what Ethan is probably feeling right now is a little bit mindful, because from Ethan's perspective, okay, Ethan is a guy who tries his best to do right by everybody. He tries his best to be understanding both sides. Ethan is getting insanely attacked on Twitter. His wife is being called a terrorist. He sees his community hardcore
How do I change from...
on Ethan and his wife, right? It's happening in the main subreddit. Now it's happening in the anti subreddit, the H3 Productions one. He's seeing his son's Discord going hard at him. So Ethan is probably super mindful because you see, he probably feels like he's trying to do his best to understand both sides, but his community and all the communities adjacent to him are just absolutely blowing him up. Yeah, this was starting to get shared more on Twitter.
Offer payment.
But right, it's blowing up again.
Okay. I don't have to
So yeah, I think that Ethan probably feels like really mindful now because he feels like he tries his best to like do right by most people, but like everybody is running against him. And then yeah, now it's like infected his community, so it probably feels like really bad too. So that's probably his confusion or issue right now. But I'm sorry, but that's why I was saying like. If Ethan is on split, it wouldn't be because they have a difference in political opinion. It would probably feel like Ethan, because it would probably feel bad to Ethan that he feels like nobody has his back right now. Like his production staff seems to be kind of left-leaning. His subreddit is all turned against him, kind of. I don't know what the YouTube comments are because I don't check out the chats and everything are ran by Hassan fans. Hassan's whole Discord community hates him, and then everybody to the left that was ostensibly his ally is also shitting on him and Hila too. So yeah, it's a pretty lonely world that he's in right now.
I don't really even know what I did other than like try to talk about how horrible Hamas is. But that enough turns people into just the meanest I've ever seen them.
Oh yeah,
and it's just not worth it for me and my family.
Yeah.
There's a million people everywhere talking about it, so I don't feel that I need to add my voice to it right now. Vivek, we told Vivek to fuck off. We told him to get lost.
The biggest issue with Ethan is that he refuses to accept that he's partially responsible for the way his community acts. He acts just as gross as them when it's about conservatives. A little bit. That's probably a little true, yeah. But he probably thinks that this is like a principled position, acting mean towards conservatives because we disagree with them principally, maybe. He didn't think that that same behavior would be applied to him. Like, in a way, I kind of ran into this when I used to attack conservatives all the time. I ran into these issues because I didn't realize that my fan base was getting hardcore left, and that if I had some positions that were a little bit more centered or more right-wing, like I like guns, right, that my community might go insane on me. So, yeah, he's probably figuring that out. But that's a really hard thing to intuit. All of this stuff is hard to intuit. Like, you're not gonna have strong intuitions about leading tens of thousands or millions of people, you know? How is everyone against Israel pro-Hamas, but they don't voice the same for the Uyghurs or China? Remember, a lot of this analysis is done via what the United States or the West supports. Don't forget that. So the Uyghur and the China shit, who the f cares, right? Kashmir in India, who the f cares? Like, you know, any of the dozens of genocides, not dozens. How many genocides are happening in Africa? It's like 6 or 7. Might be less, I don't remember. I don't know them all. But like these things, if the US is not involved, people don't really care that much. Yeah, I remember when people, oh God, this is a legendary thread in my subreddit. Way back when people thought I was, that's not how you pronounce Intuit? Intuit, oh, it's Intuit. Intuit, I think, is the tax service. It's Intuit, you're right. Why Destiny is already a socialist. It's funny, all of us lefties on the sub are stressing out, trying to figure out how to possibly get through to Destiny on this issue. The thing is, I'm not sure there's really anything left for us. Destiny's already a socialist in everything but name. Holy shit. Destiny even himself said he's 90 to 95% in agreement with most of the Chapo cells. Chapo, Jesus. Destiny believes that open markets generally lead to better outcomes than if workers took over the means of production. He believes that the owner's capital more capable than the average worker. True, true. This alone makes him the antithesis of socialism. Agreeing with socialists, social democrats, and liberals on social issues doesn't make you socialist. True. Also believing that humans have no inherent natural rights, including private ownership, doesn't make you socialist either. Also true. Nice. But, yeah. I remember this these days. Let's finish this.
Gosh, bro, we're like, we don't care. We don't care. It's kind of funny. He is polling very low, though. He kind of missed his moment. Thought there was the best form for that conversation. Yeah. But I'm over it. I don't want to talk about it anymore. You know what I mean? Like, it's not worth it for me. You see my face? My fucking dog died. It's a lot. It's a lot to deal with. Got a pregnant wife. I got 2 boys that have this much energy.
You don't see his face, sorry.
Should replace leftovers with a 2-hour live stream of Alfredo doing Fredo things. That would be nice. Jimmy Lee, Bobby Lee win. It's, well, okay, so it's slated to happen in December sometime. It's really up to Jimmy if he thinks that going on Bobby Lee's podcast is worth his time or not.
hold on. Destiny, one of your biggest mistakes was using that diatribe about being in agreement with 90 to 99% of left-leaning people's shit. In retrospect, it seemed like a shortcut to your buttering up to conservative arc that came later, blah, blah, blah. For some reason, more likely you had 70% agreement. I think the issue, I read part of, there was a really popular article. No, it wasn't that popular. It was a big blog post that I see a lot of people in my community link. I read a little bit of it, not more, but I probably should read more of it. When I say I have like 90, here is an issue that I run into with people. I am a man. We'll read Hassan just measures. Okay, I'm a man of ideology, okay? In that I have like list of ideas that I believe in, and I have absolutely no adherence to any type of community or group, not even mine, okay? I don't give a fuck what you guys think. This means that every single time an issue comes up, I look at the issue, I evaluate it based on what I believe, and then I make a decision about that issue on what my position will be. I have no partisan ideological bias, I don't think, when it comes to making these types of statements. Now, be careful. That doesn't mean I have no bias. I can still have all of my own personal biases, some of which might be influenced by politics. So, for instance, I would say I don't have a politically partisan bias on self-defense at all. I don't care what leftists say. I don't care what rightists say. I don't care what liberals or conservatives say on it. But I might still have a bias in that where I came from in Nebraska, or my older, growing up biases, or my personal experience, whatever, right? That's what I mean when I say that. I don't mean to say that I'm a man free from all biases. I just mean that I don't have like a political group that I 100% align with. And so I don't mind being against progressives, against Democrats, against conservatives, against Nazis, whatever. I don't care about that, right? What I assume when I fight with people, what I assume when I've made this assumption for a while, I no longer make this assumption, this is relatively recent. I assume that when I'm fighting against sometimes people, at the very least against like influencers or against streamers or political people, that I'm also fighting against kind of these like groups of ideas. And then this is our back and forth, right? That we're hashing out, we fight against like these different things that we believe in. So when I'm looking for allies, when I look at a person on the left, a leftist even, one might say, we might have an agreement on, maybe 95% of our ideas, right? We might be socially progressive, we might believe in redistribution of wealth to some extent, whatever extent. We might have all these beliefs, and I look at them and go, okay, well, we have like 90 to 95% agreement. We should be friendly towards each other. That'd be my assumption. But something that I think I've come to realize is there is an ideology kind of that people have, but first and foremost, what they actually have is a social group. And the social group can kind of be informed by the ideology a little bit, not kind of, sort of, but this is what people have. Now, my social group overlap with socialists is 0%. We're basically as different as we possibly can be. And this is something that's taken me a long time to figure out, because I'm looking at like leftists and all this, I'm like, well, we agree on so much, like why the fuck is that? We don't actually agree on that much. We agree on almost nothing. Our agreements are superficial in that our agreements are only about ideas, but that's superficial because how these people are selecting their groups first comes from social groups. Yeah, so to reiterate, when I said in the past, I feel like we have like a 90 to 95% overlap, that was true on the ideological level. But these groups are not ideologically driven, they're socially driven, that are loosely informed by some ideology. That can be flexible or changed, so yeah. It's taken me a while to figure that out, but I'll try to specify that more going forward in the future, yeah.
Hey, dude.
Hey, what's up?
I was wondering if you saw Jenks' interview with...
no, I haven't got to that yet. I'll probably get to it later today, though, but yeah.
Okay. Well, we can still kind of talk about it. I can give you a bit of a summary.
Wait, no. Hold on, this is one of our huge disagreements. Let me watch it first, because I'm not going to trust anything you say about it, because I just like to watch it and see myself, and then we can talk about it later. That's fine, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think I'm misrepresenting anything. Like, it's not a very detailed description I'm giving you.
Okay. Wait, can I just watch it? I'll be here. I stream full time, and then you're, on your 5,000 calorie cut. You're working out full time. We just talk later about it. I'll watch it soon. Okay, I'll try to watch it soon. I promise. All right.
Okay, whatever.
Okay. I love you.
Okay.
Bye.
All right. Bye.
Yeah, but I think there's a good shot that we might come back for the in a little while. I just need some time. I need some distance. Man, I miss Shredder so much. The Shredder thing's really been hard, and you talk about I talked a lot about it when it happened, and by now, God, when did he pass away? It was right before his birthday, so it was like, I guess it's been almost 2 months now. Is that like, I can't keep talking about it all the time. It's like, okay, everyone knows it sucks, it's sad, but it hasn't really gotten easier for me.
Poor Shredder. Wait, how long? Oh wait, shit, hold on. Careful. When I talk about animals, I get sociopathic, so I'm not even going to talk about Snyderman.
I'm fucking crying all the time.
How long ago did this dog die again? How in your mind does Ethan reconcile that Hassan is not responsible for how his community behaves at all? Because Hassan probably tells him that he's not. Also, I probably have, I think I probably have the most extreme form of community responsibility in my mind, in that I think that your community is an exact extension of what you believe. Most people probably feel quite a bit less attached than I do. So I'm sure that so for instance, if I were to say to Ethan, hey Ethan, like there's always crazy people in the community, right? We can't control all of them, right? My guess is Ethan is going to be like, oh yeah, like I agree with that. Like we can't control everybody, of course. Yeah, for sure, right? Now somebody said that to me, I would actually fight. I say, no, I think we actually control a lot of our community. There might be one or two crazies, but for the most part, you exert a huge influence on your community, right? That'd be my guess. Yeah, that'd be my guess. But I haven't heard Ethan talk about this directly. Yeah.
I cried in like a decade. Now I can't stop crying. So there'll be no stream on Thursday for a while. There will be no stream on Thursday. I am wondering if there's some kind of fun thing we can do on that day now. I'm thinking about it. For the time being, no. There won't be an episode on Thursday. But I still think about Shredder every day, all the time.
Oh, that's it.
It's just, it's wild, the companionship and the friendship that you get from your animals.
Destiny, saying that while also saying my community doesn't bias me is somewhat contradictory at Destiny. Wait, what? Were you talking about this person's blog? Yes. I don't know if we'll read this on stream, though, because it's quite a read. But it might be worth reading. I skimmed some of this, and there were some interesting ideas in here. The denial by 1,000 cuts. OSINT nerd 0 GigaChats 1. Let me tell you, I still don't know if it was indeed a misfire or possibility, but I f***ing called when I said that an intercepted missile, and OSINT nerds doubted me. They literally were so certain that missile fell and blew up a hospital and not even questioned the trajectory. Oh, this is, yeah. So Hassan is doing, even in the wake of the New York Times article, this was the issue, is that you have no idea what any of this looks like. Regardless of this, remember this is what I said before, the issue was never whether or not Hassan was right or wrong, which I'm still pretty sure he's wrong. The issue is just making calls ahead of time without having all of the information. The idea that he feels like there's nothing that can come out that could vindicate his early takes, but every single idea kind of thus far has been proven to be false. The real hard evidence is the impact rate, which looks like it could be a misfire or an artillery shell, or a third Israeli missile, and totally unfamiliar with. I'm totally unfamiliar with. We still have no explanation for the whistle sound signature on the balcony video. And also, one very suspicious thing that Hamas did was claim that they had no missile parts they could retrieve. Missiles don't completely perish. Yeah, anyway, yeah. Okay. The enemies appear in different colors too? Really? You can ping locations IRL now? It highlights thermal transitions from hot to cold. That makes outlines around hot. Oh, interesting. It's easier to spot collectibles. Okay. Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater. Did they change any of the Metal Gear Solid 1 or 2 stuff? Any of like the plot or the characters or the anything on the remakes, or did they do it like pretty much verbatim? I know for Metal Gear Solid 1, they made it a lot more Hollywood. And how they... Like, I don't think this happened in the original Metal Gear Solid 1, but in the remake they went crazy or something. Oh, it's just a straight remake. Is there one of these with more than like 7 pixels?
Damn. Eat this.
Like, I think this is like the Twin Snake remake or something, right? Or no, wait, this might... Fuck, I don't remember what the original is now. It's been a long time. Only Twin Snake did that. Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta we haven't seen yet. Oh, okay. This is Twin Snake, yeah. The Matrix was very popular at the time. There was a very interesting article about... There's a very interesting article that I read a long time ago about the original translator to Metal Gear Solid 1, and that a lot of the unique flavor from the Metal Gear Solid 1 dialogue basically came from one guy that did the translation that spiced or changed quite a bit of it in terms of flavor, and apparently Hideo Kojima found out about this and hated him for it. So that was a really interesting read. I don't know if anybody knows what I'm talking about. Metal Gear Solid 1 translator speaks about, I think you got fired after the first one, speaks about experiences.
I think. She was very upset and not a fan of Kojima at all. She thinks a lot of his work is hackery.
Wait, who are you talking about right now?
The translator you're talking about.
Oh, was it a woman?
I'm pretty sure if we're talking about the same person, unless we're talking about different people.
But no, it was a man. The bizarre true story of Metal Gear Solid... Wait, hold on. Solid English translation written by the man who did it. The last time I saw Hideo Kojima, we were both... Yeah, I think this is the article. Yeah, but this was like the first time he'd ever taken this job, or he'd ever taken a job this big, and yeah, apparently he did. He put a lot of flavor, I guess. Oh, translation's not a science, it's an art. One may take liberties with the text to capture the essence of the words, but yeah. I just thought it was interesting, because apparently when Kojima found out about this, I hated the student, yeah. Oh yeah, he made up the abbreviation OSP, on-site procurement, which is still used in games to this day, and in Metal Gear Solid, like he made... some of these up, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
One of the guys who broke the story about the development of Phantom Pain has some really f***ing cool articles on a lot of what the staff that worked on translating Metal Gear thought about Kojima, and I think there's at least 3 of them that are pretty f***ing big-time guys who just think that a lot of his writing is f***ing weird, it's amateurish, it's strange, and didn't have like very much when it came to speaking about him necessarily. Not a lot of like positives to say. I want to see if I can find these articles and link them to you, but it's okay, you haven't friended me yet, so I'll figure out where to link them to you, like maybe email or stuff.
Yeah.
But not just that too. The MGS2 has not been changed story-wise. It's been changed when Metal Gear 4 came out. What?
Okay,
what?
That's cool, but I'm just clicking through links quickly and going stuff. We're not doing a whole history of the Metal Gear Solid remakes.
Okay, when Palestine is done, then we'll talk about this.
Okay, just watching this trailer. Okay. Wait, real quick, do you have a favorite Metal Gear Solid?
3. Can you like anything else other than 3? All of them are great. I will not sit here and let you disparage even 4, but 3 is the best. You can't, like, 2 comes pretty close because of the meta stuff that it does.
I like, to be fair, I like 4, but when people say things like Metal Gear Solid 2 is just like a really complicated fucking movie or whatever, I agree with that, but I think that's a compliment. I like that part of Metal Gear Solid. That's fun for me. Even if 4 was a little bit autistic about the story and the twists and closing every single loophole and everything, yeah.
Well, there's so... Okay, so I don't know how much truth there is to this. I hear arguments back...
Good one. Liberal. Moron, he just got destroyed. Okay. Well, yeah, I love you. I think Metal Gear Solid 3 was the best too, though. I like the... I don't know if I would have thought it was the best if I just like played every game in a vacuum, but I feel like Metal Gear Solid 3 following Metal Gear Solid 2 was also like narratively very satisfying, because Metal Gear Solid 2 was like the most extremely crazy, convoluted advanced game of all time. And then you got one where people don't remember at the time, like the culture and everything, or quote-unquote culture, whatever. But I feel like a lot of people from Metal Gear Solid 3, they were looking for an answer for the cliffhanger of Metal Gear Solid 2, which was like, who are the Patriots and the Lolly Lolly Low. And that's like what you're looking for. And then Metal Gear Solid 3 comes out of left field with this totally different like style of game. It's like way simpler. The plot twists are way more like James Bondy-esque 60s, 70s. Yeah. Wait,
it's wild that you say this, because I would almost swear that you've watched people who talk about. I know that you haven't, because you don't sit watching video essays. But your thesis of this is so similar to Super Bunny Hops, which again is the guy who broke the story on MGS5. It's really, really fucking good. But yeah, you're 100% right. It feels like a return to form and his love of Hollywood, essentially. Him just writing a love letter to these spy flicks that he loves so much. Man, there's a lot that we could talk about too, but I'm not gonna sit here and spend like 5 hours talking about it. There's, I feel like with Kojima, every single game of his, in my opinion, there's like 3 layers of narrative that are going on at the same time. There is like the auteur narrative. What you
I think the earlier ones were okay at this, but I think in the later ones, I think it runs away with this in a really bad way. Oh, but I think we disagree on this. Like, I think Metal Gear Solid 5 was just a bad game.
Okay, if you're gonna talk about 5, I'm gonna swing my sword at it. Didn't even get the chance to be brilliant because of the shit that happened during development, and I don't think that's like.
Well, like, so like here's a design decision story-wise. You can tell me if you can defend it. The introduction and the motion vehicles primarily.
I don't know anything about Metal Gear Solid, so I wasn't a
Hello, Moto.
Xbox.
Hello, my name is Daniel, and I made this painting, and I want to show you how I did it. So my client reached out to me with a vision for this piece.
Early. True. Oh, he was shitting on Vosh because he raised money for Gaza. Oh, okay. One thing about charity streams and things like that is they're self-promotion vehicles primarily. And I don't like that. A real charity stream would be either somebody who doesn't stream often, streaming just for the purpose of... Why are you hyper-focused on Hassan? Because Hassan is arguably the largest live streamer, political commentator on the internet right now?
Yeah. That makes sense.
Pretty natural, and I'm talking about like online politics, so...
Doing the charity stream, or streaming on someone else's channel, hopefully, in order to support that organization. You know, that would be a true charity stream. But a lot of these charity streams are self-aggrandizing fests, where you get a bunch of people arrayed into you out of solidarity for the charity, you promote yourself, you virtue signal as if you are a good person, and...
I'm sorry, real quick. People were saying that my community was too obsessed or posting too much about like the Leftovers Hassan drama. I kind of agree with that, but I'll let you guys slide a little bit on that because I wasn't streaming for like... I didn't stream that much over the past like 2 weeks. You guys had not as much to talk about, so that's probably why people were posting a ton, because there wasn't as much going on, so, yeah.
A lot of the money that goes to charities goes toward the executive director, the finance director, the fundraising machinery. And so, as a leftist, I find most charities to be highly problematic and don't like the liberal mentality of philanthropy.
What the fuck? He finds most charities. What?
That's just not something that I like to do myself because I feel like it's disgusting, like it is profiting off of other people's misery.
How?
And so I'm not saying nobody should do charity streams
charity
or
work
toxic or anything like that. It's just
leftists are so fucking weird.
This is not a liberal channel, okay? I need you to understand that because I'm going to challenge a lot of your liberal assumptions. And I need you to know that. And charity is liberal. Charity puts the charity giver in a position of power over the person receiving the charity. Charity is not.
So wouldn't communism put the state over? What? That's so fucking stupid.
Is not something that's revolutionary. Charity is something that supports the status quo. It doesn't mean that all charity is bad or we should never have mutual aid. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that most of the time, I am not interested in that as an axis of action.
Just as a quick reminder, and I want to really reiterate this hardcore, I don't like the conflation of mutual aid with charity. Mike does this a lot. Mutual aid is supposed to be the idea that you are establishing these quasi-independent systems that are supposed to take the place of the ones that exist in a capitalist urban society. So like donating money to somebody to buy a house in a poor community, I wouldn't consider that mutual aid, but like 100 people coming together to create like a people's fund to loan money to people that want to buy houses, I might consider that like mutual aid. I might be maybe I'm being too anal and drawing that distinguishment there, but that was my understanding. Like mutual aid is supposed to be kind of like these little programs or side things that we set up to kind of like take care of societies, like socialist, communist things, to take care of societies away from like the capitalist system, I believe. But yeah.
Charity is liberal, meaning charity equals bad. No. American charities have collapsed the entire markets by flooding one product. Haiti, as an example, was flooded with rice to the point that their local agriculture collapsed. And I know that mutual aid is something that's very different from charity because mutual aid is about building a power structure, okay? About building a power structure among equals. At the moment, I do think these widespread charity drives for Palestine are helping change the narrative, helping go widen the over to the window. I think that's true for sure. I think that's true for sure. So, you know, which is why I participated in them, donated, and supported, for example, Chapo's. Like Chapo's charity stream was good because the Chapo boys don't stream on the Chapo Twitch stream.
And then I'll just say this final thing about this. Charity streams are largely a way to drive clout for yourself. I don't think that's bad though. Like it's okay. The only thing I think is bad is when people are only willing to do things that increase their own clout and they won't ever like sacrifice a little bit for the ideas that they believe in. But other than that, yeah, like when I give a really good media or a news take and I get more viewership for it, like technically me covering current events or politics is also increasing my clout because it's like current events or whatever. But I would consider like, oh, well, it's good to cover events. Or like Hassan raising money for Gaza is increasing his clout, but it's good to like raise money for people and to help people that are sick or hungry and need food and to like do charity or something. So like you can do things that simultaneously raise your clout and help other people at the same time, and it's still good. It's just not good if like the only things you're concerned with are just things that also coincidentally raise your clout, and you're never willing to like sacrifice or put forth a little bit more for the ideas you believe in. I would say, yeah.
Like it's not their brand really. They make their podcast. Their friends play Fortnite on the Chapo stream. You know, that's not what it's for. It's for, you know, they came on there for that. It wasn't just some sort of cash grab. One thing about charity streams and things like that is they're self-promotion vehicles primarily. And I don't like that. A real charity stream would be either somebody who doesn't stream.
This is the Twitch CEO. For anyone that got denied being a partner from Twitch, don't feel so bad. Just got my partner application denied. Did not tell anyone I was applying. Oh, I wonder if the system is automated. Oh, this must be automated. Your recent viewership has been fluctuating significantly. We're looking for consistency rather than overall spikes in viewership. There's probably like an AI thing that analyzes viewership and then auto rejects based on. Can you appeal your ban on Twitch again? I think it's like in a month or two I get another appeal. Okay, somebody said this was the Hassan analysis on the first missile.
Exploding on its own. There are things that you can look at to try to figure that out. The Palestinian missiles are homemade for the most part. Fuck. Okay, I'll just get into it in a second. I'll get into it in a second. But it does look like a fuel fire. Palestinian fuel on the missiles is dirty fuel. It's usually not clean fuel in general. They have to make do with the limitations that they have. This is part of the reason why when Palestinian rockets misfire or drop.
Wait,
Wait, so he actually does think that it was a Palestinian bomb now?
Damn, I'm making shit up right now. I could be wrong. I thought that fuel was relatively easy to make. You buy like certain chemicals and then you just mix it. But like fuel is like, it might not be like as efficient or some shit. But
wait, no, he was saying
clean fuel in general. They have to make do with the Palestinian fuel on the missiles is dirty fuel. It's usually not clean fuel in general. They have to make do with the limitations that they have. This is part of the reason why when Palestinian rockets misfire or drop.
Wait, damn, I'm making shit up right now. I could be wrong. I thought that fuel was relatively easy to make. You buy like certain chemicals and then you just mix it. But like fuel is like, it might not be like as efficient or some shit, but that it's like fuel is just like propellant. It's not, I thought it wasn't that complicated to like just extract and like mix stuff. There was a thread on how Palestinians made fuel. I remember reading one of these like a few weeks ago, but I'm not gonna be able to find that right now.
Limitations that they have.
Hold on.
In fuel in general.
Oh yes, that sugar and fertilizer. That might be the two things that were mixed. Maybe yeah.
They have to make do with the limitations that they have. This is part of the reason why when Palestinian rockets misfire or drop anywhere or explode, there is a cloud oftentimes that comes that is a dirty cloud, like a cloud that that you normally wouldn't get in Israeli Air Force rockets in general.
This might be true. I have no idea this is true. I don't know why I was linked this. This might be completely true. If I'm intuiting, that seems like it could be possible. That like pure fucking kerosene or some shit would like burn, like whoosh, just blow up and cleanly burn, whereas like other types of fuel might burn more dirty. That seems like it could be possible. But I have no fucking idea. I don't know why I was linked this. If you thought I was gonna like immediately be able to disprove this or discredit this, I have no fucking idea. Oh my god, this was so fucking funny. Okay, sorry. Very quick return to Red Pill. To Red Pill's bills.
Oh shit.
So Donovan Sharp decided to do a semi-formal wedding with his single mother girlfriend, who, by the way, I think is totally fine that she's a single mom. But it's funny because he spent a large portion of his content saying that marrying single moms makes you the ultimate fucking loser. But they did a wedding, and then I just think their vows are amazing.
All right, guys. Welcome to our wedding. This is going to be a very sort of informal thing. There is no what do they call it?
I don't know who this guy is.
I'm the officiant. Okay, I'm the officiant, and I run this. So we're going to exchange vows. She's got a few words for me. I've got some words for her. And then I will, by the power vested in me, Donovan Sharp, she's the wife.
Who is the crowd? His fans? Yes, and I think Pearl is here too. Notably absent are the fresh and fit people. Well, Myron and Fresh, I believe, but. The reason why the wedding is very like quote unquote unofficial looking, there's no officiant. Remember, is because Red Pill people don't believe in legal weddings, so they'll never have a legal wedding. They just have like a little ceremony like this. Now, I don't know if common law marriage Florida. I don't know if there's common law things in Florida. Okay, they do not exist. So they probably. Oh, actually, I don't know if he lives in Florida though. No, he must. I think because he's down here in Florida. I don't know.
Each day, when we wake up, we choose womanhood. You have taught me that the rent is due every day and not to take things for granted. A healthy garden takes watering, pruning, and attention in order to flourish. Thank you for demanding the best of me always. I promise to stand beside you, walk behind you, and be a reliable source of peace for you. I promise to show you my love through my actions, words, and thoughts. Together our lives are great, and the sky is the limit. I love you, and I'm happy to be with you.
Okay, her vows are okay, I think. Her vows are fine. You couldn't hear it? It's alright. They were just like standard, like, I love you, we'll have fun, blah, blah, blah. Okay. What are the Red Pill vows, though?
No birds, baby! Cindy, it's been a hell of a ride. And the way we met was very unorthodox. Our relationship is very unorthodox. you're wearing a wedding ring now because, well, you know, there you go. You've been wearing it for 7.5 years. But, you know, like I said, I bring out the best in you, but you make me happy, you really do. I was happy before you, and if you and I decide to part ways for whatever reason, I'll be happy without you. But I'm very, very glad to have someone like you in my life. I've been successful in many things.
That's kind of
life,
weird that he
I
said I'd be happy without you. That's
really have
funny.
someone like you. I really haven't. I'm glad that I made you into the woman you are today, and I'm glad that you continue to hold that standard.
I wonder why that.
Success is really, really cool to have, to be financially successful, but it's much, much sweeter when you have someone like you to share it with. And so, by the power vested in me, I pronounce us man and wife.
Jesus Christ. They do like a Q&A, but I don't give a fuck. But you can see there. Wonderful friends that showed up. I think Pearl's here. Oh, here she is, yeah.
Steven, how do you feel about me then?
I'm still making you a good person, a good wife.
Yeah.
I'm trying. But I'll be happy if you're gone. Maybe happier. Love you, just kidding.
Watch it.
Listen, I will never break up with you as long as your sister still has a boyfriend, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, I'll click through all my links. I feel so bad, okay? Real quick. Okay, also a quick side story, we're doing this. We're getting side storied a lot here. Well, not about Pixie's a very, very, very sweet, very nice girl, woman, young lady. I don't know what the fuck you're calling. I've never seen her be mean to anybody, even like Red Pill people. She gets along with everybody at like the dinners and everything. She's super cool. Apparently, Pixie went to hang out with some people. I think Lauren De Laguna and a few others, and there were going to be Red Pill people there, but she wanted to go hang out and eat at a club or do karaoke or something. And as soon as she got there, Donovan started screaming at her, saying that she had to leave because she hates men. What the f? Donovan's such a loser. I don't even know if he knows Pixie or if he just doesn't like her because of her association with me. I have no idea. I don't think hold on. But she got blown up on Twitter for the "I'll wait" tweet that defended Pokemon. Might be why. Oh, not to simp for Poke or Pixie, but Pixie was completely right there. Oh, I joked about that with Pokemon I saw her. Poke gets like the most random strays for no reason. That guy quote tweeted and had a picture of like Pokemon. And they were like, these women get away with the worst things just because they're women or because they're pretty or something for no reason. What the f? How does that even apply to Poke in the slightest? Like, what has Pokemon like done that's horrible that she's gotten away with? Like, I've definitely had like criticism of Poke where I think, oh, this is dumb or this is dramatic, whatever. But like, in terms of like actual bad shit, I don't think I've ever heard of Poke doing anything that's like super bad or horrible. Has she ever? She robbed people at gunpoint? Okay. She looks different without makeup. It's Pokimane? It's Pokemon.
Con Spectrum Mobile y los nuevos Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 y Galaxy Z Flip.
To some of the evil takes I've heard folks making about Israelis.
Did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Tell us, Kim, you're the closest. Tell us what the f is going on.
Very base things. This will be incredibly hard to do without getting bleeped or getting the string taken down. So I'm gonna what's it called? Mind my words a little bit. TLDR, basically a unexpected operation from a united front of sorts from Gaza that has launched itself into the neighboring areas, which of course the entire nation is Palestine. Before all intents and purposes, right now, just to make it more simple, they've attacked certain settlements in what is termed now Israel. And they've made lots of headway. They made an impressive amount of headway. The amount of people watching, this is the first time we've had such an amount, no? We're up to like 1,450.
Hey, nice. Howdy, everybody. I think that's our highest yet.
I hate all of you motherfuckers.
Hey, look.
It's okay.
It's Hassan. Hassan's in chat.
No.
That's why.
I see.
Yeah, hey, Hassan.
Right. Hey, what up?
Hey, partner.
Right, that makes sense. Hamad Zaman sends $5 very much. He says, did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Yeah, the occupiers are not civilians. That is what it comes down to. Like, imagine if Germany, let's say Germany, pretending to be non-controversial, invaded the United States, and they said, you know what, Cincinnati, Ohio is our ancestral home, and everyone knows that's blatantly false. But they take your home, they murder your grandma, they bulldoze like your neighbor's house. Are those people civilians there? No, they're occupiers, and those are criminals. There are no civilians there in the illegal military occupation. What is this?
I haven't seen the Ethan Klein Hassan Taiwan but without even looking into
25 days ago. Wait, why am I? This better be worth watching.
Do it. I 100% agree with what Hassan said. Why? Because there's never been a liberal that has a good take on China. It's never happened.
What?
So, yeah. I don't even need to hear anymore. I know Hassan's right. It's just that simple. If anything, Hassan didn't go far enough. Also, I don't really think
this guy is
Ethan
like a China simp?
knows what class trader means, because at this point he's rich as So somebody called him a class trader. His class is rich capital owner who owns multiple businesses. That's good. Unless you guys are saying that he's a class trader in the sense of you think.
I don't know what that means. In a Marxist sense, I don't think class trader has anything to do with the amount of wealth you have. Although we did say business owner afterwards, but I mean Hassan is a business owner as well, right? Check out the timestamp here. Is this before or after Crygate?
Inflation.
At this time, I want to turn my attention to some of the very evil takes I've heard some prominent folks making about Israelis. Here is one such example of a dude, and this guy is very popular. He has 1.6 million subscribers. He is a very popular political YouTuber
I can't see anything.
called Second Thought. Sorry, this.
Oh yeah, he's my friend. I like JT.
All right, well then, you.
Oh my god. Wait, look at the video of Hassan's Discord. It's during this exact part. Okay, link me that when I watch that. Okay, go for it. It sounds like these are just my impressions based on like the things that I've been reading, but it sounds like Hassan came into this conversation with like a very particular intent and strategy, and Ethan just kind of came in like being willing to make concessions, and apparently Hassan got like 1 million concessions from Ethan without making a single one on his own. And then you retards, because Hassan cries for like 20 seconds here for some shit that he probably doesn't even give a f about. All of you assume that he was like some genuine, you know, like emotionally invested guy. You know, the same guy that talked about that one senator getting skull the Mujahideen and saying America deserved medal. That guy like suddenly was filled with compassion for the harassment of people at a funeral. But okay, let me.
Political YouTuber
I can't see anything.
called Second Thought. Sorry, this.
Oh yeah, he's my friend. I like JT.
All right, well then, you tell me what you think about this. He said, "What's going on in occupied Palestine is unprecedented. No doubt we'll have wall."
Is it on? Wait, hold on. I don't have my glasses today.
It's just the.
I'm not gonna be able to see it. I just had to click on it so I can read it. But go ahead. You can read it out. You can read it out loud.
Here, you know what? Let me show you this.
Is it on the Google Doc?
Let me show you the video first. This will be easier for you. He basically says the same thing here. So here he is doing a podcast.
I've been on. I think is this Deprogram? I've been on the podcast.
I don't know what it's called, but this is just a clip from. Yeah. So here's his take on this, and let's listen.
Wait, isn't this the podcast that Hassan is literally on? Isn't he always on this podcast? Isn't that him right there?
Did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Yeah, the occupiers are not a civilian. First of all, just straight off the bat,
the person that's talking is Hakim. He is a doctor in Iraq, and of course, just to put this into a decent frame of reference for those who are unfamiliar, I think he will probably have a much more ruthless how he feels about American forces and what they've done to his.
This I'm pretty sure.
I listen. Okay. I don't want to get into this too much because I want to just do like a whole day where I watch the whole thing. So I'm gonna repeat a lot of these takes. I don't have any problems on its face with like Hassan endlessly justifying the tanky, like, well, of course this guy's from Iraq, of course this guy's gonna have issues with the US, blah, blah. That's fine, but there's like, if you can do like the levels of horrible people that exist on the planet, okay? Like the best people are people that have empathy and compassion for everybody. Then the next level are people that are sociopaths and don't care about anybody. But the worst people on the planet are the selective empathy people, okay? That is the absolute worst of the worst because they seem like they care. They lead you in bad directions. They seem like, but the selective empathy stuff is the worst type of thing you could do. Now, if Hassan wants to say like, oh, these people might feel a certain type of way, or Palestinians or Iraqi citizens, whatever, that's fine. I understand that. But then you can't like analyze, say, conservatives or like Kyle Rittenhouse, like, oh, these are just evil people with like demons in their souls trying to murder LGBT people for absolutely no reason. Like, well, where's all of the empathy? Where's all of the, you know, this nuance and analysis that I know you're capable of as soon as it comes to analyzing somebody you disagree with, right? It's selective empathy. It's not real. That's why I don't buy it when he was crying over, you know, whatever bullshit. Like, I think it's all part of just this propaganda campaign.
Oh, Second Thought.
No, the one who said.
No, I know.
Yeah.
Here.
Did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news?
So wait, who's talking there?
That's Hakim.
Okay, so Second Thought's the one who says, I don't care, and laughs.
I can't wait, say it.
I don't care.
Just
No,
the
that's
occupiers,
Hakim.
the guy with the accent.
Yeah, that's Hakim. Second Thought is an American.
So Second Thought is the guy who's asking.
Somebody linked me this and said, oh, it's because I'm not on 1080p. I can't even see what Hassan's Discord is saying. Okay. Oh, it's so over for Ethan.
Oh,
Ethan
man,
said
I'm
JT is a tanky. Ethan is officially an online Twitter leftist. Deprogram.
I'm actually holding my
Read
own
theory
here,
or
but
history. Anytime a
fairly
leftist tells you to
well.
read theory or history, like, they never do. They don't even do it themselves. But okay.
The question.
No, Hakim's the one who read it. He's reading it from chat. It's a super chat.
Did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Yeah. Well, anyway, he agrees with him, so let's just fucking listen
go
to
on.
the clip.
The occupiers are not civilians. That is what it comes down to. Like if Germany, let's say Germany to be non.
That's him, right?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Controversial.
And not that it matters.
United States, and they said, you know what, Cincinnati, Ohio is our ancestral home, and you know everyone knows that's blatantly false. But they take your home, they murder your grandma, they bulldoze like your neighbor's house. Are those people civilians there? No, they're occupiers, and those are criminals. That is, there are no civilians there. And
So according to Second Thought, he says that every Israeli is an occupier, and there are.
I love all the Giga Chads. God, dude, if leftists were held as responsible for their audiences as anybody ostensibly in the right was, they would be actually Jover. Jesus Christ.
Are no citizens there in response to
There are two different schools of thought here.
What? Wait, why are we talking about two different schools of thought? Why not just talk about the one that was just presented on this program?
So, the first is
and the take in the comments is based.
Yeah, of course. The 1948ers.
I'm tired of Ethan acting like the morality police. Why is Ethan doing this? Oh my God.
Believe that there's two different schools of thought within, I would say, anti-Zionism. Those who believe that all matter of settlements that were propped up even in the inception of the Israeli nation state are unjustifiable, and that they are settlers. So they extend beyond your perspective that you agree with, which is West Bank is a settler occupation.
I think it's an extremely evil thing to say. What he said.
Let me ask you this.
No. What do you think? What he said?
Like, oh my god. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to. It's frustrating because like Ethan is like in a. I haven't watched. I've watched like clips, but it's obvious like from watching this that like Ethan is in a pretty. I don't want to say emotional state, but he's like trying to connect here, and Hassan is just like in full-on psychopath mode. Like, does Hassan actually do anything besides his like crocodile tears earlier? Is he going to connect on any of Ethan's statements, or is he just going to like ramble off these like little retarded like Twitter headlines? Or what does he think about like any? What does he think about like Vietnam? Or does he think that should have America intervened in the Korean War? Like, what is his thought on any other American intervention? Every time it's about American intervention, it's evil, right? Iraq was evil. I don't even know what he thinks about Saddam Hussein. He probably thinks he's a good guy. Who the f- knows, right? He thinks that like probably every NATO action is evil. I'm pretty sure in the beginning he thought Ukraine was evil, but he had to bend to his audience because even that take was more popular. Like, why so much nuance for this side? And so much charitability, and so much like, well, there's different ways to look at it.
And it's not a viable solution.
So calling, just to be clear, calling babies.
No, of course not.
Settlers.
Of course,
and they're not even living.
They're not.
Okay,
Yeah, they're babies.
So I just want to say, that this guy's a fucking evil piece of shit for saying that.
Can I ask you a question?
Can I finish? Let me.
What is he gonna pivot to?
Finish the
okay,
video.
we'll finish this, but I just have a question for you because I think you're gonna agree with something I'm about to say.
Yes. Let's just finish it and then we'll talk.
Invaded the United States, and they said, you know what? Cincinnati, Ohio is our ancestral
I'm so
home,
glad that
and
I
everyone knows
decided
that's
to
blatantly
fight
false.
this
But
since I'm winning
take
now.
your home, they murder your grandma, they bulldoze like your neighbor's house. Are those people civilians there? No, they're occupiers, and those are criminals. There are no civilians there in the illegal military occupation.
Yeah. So that's number one.
I mean, that's so callous. It's kind of hard to
that
even
is,
believe.
That is pretty fucking crazy that he's basically calling everyone a colonist. And
Ethan was just more. Ethan needs like more structure here for his argument, or maybe he'll say it. Maybe I shouldn't say. Maybe he'll say it. But like the thing is that this guy's justified, right? The murder of every single person that's perceived to be a settler, which is incompatible with today's world, right? That would be insane. But that's essentially what he's justified, right? But I don't know if Ethan can air that exactly. Yeah. Why does it post 1.3K comments? I think we've been front paging a lot recently, so there's a lot of people that are piling into comment.
Just how flippant he can be about calling babies militants that are deserving to be killed.
Very beautifully put. Number two, much more importantly, the track record of Palestinians has been 1,000 times better than that of Israeli occupation. Despite the fact that Israeli occupation does not need to brutalize, they already have all the power, but they still choose to do far worse. The worst that will happen to a person in Palestinian custody is that they're going to be like auctioned off for a prisoner swap, which is the historic track record also.
I don't believe that's true. I don't have examples offhand. Maybe we can dive into that. But the idea that like every prisoner in Palestine is treated like perfectly fine, and it's only I would be shocked even without like having a specific example. I'd be shocked if that was the case. No, absolutely no fucking shot. Not especially not with Hamas, but.
And of course,
he's not wrong about this. This is the original goal for the military, the excursion. At least if you believe.
I'm not exactly having a ton of faith in the dudes that decapitated babies to treating their POWs really well.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah. True.
But psychotic take too, where it's like why are you trying to give Hamas the benefit of the doubt on this one? True. You know, being like, oh, they treat their prisoners fucking awesome. You know, let's not try to do that.
Okay.
So, but anyway, and that combined with just the laughter.
Listen,
hold on. Did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they're laughing about it.
Let me pose a question for you.
Go ahead.
So you have said that those in the West Bank are fundamentalist settlers. Are you familiar with the international law surrounding the justifiable forms of violence towards?
So first of all, I don't put much.
Wait, I'm so curious where Hassan is going. Is he saying there's international law that justifies terrorism against settlers?
Hopefully they don't have another.
Which international law here are we citing? Like, which forum here has declared that to be an okay thing? I am so curious. Well, I wish Ethan would have come off there. I really want to hear that. Was that like one of the extra Geneva Convention DLCs that I missed? That like, well, you know, if they're settling really hard, you know, you can set their babies on fire. Like, I really want to hear. I really want to know where Hassan was going with that.
I don't put any stock, frankly, in whatever these quote international laws are.
Yeah, it's.
But no, I'm not familiar with whatever that says.
Technically, the reason why the IDF has to exist in the West Bank and behave in the oppressive manner that they behave is because Palestinians, and this is going to sound very radical and possibly very violent, but this is a matter of law, and maybe even if you agree with this, a matter.
Also, there's a huge thing. I try to call people out for this on Twitter too. Whenever somebody says like a matter of law, or somebody says legally this is a thing, you have to be able to cite like which body are we talking about. When you say law, like give us like a code that we can like look up or something. You can't just say like this is like world law or something. Like the planet doesn't have laws, right? Is this like a fucking like a binding resolution passed by the UN? Is it like some sort of like convention, like say like the Geneva Convention where you say like rules of warfare? Is it like an actual like a country's law? Like U.S. law, like what are we appealing to here when we say it's a law? You have to be able to name like the body. Otherwise, it doesn't mean anything, right? Like if I go to, if I'm in Sweden and I say, oh well, U.S. law, like I don't give a fuck, right? Or if I go to, fucking Uganda or some shit, and I say, like, oh well, this and blah blah blah, like, I'm not gonna care, right? Maybe he'll say it eventually, but we'll see. He's taking UN Resolution 3246 to the extreme. Okay, let me look up this real quick. Important to the universal realization of the right. Oh shoot, hold on, give me 1 sec. I gotta call Dr. K real quick. Hold on.
Matter of morality, very radical and possibly very violent, but this is a matter of law. And maybe even if you agree with this, a matter of morality, Palestinians have the legal ground to violently seize back their own homes from the settlers.
There's no shot. Sure, somebody can link me to something they want. I know that's not true. Absolutely not. Is there like indefatigable, like undeniable legal ground that somebody has to fight back and kill civilians? There's no shot. I don't believe it. There's no way. Not safe for life. Reuters crew bombed. No blood, just voices. A Reuters camera seems to have been hit by a rocket in close proximity to the Lebanon-Israel border. Oh, Jesus.
And that is precisely the reason why they have to exist under endless occupation in the West
You know
Bank.
what? And that's why I say, if it was settlers, that would be a lot more understandable. But let's not obfuscate, okay? I understand what you're saying. But this dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand. And there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
But the babies that killed they were not.
I know.
Okay, so
now that we establish that, hold on. Now that we establish that, the other school of thought here is that all matter of Israelis living on Israel proper are they're also doing the exact same thing in the eyes of some. I do not agree with that because I don't think that that is a reasonable solution, and it's not realistic anyway, and that only will lead to the complete evisceration of Palestinians. And
I like how you won't even condemn it because he's saying like, well, I mean, like I can understand them, you know, kind of wanting to kill babies. Like that's like, but he's like, I mean, probably like utilitarian-wise, it wouldn't work. Jesus.
And far-right Israelis will use that to continue.
How does he continue to say so much without saying anything at all? Hassan is like a really funny evasion tactic where when he wants to give a position that he knows is kind of like rough, especially with the person he's talking to and he wants minimal pushback, he'll present the position as somebody else might say this, and then he'll say, but I personally wouldn't like that for reasons that are unrelated or uninteresting. So for instance, somebody might say, do you think it's okay to murder, somebody might say like this, somebody will give this argument. Yesterday, John said that he could murder Frank. Do you think it would be okay to murder Frank because of his religion? And then Hassan's answer would be, well, some people sometimes have said that given the differences in religion between Frank and the other guy, it would be okay to murder Frank. Now, I personally wouldn't murder Frank because it would dirty my shirt, right? He does like this style of argumentation, this debate pervertry, as he calls it. He does this all, he's already done it multiple times here, where Ethan kind of, because Ethan's just like a normal human, like having conversation, like, do you think this is okay? And Hassan will always do this thing like, well, some people have argued that it could be okay, but I wouldn't for some completely unrelated reason. He does this so much. Like I said, he's already done it like 4 or 5 times in this conversation.
Continuously radicalize just regular Israeli citizens in their endless bombing campaigns and ethnic cleansing campaigns and the brutal occupation. This is why many thinkers, I believe even including Norm Finkelstein, who has dedicated his entire life to speaking the truth about Israel's occupation, and Noam Chomsky and many others, even Edward Said, as I brought up earlier, believe that the de-Zionification or the displacement of Israelis from Israel proper, Jewish Israelis, is it's not justifiable and it's not realistic. It's more so a single state solution, at least.
I guess in a way, I don't usually say about but he kind of does like, he's kind of like a politician, I guess. Like he's got like his talking points, he's really good at kind of getting them out, but he doesn't really say anything at all. Like that's it, I guess. Yeah.
One that I advocate for, because I know a lot of people advocate for a 2-state solution. I'm a 1-stater, which Norm.
Was there a question?
What?
I thought you said I have a question for you. At the beginning of that.
I gave you the question. You already answered it. You said I know your position on like violently seizing back your land from settler occupiers.
Yeah, that's not what they did though. And that's
these guys, these guys, or at least I assume Second Thought has the perspective that all matter of Israel is all matter of Israel proper is considered.
Is it fair to call Hassan a cheerleader for terrorism? He seems to be bent on making sure he does not recognize Hamas, and it sounds like he's implying he's okay. Yeah, of course he is, right? Obviously. If any like far right person was doing this in regards to like far right violence, we would say, of course you are, right? Obviously.
Settler occupation,
and he's evil for thinking that.
Remember, for these guys, it was enough that there was a guy that watched one episode of Tim Pool because somebody that he liked was on Tim Pool. And that one person that went out and then, was that the Buffalo shooter or was that somebody else? This one guy went out, he watched one episode of Tim Pool because somebody that he liked was on the thing. And people on the left took that and they said, this proves that Tim Pool is like a Nazi. I'm like, bro, what? That was wild. Emma did that when she wanted a show. Oh, that was a Texas shooter who shot at them all. What do they even mean by settlers? Haven't the Jews and Arabs owned that land back and forth for thousands of years? Yeah, but I mean like a lot of territory across, I was going to say like Southern Europe and Eurasia, but that's not true. Really everything in Europe and everything in, probably in Africa and everything in the Middle East has been kind of like back and forth, conquered over and over and over again. I mean, like, look at the rise and fall of the Romans, look at the rise and fall of the Greeks, of the Ottoman Empire. Like, I've never understood. Maybe when I'm back home, we'll call on more historically oriented people. I don't know how you can ever say, like, at this point in time, we stop the clock and we say, this is what the land should be. It just seems weird to do that. Because you could go back to any arbitrary date in history, I think. Spain was fully Muslim, almost, and then the Christians took it back. Yeah, people have been, you're about to read the UN resolution now. Also, can you look if Israel are respecting international law, etc.? I'm sure there's some, most people are in violations of some international laws at some point in time. It's just a matter of whether or not the UN, I guess, wants to hold them accountable, and then if people want to sanction them or have other penalties for it. That whole thing about empathy for all people is based, but empathy for select people is retarded is nonsense. The philosophical theory behind civic nationalism is very convincing. It doesn't deserve to be completely handed away. I don't know. I honestly, God, I don't know what civic nationalism is. Every single person on the internet 10 years ago that called themselves a civic nationalist turned into a Nazi. So I have no idea what civic nationalism actually is.
Yeah, I don't know what I've never heard of that term.
be honest with you. When somebody said it 10 years ago, it meant that they were like on the road to Nazism, like every time. It was stupid. Yeah. First it became civic nationalism, then it became Western values, and then it became anti-whatever insert. Sometimes it was just anti-Muslim shit, sometimes it was Jewish shit, sometimes it was just woke shit, or they called it SJWs back then. Yeah, I don't know. I actually don't know what the good version of civic nationalism is. I have no idea.
He is. Right after babies were murdered and decapitated.
All
I can say that now.
not
Let me read this for the.
If he said this in 1949, I'd have a different opinion on the matter.
For thinking,
all matter of Israel proper is considered settler occupation,
and he's evil for thinking that. He is. Right after babies were murdered and decapitated. I can say that now.
Like, why doesn't Hassan just give the argument here?
Yeah, giving that take right after the attack is kind of, it's pretty weird.
He's such a, oh god, he's such a coward. Because what Hassan wants to argue here, I don't know why he doesn't do it. If he's just like clout hungry, he doesn't want to lose his connect here or what. But Hassan doesn't think that Israel should exist. That's my guess. He probably doesn't think it's a legitimate country at all, and that's why he probably wants. So like, if you say, Hassan, what if there's a one-state solution? And then Hassan's like, that's great. Okay, equal voting rights between the Palestinians and the Jewish people. That's great. And then also keep in mind that there are Palestinians that advocate for. It's not right of return. It's not. Do they call it like a return from the Palestinian diaspora? They want to bring like millions of Palestinians back to you know, historic Palestine, whatever you call it, right? Or the new Israel, the new one-state Israel, right? Okay, well, what if they start voting away rights of Jewish people? Well, I don't know. We'll see what happens, right? Just like walk through that. Like, just do it. Is that right of return? It might be called right of return. Okay, yeah. Yeah, but he won't own that. Like, he won't just say it here, you know.
Let me read this for the.
If he said this in 1949, I'd have a different opinion on the matter. You can't say this in 2023. I agree.
He's evil. Grow up. What a child. Dude, this audience is fucking insane. Dude, how mad are like far right people when they read this shit and they see how cut they got from failing to have like social media capture like people on the left do? Jesus Christ. Like, if this was like anything even oriented in a slightly different political way, this Discord would be ultra permabanned. Holy shit.
Let me read this. Thank you for agreeing. What's going on in occupied Palestine is unprecedented. No doubt we'll have wall-to-wall coverage of atrocities now that it's the genocidal settlers on the receiving end. This is what liberation struggle looks like. Solidarity and victory to the Palestinian people. Again, just to put the timing in frame here, he says, no doubt we'll have wall-to-wall coverage when Israel responds. This is while bodies are still bleeding.
Oh, I guess the second part did come true.
And then he laughs. He laughs just like the other guy did. And he's like, no, oh, God. Okay.
He wasn't wrong on the second part of that conversation, at least. Okay.
But solidarity and victory to the which part are you referring to?
Wall-to-wall
coverage.
Coverage when Israel responds.
Right, but like, and this is my problem. So as the bodies are still bleeding out, and he's saying this is what liberation struggle looks like: beheading babies, burning families alive, solidarity and victory to the Palestinian people. This is pro-Hamas. This man is supporting Hamas.
I think his position.
I'm glad we're watching this. I wouldn't be able to. I don't think I could watch the whole thing. I don't think I could do it.
Is that people that have been trapped, and I can't speak for him, but
like, why not just own it? Like, he could just own it. Like, if he wasn't a coward. Like, this is why I'll have infinitely more respect for like the tankies that are actually like, you know what? I like the Soviet Union. I like Mao. I'm glad they killed all the landlords. I'm glad they killed all the capitalists. Like, at least like own it, right? But just like weird pussyfooting around. Just say like, yeah, I do support Hamas. Every Israeli citizen, you know, is subject to violence. They're on land that doesn't belong to them. And you know, if Hamas needs to enact violence, it's the only way they can do it, even if that means killing civilians. And then he could even draw like parallels to like, well, the United States killed civilians, Great Britain's killed civilians, everybody's killed civilians, right? Sometimes that's how warfare is conducted. He could just say that. Like, he could just do it. There are arguments that he could make. I don't know why he doesn't just make those arguments. Instead, he just takes like the ultimate fence-sitter position, while everybody in the universe can see like so clearly what he's signaling to. It's so. My God.
But you can, if you want to talk to him. I'm sure he would be willing to come on and speak his piece. I've already mentioned that I don't find this to be particularly helpful.
He's going to say, oh, he said, I was going to say particularly productive. That's what he was going to say. He loves that word, productive or helpful, because he doesn't have to normatively load anything. Anytime he says something like, well, I don't think it's productive, I don't think it's helpful, he's getting away from making any moral judgments on what's actually being said, which allows him to escape like any type of solid position. He's like completely not transparent. He's completely like, he can just slide between whatever he wants. There's no like clear position you can nail him on.
Helpful or productive as far as
there's the production. Okay.
Conversation goes, not because like I am tasked with defending the positions of other people or even criticize them. It's more so that we know what is currently happening. We are now 3-4 days removed from October 7, and we know what the retaliation looked like, and we know what the occupation has looked like every single day.
That was an obvious reaction.
So that's why I'm saying
again.
That's what I'm saying. Like a YouTuber with
hold on, this guy's influential.
No, I know, Ethan, but his influence is nothing in comparison to the multi-billion-dollar media operation.
Notice how like when it comes to like
who gives a shit? Like, if someone says something that's fucked up, what does it matter?
These guys on the left that are tankies, notice how their influence means nothing, right? Notice how their influence is irrelevant. But anytime it came to like crypto Nazi fascist guys on like Twitter with like 20 followers, it was the most important thing in the world to spam report and like attack every single account. Because if even like one Nazi sneaks into a school, he's gonna like infect and poison every other person's brain with like hyper Nazism. But these guys with millions of followers, millions of subscribers on YouTube that reach, you know, and then Hassan who's making I'm pretty sure he makes over $1 million a month, maybe. Like for this guy to be like, oh, I can't do anything. Oh my God.
I want to call this guy out. That's what I want to do.
You can call him out.
Daily attempt by Destiny for shaming anyone who doesn't believe in the liberal handbook on morality. Yeah, I do believe it. Because you know what? Because liberals are better morality than you. Whatever dog shit system you're coming from, whatever country you're in, the other political people will probably kill you for even typing my chat for you.
I just spent.
Let me go back to my single party states, okay, where we all stand in line with ration cards, or yeah, f off, dude. There's a reason why liberal countries like rule the world, whether you like it or not, right? There's a reason why this form of government and then this style of economic system has risen to the top. But whether you like it or not, it's effective at the very least, and productive.
I just want to call this guy out. That's what I want to do.
You can call him out.
I just spent
And you can ask
2.5
him.
hours calling out Israel. So now this guy, second thought, he's supporting Hamas. He is pro-Hamas. That's what
call him out.
Hold on. Okay. Solidarity and victory.
Hassan will never say that, right? If I was putting money in this debate without having watched it without odds, my guess is Hassan will never ever say, yeah, this guy supports Hamas. He'll never say that in this entire 3-hour convo, does he? Does he actually like? Does he say anything? Does he? Well.
Victory to the Palestinian people. Again, the timing that I keep mentioning, as bodies are being counted, is pro-Hamas. That's it. That's it. There's no other way to interpret that, and it's evil.
And he's like playing with his fucking dog now. You're telling me an hour earlier he was fucking crying because of videos he watched, right, about Palestinians, and now he's like playing with his dog while Ethan here is like, yeah, this guy's pro. You know, the organization just killed 1,100 people in a country for 5 years. Oh my god. Is that what's happening? Or maybe it's not. Maybe this is somebody else on the ground back there. These I don't know.
Continues. Imagine someone comes to your town, murders your neighbors, kicks you out of the home your family lived in for generations, and relocates you. Are those occupiers civilians? No, they're criminals and accomplices in genocide.
Dude, this Discord is crazy.
Once again, referring to babies who were decapitated. At least, but again, that doesn't matter. 40 babies died at this kibbutz. Okay, kids also, children, families, peaceful kibbutzim. Many of them actually pro-Palestine advocates. He said that they are criminals and accomplices.
Okay, we don't know if they're pro-Palestine advocates. Let's not go that far.
What?
Wait, what?
Peaceful kibbutzim. Many of them actually pro-Palestine advocates. He said that they are criminals and accomplices.
Okay, we don't know. Oh, I mean, there's a chance there. It was like a dance for peace hippie bullshit. There might have been. But I mean, not every single person in Israel. I mean, we've seen Katie, right? Like, not every single person in Israel is like a hardcore right-winger hardliner. Like, that's not the case, right?
Oh, they were pro-Palestine advocates. Let's not go that far.
What? That's positive. That's. You think that none of the people killed were?
I mean, I don't know that. I'm saying, like, I don't know why you're adding that. It doesn't even matter because ultimately,
no, it does matter.
He shouldn't die.
Okay, right.
Position.
But it does make it especially ironic when he's calling them accomplices in genocide when their only crime is being born somewhere.
No, I agree with you.
It's evil.
I agree with you. What do you agree with? What do you even mean? You haven't taken a position on anything here.
I agree with you. Okay, I don't disagree with you on this at all.
Thank you.
But that's not my. But.
Bro, I'm just calling it out.
Okay,
this guy's a fucking. He's a scumbag.
If you want, you have the opportunity. You can speak to him on this particular issue.
I would be shocked if second thought comes into this, unless Hassan is going to back him up, maybe, or Hassan like debate preps him for like all the tactics that he uses.
I'll think about it. But
so I don't know why like you're.
I'm not demanding you respond, but I simply, as a matter of doing the show, want to call out the people that disgusted me. Because again, I hear this all the time. People go, "Oh, really? Well, show me an example."
I know, but
well, here's one.
No, of course there are examples of this. It's just entirely and utterly inconsequential, and I 100% stand by that.
It's not. He's an influential man. When you're expressing these kinds of...
Okay, let's walk through that. What do you think is the negative consequence of this? Do you think that people are going to see this and go, oh...
How about the negative consequence of this is people think it's okay to engage in other forms of, I'll say anti-Semitism, because a lot of it does bleed over into that, even if these guys aren't specifically. How about we look at the demonstrations, the marches, the attacks, the graffitis, everything else going on across, like, I'm pretty sure several countries in Europe so far reported this. We can look even in the United States where that Stanford professor was fired for, like, outing Jewish classmates. I mean, what do you mean? What's he saying? Like, what do you think is the blowback from this? Like, oh, an Israeli diplomat was stabbed in China? Yeah, but he'll say, like, well, that wasn't because of a YouTube video, right? They always say, it's so funny, whenever they analyze, like, fascism is always this interconnected network of 50 million players that are constantly working to destroy, good civilization. But when it comes to leftists, it's like, bro, I'm just a YouTuber. Like, oh my God.
Oh, I should go to
should I not care about it?
I think that if you look at the reality, and I know you recognize it, a YouTuber saying this kind of thing and spending any time or any effort on this, when your moral position is clear, when mine is clear, spending any time on this whatsoever to be like, we got to clean up our own homes here, deviates from the actual message that must be unflinching. The message is that these violent means of ensuring that the occupation continues is going to inevitably lead to...
Hold on, I'm sorry. People are looking at this UN General Assembly resolution from 1982. It reaffirms, section 2 of this reaffirms the legitimacy of the struggle of peoples for independence, territorial integrity, national unity, and liberation from colonial and foreign domination and foreign occupation by all available means, including armed struggle. Armed struggle does not mean beheading and roasting babies. You guys are crazy if that's your reading of that. Do you think that any part of any UN resolution, any statement that justifies or that says an armed struggle is appropriate here, that means all things go, right? That like if they started like gas attacking, in Tel Aviv, are you going to quote that same part of me? Like, what do you mean? That's insane. Destiny, that doesn't matter anyway. The festival was not in the West Bank. There were no settlers where shit went down. No. For these guys, when I say these guys, I mean Hassan and the entire left in the West, okay? And for Hamas, settlers are all of Israel. Those are all settlers. Every single person is a settler. Not just settlements in the West Bank. Everybody's a settler. That's what they think.
More violence that Israelis will be subjected to as well.
Normalizing murdering civilians.
But he has no capacity to do so.
And
no capacity. Who does then? The guy's got over 1 million subs on YouTube. Does nobody online have any influence at all anymore? Like, if I sound low, I can turn my mic up. There you go.
And the result of that...
I think a better argument would be that it's anti-Semitic. You could say that...
I'm going to be done for the night. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Deuces.